Good day, lovely viewers. Welcome to Imagine Verse. We have an exciting story lined up for you today. What if Harry Potter reincarnated in Star Wars as the Grey Force Master and married Ahsoka Tano Rey Skywalker? Your engagement means the world to us. Like, comment, and subscribe to help us grow and bring you more amazing content. Without wasting any time, let's start. Chapter 1. The veil between worlds. Death wasn't at all what Harry Potter had expected. After 137 years of life, defeating Voldemort, rebuilding the wizarding world, raising 3 children with Ginny, watching grandchildren and great-grandchildren grow, Harry had been ready for the next great adventure. Dumbledore once described. He'd faced death willingly, surrounded by family, his ancient body finally yielding to time. But instead of reuniting with loved ones beyond the veil, Harry found himself suspended in swirling mist, either here nor there. Memories of his life floated around him like fragments of pensive reflections: his first broom flight, Hogwarts, friends' faces, triumphs and losses. "Curious," a familiar voice echoed. "Always the exception, aren't you, Harry?" Death materialized, not as a skeleton in a black cloak, but wearing Dumbledore's kind face. Harry knew it wasn't truly his old headmaster, merely a form chosen for his comfort. "What's happening?" Harry asked, surprised to find his voice young again. Looking down, he saw his body restored to its prime, no longer wrinkled and weakened. "The universe is not quite finished with you," Death explained. "Your soul carries a resonance unlike any other, having united the Hallows, died and returned, and lived in balance between light and dark magic. Such a soul is valuable elsewhere." "I don't understand." "There exists a place, another reality, where the divide between light and dark requires someone who understands both. Someone who can walk the middle path." Death gestured to a distant point in the mist where stars began to appear. "You have a choice, Harry Potter. Move forward to your earned rest, or begin anew where your unique perspective might prevent terrible suffering." Harry hesitated only briefly. "Will I remember who I was?" "Eventually. Not at first. No infant could bear such memories. But as you grow, your past will return." Harry Potter, who had never been able to turn away from those who needed help, stepped toward the stars. "One thing more," Death added. "Magic as you knew it doesn't exist there. But you'll find your power," translates. The mist swirled faster, the stars brightened, and Harry Potter felt himself falling, compressing, transforming. The last thing he heard was Death's whisper, "Good luck, Master of Death." Then came darkness, warmth, and the sensation of being wonderfully, terrifyingly new. The boy born as Hadrian Varus on the mid-rim world of Dantooine had always been different. His earliest memories weren't like other children's. While they recalled simple pleasures, favorite toys or family outings, Hadrian remembered strange fragments: a castle of stone, flying on wooden sticks, creatures that couldn't possibly exist, and people with names he'd never heard spoken in this world. His foster parents, simple moisture farmers who'd found him abandoned as an infant, called them dream memories, and assumed they were his mind's way of coping with his unknown origins. They were kind but practical people who worried when objects moved around their small homestead without being touched, or when their adopted son seemed to know things he couldn't possibly know. By age 7, Hadrian had pieced together enough memories to understand he'd once been someone called Harry Potter, though the full context remained hazy. What came more clearly were instincts: when to trust, when to question, and a deep certainty that power could be both light and dark depending on intent. The incident that changed everything happened when Hadrian was 10. Raiders attacked their farm during the dry season, ruthless bandits targeting isolated homesteads for supplies. His foster father tried to fight them off but was overpowered. When one raider raised a vibroblade toward the fallen man, something unleashed inside Hadrian. He thrust out his hands instinctively, expecting to cast a spell he couldn't quite remember. What emerged wasn't magic as he once knew it, but something equally powerful. The raider froze mid-strike, then flew backward 20 meters, crashing into their transport. The remaining attackers turned toward the boy, whose eyes now blazed with fury, small rocks and tools floating around him in a defensive orbit. "Leave!" Hadrian commanded, his voice overlaid with harmonic resonance that seemed to vibrate through the very air. Now. The raiders fled, their fear palpable. That night, as his foster father recovered from his injuries, a visitor arrived, an aging Saurian with calm eyes and ceremonial robes. He introduced himself as Jedi Master Ki-Adi-Mundi, explained he'd felt a disturbance in something called the Force, and asked permission to speak with Hadrian. The conversation lasted hours. Master Mundi explained about the Force, the Jedi Order, and their role as peacekeepers. He demonstrated simple Force techniques, levitation, sensing emotions, minor telekinesis, and watched with barely concealed astonishment as Hadrian replicated them instantly. "Remarkable," the Jedi Master murmured. "Your connection to the Force is unusual. Powerful but neither fully light nor dark. Curious indeed." "What does that mean?" Hadrian asked. "It means the Jedi Council will want to meet you." His foster parents reluctantly agreed to let him go. They'd always known, they said, that he was meant for something beyond their simple farm. With promises to visit when possible, Hadrian left the only home he remembered in this life and journeyed to Coruscant. The Jedi Temple was magnificent, towering spires reaching skyward, ancient stone blending with modern technology, and everywhere the sense of power carefully contained. Yet as Master Mundi led him through its hallways, Hadrian's memories stirred more strongly than ever. "Hogwarts," whispered his mind. "This feels like Hogwarts." The Jedi Council chamber reminded him of something he couldn't quite place. 12 masters seated in a circle, their eyes assessing him with varying degrees of curiosity and wariness. A diminutive green being seemed to peer not at him but through him. "Strong in the Force, this one is," Master Yoda observed, ears twitching. "But clouded, his future appears." A dark-skinned human with a stern expression leaned forward. "You're too old for traditional training. Our code normally wouldn't permit it." Hadrian, who was beginning to remember being Harry, felt a flash of déjà vu. Always the exception, never quite fitting into established systems. "I understand," he said quietly. "But I need to learn to control, whatever this is." He gestured vaguely at himself. "I've moved things without touching them since I was a baby. I've known things before they happened. I've healed quickly from injuries that should have been serious." The masters exchanged glances. "There's something else," Hadrian continued. "I have memories of another life. Another place where power worked differently but felt the same." This statement caused a ripple of murmurs. "Reincarnation through the Force is not unknown, though rare," said a female Togruta master. "But retained memories across lifetimes. This requires meditation." Master Windu nodded. "We will test your sensitivity and discuss your situation. For now, you will stay as our guest." The testing lasted weeks. They measured his midichlorian count, exceptionally high, assessed his control, unusual but effective, and probed his emotional responses, balanced but intense. Mind healers helped him recover more of his past memories, which flowed back in increasingly coherent streams. When the council reconvened, their decision was unexpected. "Train you as a Jedi we cannot," Master Yoda announced. "Too formed are your ways. Too strong your attachments to your previous existence." Hadrian nodded, unsurprised. The Jedi Code, with its prohibitions against emotional connections and its rigid light side approach, had felt increasingly at odds with his recovered memories of a wizarding world where love had been the most powerful magic of all. "However," Master Windu continued, "your power cannot be left untrained. You will work with several masters to learn control and understanding of the Force. Not as a Padawan, but as a special case." Hadrian smiled faintly. "Story of my life. Both of them." Over the next 3 years, Hadrian learned not to be a proper Jedi, that path had closed before it began, but to understand and direct his considerable Force abilities. Different masters taught him different aspects: meditation and centering from Master Yoda, lightsaber forms from Master Windu. Though he would never be as proficient as a fully trained Jedi, healing techniques from Master Che. Throughout his training, more memories of being Harry Potter returned, spells transmuting into Force techniques, magical theory providing unexpected insights into Force manipulation, experiences with both light and dark magic giving him perspectives that fascinated and occasionally alarmed his teachers. While the Jedi insisted on the separation between light and dark sides of the Force, Hadrian increasingly questioned this dichotomy. He remembered Dumbledore's words, "It is our choices that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities." The Force itself didn't seem inherently good or evil to him, only the intent behind its use. When he voiced these thoughts, most masters warned him against such dangerous thinking, but a few, including, surprisingly, Master Yoda, seemed to listen with thoughtful consideration. Rigid, perhaps, the Jedi have become, Yoda mused during one late-night conversation in the Room of 1,000 Fountains. Forgotten that balance, the Force seeks. Not elimination of darkness, but harmony with it. These were the conversations that shaped Hadrian's evolving philosophy, what he began to think of as the Grey Path. By 13, he had constructed his own lightsaber under Master Huyang's guidance. Unlike the traditional blue or green blades of the Jedi, Hadrian's crystal produced a unique silver-white light. Master Huyang called it unprecedented, a reflection of Hadrian's unusual relationship with the Force. Neither Jedi nor Sith, the ancient droid master observed, but something altogether your own. As the galaxy darkened with the growing separatist movement and whispers of coming war, Hadrian continued his unconventional education. He wasn't a member of the Order, but neither was he sent away. He became a fixture in the temple, the strange teenager with ancient eyes who could move between Jedi solemnity and sudden bursts of mischief reminiscent of a certain pair of red-headed twins from his previous life. Younger initiates adored him for his patience and willingness to demonstrate wizard tricks, Force techniques modified by his memories of magic. Older Padawans sought his perspective when struggling with dogmatic teachings. Masters watched him with a mixture of concern and curiosity. And through it all, Hadrian watched the Republic begin to fracture, feeling echoes of another war from another life. The Clone Wars erupted when Hadrian was 16. Though not a Jedi, his unique abilities and position made him valuable to the Republic effort. Initially, the Council tried to keep him isolated from the conflict, but Hadrian, now fully remembering being Harry Potter, leader of Dumbledore's army and veteran of another war, refused to stand aside. "I've fought dark wizards and witnessed the rise of a magical dictator," he told the Council plainly. "I won't hide while others die. Not in this life either." With reluctance, they assigned him as a special advisor to various Jedi generals, where his unorthodox approaches to Force use and strategy often proved valuable. Hadrian moved between fronts as needed, never leading clone troopers directly. The Council wouldn't permit that for a non-Jedi, but providing support, intelligence, and occasionally direct intervention in critical situations. It was during the third year of the war that Hadrian's path crossed with Ahsoka Tano's for the first time. He'd been temporarily attached to the 501st Legion to assist with a complex extraction mission on Felucia. General Skywalker's reputation for bold, occasionally reckless tactics had reached him, and Hadrian was curious about the young Jedi who generated so much discussion among the Masters. Their first meeting was amid chaos. Separatist forces had surrounded a Republic medical station, and the 501st was engaged in heavy fighting to evacuate wounded soldiers. Hadrian arrived via gunship in the middle of the battle, immediately leaping into the fray. As he deflected blaster fire with his silver-white lightsaber, Hadrian spotted a young Togruta Padawan separated from the main force, defending injured clones against advancing battle droids. Her technique was impressive, but she was clearly becoming overwhelmed. Without hesitation, Hadrian force-jumped to her position, landing beside her with a graceful roll that would have impressed even Phileas Flitwick. "Reinforcements have arrived," he said with a quick grin, falling into a defensive stance beside her. "I'm Hadrian." The Togruta gave him a quick, assessing glance, clearly noting his non-Jedi attire and unusual lightsaber. "Ahsoka Tano. Are you with the relief force?" "Something like that." Together they created a protective perimeter around the wounded, Ahsoka's traditional Jedi techniques blending surprisingly well with Hadrian's hybrid style. When a destroyer droid rolled toward them, shields activated, Hadrian reached into the Force with a method that made Ahsoka's eyes widen. Instead of pushing against the droid directly, he manipulated the ground beneath it, creating a sudden sinkhole that swallowed the droid before it could react. "That's not a Jedi technique," Ahsoka observed between deflecting blaster bolts. "No," Hadrian agreed. "It's a Harry technique." "A what?" "Long story. Duck." Ahsoka dropped instantly as Hadrian sent a wave of Force energy over her head, bowling over an advancing line of battle droids. When the skirmish ended and they had a moment to breathe, Ahsoka studied him more carefully. "You're him, aren't you? The Temple's Grey outsider. I've heard stories. All good, I hope," Hadrian quipped, helping a wounded clone to his feet. "Mostly interesting. Master Piello mentioned you once, said you see the Force differently than any Jedi or Sith." Her large eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you really reincarnated?" Hadrian laughed, the sound strangely light amid the battlefield debris. "Straight to the point, aren't you? Yes, I have memories of another life. A different kind of power, a different war. It gives me certain perspectives." Before they could continue the conversation, General Skywalker arrived, his face tight with concern for his Padawan and curiosity about the newcomer. The famous Chosen One was younger than Hadrian expected, with intensity radiating from him like heat from a sun. "Ahsoka, report?" he demanded, eyes flicking between her and Hadrian. "We held the position, Master." Hadrian arrived just in time. She gestured to the injured clones being loaded onto stretchers. "We didn't lose anyone else." Skywalker turned his full attention to Hadrian, his Force presence probing and powerful. "You're the Council's special case." It wasn't a question, but Hadrian nodded anyway. "Here to assist with the extraction, General Skywalker." Something in Skywalker seemed to ease slightly at Hadrian's respectful tone. "We'll take whatever help we can get. The situation's worse than intelligence suggested." The next 3 days forged the beginning of an unexpected friendship between Hadrian and Ahsoka. As they worked alongside Skywalker and the 501st to secure evacuation routes, their complementary abilities created an effective partnership. Ahsoka's curiosity about his unorthodox methods led to countless questions during brief rest periods, which Hadrian answered with more openness than he typically showed to Jedi. "So in your previous life, you could transform objects from one thing to another?" Ahsoka asked as they shared a meal of military rations on the third evening. "Transfiguration," Hadrian nodded. "I've found similar principles work with the Force, though differently. The Force seems more connected to living energy, while magic could more easily manipulate non-living matter. Could you show me?" Hadrian glanced around their makeshift camp, then picked up a spare power cell. Concentrating, he channeled the Force through it, not pushing or pulling but reshaping. The metal casing softened and reformed into a small figurine, a miniature Takodana female with tiny lightsabers. Ahsoka's eyes widened as he handed it to her. "That's incredible! The Jedi teachings don't include anything like this." "The Jedi focus on certain aspects of the Force and ignore others," Hadrian replied, lowering his voice. "Just as the Sith do. Both miss the full picture." "That sounds dangerously close to heresy," Ahsoka said, but her tone was curious rather than accusatory. "I've been called worse." Hadrian smiled. "In both lives." Their conversation was interrupted by an alarm. Separatist reinforcements had arrived earlier than expected. The evacuation needed to accelerate. During the ensuing battle, Hadrian witnessed firsthand why Anakin Skywalker was considered such a formidable Jedi. His raw power was astonishing, his connection to the Force deeper than almost anyone Hadrian had encountered in this life. Yet there was something troubling beneath the surface, flashes of anger, fear, and attachment that reminded Hadrian uncomfortably of his own encounters with Tom Riddle. More revealing was watching Ahsoka with her master. Their bond was powerful but complex. Respect mingled with frustration, devotion with independence. Ahsoka clearly admired Skywalker but wasn't blind to his flaws. She navigated his moods with a combination of deference and gentle pushback that suggested wisdom beyond her years. When a critical moment came to split their forces, Skywalker made a surprising decision. Ahsoka, you'll take Hadrian and Rex's squad to secure the northern evacuation point. I'll lead the main force to draw their fire south. Ahsoka nodded, but Hadrian could sense her surprise at being given such responsibility, and at being paired with him rather than a more experienced Jedi. As they moved out, Captain Rex fell into step beside them. The general must trust you, the clone officer remarked to Hadrian. He doesn't usually separate from his Padawan for critical operations. Or he thinks I need a babysitter, Ahsoka muttered. Hadrian chuckled. Having seen you fight? I doubt that. Their mission proved challenging but successful. Separatist forces had stationed a ray shield generator that would have trapped the evacuation transports. While Rex and his men engaged the droid guards, Hadrian and Ahsoka infiltrated the facility to disable it. Working together in the cramped control room, they found an easy rhythm. Ahsoka sliced into the computer systems while Hadrian maintained a force barrier against incoming fire. When battle droids broke through the outer defenses, they fought back to back, her traditional lightsaber techniques blending seamlessly with his hybrid style. We make a good team, Ahsoka observed as they finally disabled the shield generator. The best missions are the ones you share with friends, Hadrian replied, a memory of Ron and Hermione flashing through his mind. Something I learned in my first life. Ahsoka gave him a curious look. You consider us friends already? We just met. Some connections form quickly. Hadrian shrugged. The Force works in mysterious ways. She rolled her eyes at the platitude but smiled nonetheless. Let's get back to the evacuation point. I can ask more about this mysterious first life of yours when we're not about to be shot. By the time the Felicia operation concluded, something had shifted. General Skywalker, despite his initial wariness, had come to appreciate Hadrian's unconventional contributions. Captain Rex had developed a solid respect for the non-Jedi who fought alongside them without hesitation. And Ahsoka had found someone who encouraged her questions rather than deflecting them with Jedi platitudes. As Hadrian prepared to depart for his next assignment, Ahsoka sought him out on the hangar deck. The Council's sending you to Cato Neimoidia next? She asked. Hadrian nodded. Another extraction. They seem to think my methods work well for complicated retrievals. Will you be back? I mean, will our paths cross again? There was something tentative in her question that made her seem younger than her confident battlefield presence. I'd count on it, Hadrian said with certainty. The Force brought us together for a reason, Ahsoka Tano. I've learned not to ignore such things. She hesitated, then reached into her pocket and pulled out the small figurine he had created. I wanted to thank you for this. And for answering my questions. Most masters just tell me to be patient. Patience is overrated. Hadrian grinned, remembering his own frustrations with adults who withheld information. For his own good. Questions deserve answers, especially from someone walking an unconventional path like yours. My path is the Jedi path, she said, but there was a hint of uncertainty in her voice. For now, Hadrian replied. But I sense you'll define your own way eventually. Just as I have. He offered his hand, and when she took it, a brief flash of connection surged through the Force between them, a glimpse of intertwined futures that left both momentarily startled. May the Force be with you, Ahsoka Tano. And with you, Hadrian Varys. As his transport departed, Hadrian reflected that for the first time since awakening in this galaxy, he felt something he had missed deeply from his first life, the beginning of a true friendship built on mutual respect and understanding rather than circumstance or necessity. Over the next 2 years, their paths crossed periodically. Sometimes by apparent coincidence, sometimes by design as Hadrian requested assignments near the 501st. Each encounter deepened their connection and exchanged perspectives. Hadrian shared more about his previous life as Harry Potter, the triumphs and tragedies, the lessons learned about love and sacrifice, the complexity of fighting against darkness without becoming dark oneself. Ahsoka, in turn, confided her struggles with Jedi teachings that sometimes felt restrictive, her concerns about the war's effect on the Order, and her complicated relationship with her increasingly troubled master. During a rare peaceful moment on Naboo, where both had been sent to investigate potential separatist infiltration of the palace security, they found themselves walking through the waterfall gardens at sunset. The beauty of the place seemed almost defiant against the backdrop of galactic war. "Sometimes I wonder what we're fighting for anymore," Ahsoka admitted quietly. "The Republic doesn't seem much like the ideal the Jedi are supposed to protect. And the Order itself." She trailed off, looking troubled. "Institutions can lose their way," Hadrian replied. "The wizarding world I came from had grown corrupt and hidebound. It took a war to force change." "Not exactly comforting," Ahsoka remarked dryly. "Maybe not. But there's always hope for renewal." Hadrian picked up a fallen leaf, channeling the Force to make it glow softly in the gathering dusk. "Systems may fail, but individuals can still choose wisely." Ahsoka watched the glowing leaf with fascination. "Is that why you walk the middle path? Because you don't trust systems?" "I walk it because I've seen the harm that comes from absolutism," Hadrian explained, releasing the leaf to float in the fountain. "Light without darkness is blinding. Darkness without light is oblivion. Balance isn't compromise, it's wholeness." Their conversation was interrupted by an urgent comm signal. Intelligence had confirmed separatist agents within the palace. As they raced back, lightsabers in hand, Ahsoka asked quickly, "Teach me something, one of your great techniques. Just in case we get separated." Hadrian nodded, speaking rapidly as they ran. "Focus on connection rather than control. See the Force as flowing through everything, including your opponent. Don't push against resistance, redirect it." The ensuing confrontation with disguised separatist commandos tested both their skills. When Ahsoka found herself outmatched by a particularly skilled opponent, she applied Hadrian's advice. Instead of directly countering his attack, she channeled and redirected his momentum, sending him crashing through his own defenses. The look of surprise and delight on her face when the technique worked perfectly was something Hadrian knew he would remember for years to come. Later, after the threat had been neutralized, she found him on a palace balcony, gazing at the stars. "That was incredible," she said, still energized from the fight. It felt different. More natural than traditional Jedi techniques. "That's because it doesn't try to dominate the Force, just work with it," Hadrian explained. "The Jedi talk about serving the Force but often try to bend it to their will. The Sith are more honest about their desire for control, but ultimately just as misguided." Ahsoka leaned against the balcony railing, her expression thoughtful. "If the Council heard you talking like this, they'd be even more convinced I'm a dangerous influence." Hadrian finished with a wry smile. "Which is why I'm careful who I share these ideas with." "Yet you trust me with them." "I do." The simple statement hung in the air between them, weighted with meaning neither was quite ready to examine. "We're being deployed to different sectors tomorrow," Ahsoka said finally. "Master Skywalker and I are headed to the Outer Rim sieges." "I know. The Council's sending me to Mandalore to investigate rumors of Death Watch regrouping." "Sounds dangerous." "So does the Outer Rim." Hadrian turned to face her fully. "Be careful out there, Ahsoka. The darkness is growing stronger. I can feel it surrounding the Republic, the Jedi, especially around your master." Ahsoka stiffened slightly. "Anakin is a good Jedi, a good man. I don't doubt his intentions," Hadrian said gently. "But good intentions can lead to terrible places when fear and attachment cloud judgment. I've seen it before. You don't understand him like I do." "Probably not," Hadrian conceded. "Just watch out for him. And for yourself." After a moment, Ahsoka's defensiveness softened. "I will. And you watch yourself on Mandalore. Those Death Watch fanatics don't play nice." "I've dealt with fanatics before," Hadrian said with a half-smile. "In both lives." As they parted the next morning, either knew it would be their last meeting before everything changed. Before the Republic fell, before Order 66, before Ahsoka would be forced to leave the Jedi Order and Anakin Skywalker would fall to the dark side. Their final exchange was brief, a clasped forearm in the Mandalorian style, a shared look of understanding, and Hadrian's quiet words. "Trust your instincts, Ahsoka. No matter what happens, know that the path you choose for yourself matters more than any path others choose for you." She nodded, something in his tone making her search his face. "You know something, don't you? Something's going to happen." "Just echoes of another life," Hadrian replied. "The feeling of standing on the edge of great change. Be ready for it, whatever form it takes." With that cryptic warning, they parted, Ahsoka to the Outer Rim with her master, Hadrian to the complexities of Mandalorian politics. Neither could have predicted how completely the galaxy would transform before they met again. The fall of the Republic hit Hadrian differently than most Jedi. Having lived through one Dark Lord's rise to power, he recognized the signs earlier than most: the centralization of authority, the manufactured crises, the gradual erosion of institutions meant to check power. When Chancellor Palpatine declared himself Emperor and Order 66 was executed, Hadrian was on Mandalore, deep in negotiations with moderate factions hoping to counter Death Watch influence. The sudden silence in the Force, the simultaneous deaths of thousands of Jedi, struck him like a physical blow, sending him to his knees in the middle of a meeting. "The Jedi," he gasped. "They're being slaughtered." His Mandalorian contacts, already receiving reports of the Emperor's declaration that the Jedi had attempted a coup, looked at him with sudden wariness. "You're not technically a Jedi," said Bo-Katan Kryze, who had been working with him to track Death Watch movements. "But that won't matter to the Empire's hunters." Hadrian nodded, mind racing. Unlike most Force users in the galaxy, he had experience being hunted, hiding his powers, and surviving under a totalitarian regime. The memory of another life provided a strange sort of preparation for what was coming. "I need to find survivors," he said. "There will be some. And I need to understand what really happened." Bo-Katan studied him, then made a decision. "My people will give you passage off-world. After that, you're on your own." As Hadrian prepared to leave Mandalore on a nondescript freighter, disguised as a common laborer, one question burned in his mind: had Ahsoka survived? The last reports had placed her with the 501st Legion on Mandalore itself, but he'd been unable to find any trace of her in the chaos following the Purge. The answer would be years in coming. Hadrian spent the early Imperial period in constant movement, helping Jedi survivors where he could find them, establishing hidden sanctuaries on remote worlds, and gradually piecing together the truth about Palpatine, Darth Vader, and the engineered fall of the Republic. The revelation of Anakin Skywalker's transformation into Darth Vader struck him with particular force. He remembered his conversations with Ahsoka, her defense of her master, the darkness he'd sensed gathering around the Chosen One. If only he'd been more explicit in his warnings, perhaps. But dwelling on such thoughts was fruitless. Hadrian had learned in his first life that regret was a poor companion for resistance. Instead, he focused on building networks, gathering knowledge, and developing his own Force abilities further. Without the constraints of Jedi orthodoxy, Hadrian explored aspects of the Force that both Jedi and Sith had neglected. He studied ancient texts recovered from hidden temples, experimented with techniques that blended light and dark aspects, and refined his understanding of what it truly meant to walk the Grey Path. 5 years into the Empire's reign, Hadrian had established himself as Jaster Mariel, a nondescript trader whose unremarkable ship traveled between mid-rim worlds, occasionally venturing into the Outer Rim for business opportunities. This cover allowed him to move Force-sensitive children to safety, transport resistance operatives, and maintain contact with the scattered network of survivors he'd assembled. It was on Takodana, in Maz Kanata's castle, that he finally found the answer to the question that had haunted him since Order 66. He'd come to meet one of his contacts, a Rodian with information about Imperial prison transports potentially carrying Jedi captives. As he waited at a corner table, nursing a Corellian ale, a familiar presence in the Force brushed against his awareness. Hadrian froze, his senses extending cautiously. The signature was changed, Wounded, guarded, harder, but unmistakable. Scanning the crowded cantina, his eyes finally settled on a hooded figure at the bar, speaking quietly with Maz. He approached carefully, knowing that surviving Jedi had developed hair-trigger reflexes. When he was 3 paces away, the figure stiffened, one hand dropping to a concealed weapon. "It's been a long time," Hadrian said quietly, pitching his voice for her Montrose alone. "I've missed our philosophical debates, Ahsoka Tano." The figure turned slowly, hood falling back just enough to reveal familiar facial markings and blue eyes that widened in shock. "Hadrian?" she whispered. "You're alive?" Maz Kanata, watching them with ancient, knowing eyes, gestured to a private back room. "Reunions like this deserve privacy, especially in these dark times." Once alone, Ahsoka lowered her hood completely, revealing how the years had changed her. She was taller, leaner, her montrals and head-tails fully grown. But the most significant changes were in her eyes, harder now, haunted by loss, yet still holding that essential spark of determination that had always defined her. "I thought you might have died with the others," she said. "When I couldn't sense you anymore, I learned to mask my presence in the Force," Hadrian explained. "Something I probably should have taught you before we parted." "I figured it out eventually," Ahsoka replied with a grim smile. "Necessity is an excellent teacher." They exchanged abbreviated versions of their experiences since Order 66. Hadrian's work establishing safe havens for Force sensitives, Ahsoka's time in hiding and her eventual connection to early rebellion cells under the codename Fulcrum. "And Anakin?" Hadrian finally asked, though he already knew the answer. Pain flashed across Ahsoka's face. "He became Vader. I didn't believe it until..." She swallowed hard. "Until I faced him. Felt what he had become." Hadrian reached across the table, his hand covering hers. "I'm sorry. I sensed the darkness growing in him, but I never imagined it would consume him so completely. Could you have stopped it? If you'd been there?" The question held no accusation, just desperate wondering. "I don't know," Hadrian answered honestly. "Tom Riddle, Voldemort, in my first life made his choices just as Anakin made his. Sometimes the path to darkness has too much momentum for anyone to redirect it." They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of shared history and separate tragedies hanging between them. "The Jedi were wrong," Ahsoka said finally. "About so many things. Their rigidity, their blindness to manipulation, their inability to evolve. Your gray path. I understand it better now. It's not an easy path," Hadrian cautioned. "Balance requires constant vigilance against both extremes." "Nothing worthwhile is easy," Ahsoka replied, a hint of her old determination surfacing. "And I'm tired of failed systems dictating my choices." As they continued talking, their plans began to align. Both were working to undermine the Empire, both were protecting Force sensitives from the Inquisitors, both were seeking ancient knowledge that might eventually help restore balance to the galaxy. "We should work together," Hadrian suggested. "Your rebellion connections and my sanctuary network would be stronger combined." Ahsoka considered this, then nodded slowly. "It makes sense. But we need to be careful. The Empire's reach grows longer every day. I've evaded Dark Lords before," Hadrian reminded her with a slight smile. "And this time, I have an excellent partner." Something shifted between them in that moment, a recognition of shared purpose that went beyond their previous friendship. Two survivors of different purges, both walking paths outside traditional boundaries, both carrying knowledge their enemies would kill to suppress. As they prepared to leave Maz's castle separately, basic security protocols demanding they maintain distance in public, Ahsoka paused. "I kept it, you know," she said quietly. "Kept what?" She reached into a pocket and produced the small figurine he had made for her years ago on Felucia, the Togruta with twin lightsabers, somewhat worn now from handling but still intact. It reminded me there were different ways to see the Force. Different paths than the one I'd been taught. She tucked it away carefully. Sometimes it was the only hope I had. Hadrian felt something warm unfurl in his chest, The same feeling he'd had when teaching Dumbledore's army, when watching his friends master difficult spells. The knowledge that sharing his perspective had helped someone find their own strength. "We'll meet again in 2 weeks," he confirmed. "The coordinates I gave you, they're for one of my safest sanctuaries. You'll be welcome there. Until then." Ahsoka agreed, pulling her hood back into place. "May the Force be with you, Hadrian. And with you, Ahsoka. Always." As he watched her disappear into the crowd, Hadrian felt the Force swirling around them both, weaving patterns he couldn't yet decipher but instinctively trusted. In a galaxy of darkness, he had found a light he hadn't dared hope still burned. The gray path needed both shadow and illumination. Perhaps together, they could walk it more surely than either could alone. The sanctuary Hadrian had established on Lothal's remote southern continent had once been a small Jedi meditation retreat, abandoned centuries before the Clone Wars. Its weathered stone buildings, half reclaimed by native grasses, appeared unremarkable from the air, just another collection of ruins on a planet full of ancient sites. Yet within those humble walls, Hadrian had created something unique, a haven where Force sensitives could learn without Jedi dogma or Sith corruption. The dozen occupants, ranging from children rescued from Inquisitor hunters to elderly scholars who had hidden their abilities all their lives, practiced a form of Force use that emphasized balance, intention, and harmony with natural cycles. When Ahsoka arrived, her small transport settling onto a concealed landing pad, Hadrian felt her surprise ripple through the Force as she sensed the community's unique signature, either light nor dark, but a balanced flow that felt almost like the planet itself breathing. He met her at the landing pad, watching as she took in the simple stone buildings with their gardens and the small group of students practicing forms in the central courtyard. Their movements blended traditional Jedi kata with elements Hadrian had adapted from his memories of magical dueling. "This isn't what I expected," Ahsoka admitted as they walked toward the main building. "It's peaceful. Even with the Empire's shadow over everything." "That's the point," Hadrian explained. "To create a space where balance can be maintained despite external darkness. The eye of the storm, if you will." Inside, the main hall was simple but welcoming, worn stone floors covered with handwoven rugs, walls lined with salvaged texts from various Force traditions, windows positioned to capture natural light. A group of younger students looked up from their meditation as Hadrian and Ahsoka entered, their expressions curious but not fearful. "Everyone, this is Ahsoka Tano," Hadrian announced. "A fellow traveler on the Grey Path and our new ally. She'll be staying with us while we coordinate our efforts." The introductions that followed revealed the diversity of Hadrian's sanctuary: former Jedi younglings who had escaped the Purge, naturally Force-sensitive individuals discovered before the Inquisitors could find them, even a former Imperial officer who had defected after discovering his own connection to the Force. Each had a story of loss, discovery, and finding a new perspective under Hadrian's guidance. "You've built something remarkable," Ahsoka said later as they shared a simple meal in his quarters. "It's what the Jedi Order could have been if they'd been willing to evolve." Hadrian shook his head slightly. "It's smaller, more vulnerable. The Jedi had thousands of years of accumulated wisdom. And thousands of years of accumulated blindness," Ahsoka countered. "They couldn't see the Sith Lord in front of them because they were too certain of their own righteousness. A fault I'm trying not to repeat," Hadrian said. "Every teaching here is presented as a perspective, not an absolute truth. Every student is encouraged to question, to find their own balance." Ahsoka studied him thoughtfully. "You're a natural teacher. You were in your first life too, weren't you?" Hadrian smiled, memories of the DA flooding back. "I taught other students to defend themselves when our educational system failed us. It wasn't so different from this, finding our own way when traditional authorities couldn't or wouldn't provide what we needed." Their conversation shifted to practical matters, combining Ahsoka's rebel contacts with Hadrian's network of safe houses, coordinating to rescue Force-sensitive children from Imperial detection, sharing intelligence on Inquisitor movements. As they talked, the ease between them grew, two experienced strategists finding common ground and complementary strengths. When Ahsoka decided to stay at the sanctuary between her fulcrum missions, it felt natural to both of them. She began to assist with training the younger students, her experiences providing valuable perspectives Hadrian couldn't offer. In return, he helped her refine techniques that utilized both sides of the Force without succumbing to darkness, skills that proved invaluable in her confrontations with Inquisitors. Weeks stretched into months, and their partnership deepened. During quiet evenings, Hadrian would sometimes tell stories from his first life, tales of Hogwarts, of friendships forged in adversity, of magic and wonder alongside darkness and loss. Ahsoka, in turn, shared memories of her time as a Padawan, adventures with Anakin before his fall, and her gradual disillusionment with the Jedi Order's rigidity. One night, as they sat on the sanctuary's roof watching Lothal's twin moons rise, Ahsoka asked the question that had lingered between them. "Do you miss it? Your first life?" Hadrian was quiet for a long moment, considering. "I miss the people," he finally answered. "Ron and Hermione, the Weasleys, my godfather Sirius, Remus, Dumbledore, even Ginny and our children, though those memories feel more distant now, like a dream within a dream." "You had children?" Ahsoka seemed surprised by this detail. "3. Hadrian nodded. "James, Albus, and Lily. They had children of their own before that life ended. That must be strange to remember." "It is. But the emotions remain true, even if the context has changed." He turned to look at her, silver moonlight illuminating her white facial markings. "What about you? Do you miss your life as a Jedi?" Ahsoka's gaze remained on the stars. "I miss what I thought being a Jedi meant, protecting the innocent, seeking wisdom, serving something greater than myself. But the institution? The code? No. Those constraints never truly fit me, even before I left the Order." Silence settled between them, comfortable and thoughtful, until Ahsoka spoke again. "Sometimes I wonder what might have happened if we'd met earlier. If your perspective had influenced the Jedi when they were still strong. Could things have been different? Perhaps," Hadrian conceded. "Or perhaps I would have been expelled for heresy, and you would have been forbidden from speaking to me." His lips quirked in a half-smile. "Systems resist change, especially when they believe they're already perfect. Like the Empire believes it's perfect now." Ahsoka noted grimly. "A perfect machine of oppression. Every empire falls eventually," Hadrian reminded her. "Voldemort's reign lasted barely 3 years. Palpatine's will end too, though perhaps not as quickly. And then what? Another republic that gradually corrupts? Another Jedi Order that calcifies into dogma? The cycle seems endless." Hadrian reached over, his hand finding hers in the darkness. "Then we work to create something better. Something balanced. Not perfect, nothing human or near human ever is, but wiser for having witnessed the failures of what came before." The touch of their hands lingered, and with it a current of connection through the Force that neither had fully acknowledged until that moment. Their Force signatures, Hadrian's silver-white glow threaded with emerald, Ahsoka's blue-white brightness with threads of orange gold, intertwined visibly to their Force-sensitive perception. Ahsoka's eyes widened slightly. "That's intense." "Force bonds often are," Hadrian said quietly. "Especially between people who've walked similar paths." "Is that what this is? A Force bond?" "Among other things," Hadrian replied, his gaze holding hers. "Unless I'm misinterpreting." Ahsoka laughed softly. "For someone with 2 lifetimes of experience, you can be remarkably hesitant." "Old habits," Hadrian admitted with a smile. "Harry Potter wasn't exactly skilled at recognizing when someone cared for him. Too many years of neglect before Hogwarts." "Well, Hadrian Varus should know that Ahsoka Tano doesn't share rooftop stargazing with just anyone," she replied, leaning slightly closer. "Nor does she spend months at a remote sanctuary when the rebellion needs her elsewhere." The kiss that followed felt inevitable, a natural extension of the bond that had been growing between them since their first meeting years before. The Force surged around them, past and present interweaving, as if approving this union between light and shadow, between old soul and new wisdom. When they finally parted, Hadrian felt a contentment he hadn't experienced since awakening in this galaxy, a sense of rightness that transcended the darkness of the Empire's reign. In Ahsoka, he had found not just an ally or friend, but someone who truly understood the complex path he walked. "What happens now?" Ahsoka asked, her hands still entwined with his. "We continue," Hadrian answered simply. "We teach, we fight, we build something worth preserving. And we do it together, balancing each other, as we help others find their own balance." As if in response to his words, a shooting star blazed across Lothal's night sky, a momentary brilliance against the darkness that surrounded it. Both watched it in silence, recognizing the apt metaphor for their own existence under Imperial rule. Small lights against vast darkness. But lights nonetheless. The happiness they found together at the sanctuary proved temporary. The Empire's reach continued to extend, Inquisitors grew more numerous and determined, and their network of safe houses faced increasing pressure. When an Imperial probe droid was discovered near the sanctuary 6 months later, they knew their time on Lahal was ending. "We need to scatter the students," Hadrian said grimly as they planned the evacuation. "Small groups to different locations. Less detectable that way." Ahsoka nodded, studying the star map they projected. "I have contacts on these systems who can provide temporary shelter. And the older students can help transport the younger ones." The evacuation proceeded with practiced efficiency. They had prepared for this possibility from the beginning. Within 48 hours, the sanctuary was empty, its occupants dispersed across the outer rim with new identities and cover stories. Only Hadrian and Ahsoka remained, ensuring all traces of Force use were obscured. As they prepared their own transport for departure, Imperial ships appeared on the horizon. "Perfect timing," Ahsoka muttered, sealing the last container of ancient texts. "As usual." Hadrian's expression was calm but focused as he monitored the approaching ships. 3 light cruisers. And something else. His face darkened. "An Inquisitor. Maybe 2. Time to disappear," Ahsoka concluded, activating the transport's engines. "The rendezvous point is still secure." Their ship lifted off just as the Imperial vessels came within firing range. What followed was a desperate chase through Lothal's atmosphere. Hadrian's piloting skills, honed through 2 lifetimes of flying under pressure, matched against Imperial precision and superior numbers. "We need a diversion," Ahsoka called from the gunner position as she returned fire. "They're not falling for standard evasion patterns." Hadrian nodded, making a swift calculation. "There's a mining facility in Sector 4. If we skim close enough to their volatile material stores, the Imperials would have to break off pursuit or risk causing an explosion that would undermine their protective presence narrative." Ahsoka finished, understanding immediately. The maneuver worked, but at a cost. As they screened over the mining facility, Imperial fire struck their port engine. Hadrian managed to maintain control long enough to reach the upper atmosphere, but hyperspace calculations became impossible with their damaged navigational array. "We need to split up," Hadrian decided as warning lights flashed across the cockpit. "The Empire wants Force users more than anything. If we're together, we're easier to track." Ahsoka's face showed she understood the logic but disliked it intensely. "Where and when do we regroup?" "Tatooine," Hadrian replied after a moment's consideration. "There's a Force presence there that creates interference. It will help mask us. 3 standard months from now." As they prepared the escape pod for Ahsoka, their farewell was brief but intense, both aware it might be their last for some time, or possibly forever in the uncertainty of Imperial rule. "Remember everything I've taught you about masking your presence," Hadrian said, gripping her shoulders. "And everything you've taught me about surviving when the odds are against you." Ahsoka's eyes held his, fierce and determined. "This isn't goodbye, Hadrian. I didn't find you after all these years just to lose you to the Empire." Their kiss was swift but powerful, a promise and a sealing of their bond. As Ahsoka entered the escape pod, she held up the small figurine he had made her years ago. "Still have it," she said with a tight smile. "Still my reminder that there are different paths." I'll see you on Tatooine, Hadrian promised as the pod door sealed. He watched her trajectory toward Lothal's smaller moon, waiting until she was safely away before setting his own course toward the planet's magnetic poles, a direction that would make tracking more difficult but would certainly end with a crash landing. As his damaged ship entered Lothal's atmosphere at a dangerous angle, Hadrian centered himself in the Force. If he survived this, he would need to remain hidden, possibly for months. If not, well, he had experience with death before. And this time, he wouldn't be facing it alone or unprepared. The ship hit Lothal's surface with bone-jarring force, and darkness claimed him. Hadrian regained consciousness in near-total darkness, the taste of blood in his mouth and the smell of scorched metal surrounding him. Pain radiated from his left leg and several ribs, but a quick Force assessment confirmed nothing was life-threatening. Dragging himself from the wreckage, he took stock of his situation. The ship had crashed in Lothal's northern wilderness, far from settlements, but equally far from immediate Imperial response. His emergency pack had survived, containing basic supplies, identity documents for several cover personas, and his lightsaber. Most importantly, the crash hadn't killed him, which meant he had a promise to keep. The journey across Imperial-controlled space to reach Tatooine tested every skill Hadrian had developed in both lifetimes. He traveled as a succession of unremarkable individuals, a wounded merchant, a down-on-his-luck gambler, a pilgrim seeking ancient wisdom, moving gradually from system to system through legitimate and illegitimate channels alike. He avoided using the Force when possible, masked it completely when necessary, and only once had to engage an Imperial patrol that came too close to discovering his true identity. That encounter ended with confused stormtroopers who suddenly couldn't remember why they had stopped the quiet traveler or what they had been looking for. 3 standard months stretched to 4 as blockades and increased Imperial security measures delayed his progress. By the time Hadrian finally reached Tatooine, the twin suns had completed an additional cycle, and his concern for Ahsoka had grown into constant, nagging worry. Had she made it off Lahel safely? Had the Inquisitors tracked her? Was she waiting for him, or had she been forced to flee elsewhere? The answer came in Mos Eisley Cantina, where Hadrian sat nursing a drink and observing the clientele with careful attention. The Force, always slightly strange on Tatooine due to another presence he could sense but not pinpoint, suddenly rippled with familiar energy. He didn't turn when someone slid onto the stool beside him, but he felt tension drain from his shoulders as a familiar voice ordered a drink in Huttese. "You're late," Ahsoka said quietly when the bartender moved away. "Imperial entanglements," Hadrian replied, still not looking directly at her. Basic security in a place where bounty hunters sought rewards for turning in fugitives. "You've been here long?" 2 months. "Working as a mechanic on the south side." She sipped her drink. "It's not a terrible cover. Gives me access to ship traffic information." Hadrian nodded slightly. "Any complications?" "Several. We should discuss them somewhere private." They left separately, reuniting at a small dwelling on the outskirts of the spaceport that Ahsoka had secured as a temporary base. Once inside, with security measures activated, they finally dropped pretense. The embrace they shared was equal parts relief, affection, and the simple joy of survival against considerable odds. Hadrian felt the Force bond between them strengthen immediately, as if responding to their physical proximity after months apart. "I was beginning to think you hadn't made it," Ahsoka admitted, her forehead resting against his. "Takes more than an Imperial entanglement and crash landing to keep me down," Hadrian replied with a slight smile. "Though I wouldn't recommend either experience." As they shared information about their separate journeys and what they had learned about the Empire's movements, one fact became increasingly clear: the sanctuary network they had built was under systematic attack. Safe houses had been compromised, contacts had disappeared, and several Force-sensitive children they had been protecting had been captured by Inquisitors. "They're hunting us specifically now," Ahsoka concluded grimly. "Not just general Jedi survivors, but our Grey Pass students and teachers. Someone high up has taken notice." "Vader," Hadrian surmised. He would recognize your Force signature, and he'd be particularly threatened by Force users who don't conform to either Jedi or Sith dogma. Ahsoka's expression hardened at the mention of her former master. If it is him, we can't risk rebuilding the network as it was. We need something more distributed. Less detectable. Something that doesn't depend on us. Hadrian agreed, thinking rapidly. If we're the targets, we need to separate ourselves from those we're protecting. Their solution was both elegant and painful. They would become decoys, deliberately drawing Imperial attention while their remaining network contacts worked independently to move Force sensitives along shifting, unpredictable routes. Hadrian and Ahsoka would appear periodically in different systems, allowing glimpses of their presence before vanishing again, a strategy designed to keep Imperial resources focused on them rather than vulnerable students and allies. It meant constant movement, minimal communication with their network, and little time together. But both recognized it as the best way to protect what they had built. Their last night on Tatooine, sheltered in the small dwelling with twin moons casting silver light through narrow windows, held a bittersweetness either could ignore. "This isn't how I imagined our path would continue," Ahsoka said as they lay together, her fingers tracing the outline of a scar on Hadrian's shoulder, relic of an Imperial blaster shot that hadn't quite missed. "Always running, always separated. It's not forever," Hadrian assured her, though both knew such promises held little weight in a galaxy under Palpatine's control. "The Force brought us together across lives and stars. It won't abandon us now." Ahsoka's smile held the complicated wisdom she had earned through years of war and loss. "You still have hope. After everything. I died defeating one Dark Lord," Hadrian reminded her. "And found you in my second life. How could I not have hope?" Their goodbye the next morning was practical, focused on operational security and rendezvous protocols. But as they prepared to depart in opposite directions, Ahsoka paused. "The Great Path doesn't mean walking alone," she said, her voice carrying certainty Hadrian hadn't heard since before the Empire's rise. "Whatever happens, whatever distance separates us, we're walking it together." Hadrian nodded, recognizing the promise for what it was, not just personal but philosophical. A commitment to the balance they had found together, to the new understanding of the Force they were preserving for future generations. "Always," he replied simply. The years that followed were among the most challenging of either lifetime Hadrian could remember. The decoy strategy worked almost too well. Imperial forces pursued them relentlessly across the galaxy, forcing constant movement and vigilance. Their separate paths crossed only rarely, brief interludes of connection amid constant danger. Yet their work bore fruit. The distributed network of Force-sensitive individuals continued to grow, operating in cells too small for Imperial intelligence to easily track. Their students, scattered across dozens of worlds, developed and shared new understandings of the Force that incorporated both light and dark aspects without surrendering to either extreme. Through furtive messages and encrypted transmissions, Hadrian and Ahsoka witnessed their gray philosophy taking root, not as a formal order or academy, but as an organic, resilient approach to the Force that spread through quiet teaching and example. 8 years after the fall of the Republic, their paths converged on Jedha, a world whose ancient Force traditions predated both Jedi and Sith. Disguised as pilgrims, they spent 3 precious days together in the shadow of the Temple of the Wills, sharing information and reaffirming their bond. "There are rumors of organized resistance now," Ahsoka told him as they walked through the temple's outer courtyard. "Not just scattered cells, but a coordinated rebellion with leadership and resources. You're doing, in part," Hadrian observed. "Your Fulcrum network has been laying groundwork for years." Ahsoka shook her head slightly. "I've played my role, but the desire for freedom was always there. The Empire just keeps giving people more reasons to fight." They paused before an ancient carving that depicted the Force as a circular flow between opposing energies. Light and dark, life and death, creation and destruction, all part of a single, unified whole. "Our ancestors understood balance better than we did," Hadrian mused, tracing the carving with one finger. "Before the Jedi decided light must eliminate dark, before the Sith decided dark must conquer light. Understanding doesn't make achieving balance any easier, Ahsoka pointed out. Especially not now. Hadrian turned to her, noting the new lines around her eyes, the greater definition of her facial markings, the confident poise that had replaced youthful energy. The years of imperial rule had hardened her, yes, but also deepened her connection to the Force in ways traditional Jedi training never would have. I've been thinking, he said carefully, about shifting our approach. The Empire is too firmly established for our current methods to make meaningful difference. We need something more focused. What did you have in mind? There's a nexus point coming. I can feel it in the Force, like ripples spreading backward from a stone that hasn't yet hit the water. Hadrian's expression grew distant, remembering similar feelings before key moments in his first life. We should stop running and start preparing for it. Preparing how? By gathering knowledge the Empire fears most, the ancient understanding of balance. There are texts and artifacts scattered across the galaxy that neither Jedi nor Sith fully utilized. If we could assemble them, we could create a new template. Ahsoka finished, grasping his concept immediately. Not just for individual Force users, but for a future where neither light nor dark dominates. Their new mission was far more dangerous than simple evasion. It took them to forbidden worlds, abandoned temples, and secret Imperial facilities where recovered Jedi and Sith artifacts were stored for the Emperor's private study. On Malachor, they discovered ancient Sith teachings about passion and attachment that, stripped of their corrupted context, contained insights about the Force's emotional aspects that the Jedi had systematically rejected. On Ilum, they recovered crystals from the destroyed Jedi temple that resonated with pure light side energy. On Dagobah, they spent 3 weeks studying a vergence in the Force so powerful it made even simple meditation a profound communion with both light and dark currents. Each discovery deepened their understanding and refined their approach to the Great Path. Hadrian found his experiences as Harry Potter providing unexpected context, his memories of love-based protection magic, of sacrificial power, of the soul-damaging effects of hatred giving him insights that no native of this galaxy could possess. Ahsoka, meanwhile, contributed her lived experience of both Jedi training and its limitations, her understanding of how institutions could fail their members, and her hard-won wisdom about finding one's own path when traditional options failed. Together, they compiled their knowledge into encrypted datapads and handwritten journals, creating a comprehensive philosophy of balanced Force use unlike anything that had existed before in the galaxy. Not a rigid code like the Jedi or Sith, but a flexible framework for understanding and working with the Force in all its aspects. 14 years after the Empire's formation, they returned to Lahal, cautiously, under deep cover, to check on former students rumored to be operating in the sector. Their visit coincided with increasing rebel activity in the area, including sightings of a crew that included a young Force-sensitive being trained by a former Jedi named Kanan Jarrus. We should contact them, Ahsoka suggested as they monitored transmissions from their small safe house outside Capital City. They could benefit from our experience. Hadrian hesitated, stretching his awareness through the Force. There's something complex happening here. Multiple threads converging. I think we need to observe before intervening. What they witnessed over the next several days confirmed Hadrian's instinct. The rebels were indeed connected to the growing rebellion, with Ahsoka's former Fulcrum network playing a significant role in their operations. More intriguingly, the young Force-sensitive, a boy named Ezra Bridger, showed a natural inclination toward aspects of both light and dark sides. He hasn't been fully indoctrinated into Jedi absolutism, Hadrian observed after watching Ezra and Kanan training from a distance. His connection to the Force is more intuitive, less restricted. Kanan's teaching is unorthodox by necessity, Ahsoka agreed. He never completed his own training. They debated whether to approach the rebels directly but ultimately decided against it. The presence of 2 experienced Grey Force users would draw too much Imperial attention to Lahal, potentially endangering the rebel cell before they were ready for such scrutiny. Instead, they left a carefully encoded message in a Force-sensitive data crystal, containing selected teachings from their compiled knowledge and coordinates, for a secure communication frequency should the rebels choose to make contact. A seed, Hadrian explained as they planted the crystal where Kanan would eventually sense its presence. Whether it grows depends on the soil it finds. As they departed Lahal, Ahsoka seemed troubled. When they reached the safety of hyperspace, she finally voiced her concern. "I feel like we're running out of time," she admitted. "Not just us personally, but for this approach we're taking. Events are accelerating. The rebellion is growing. The Empire is becoming more desperate." Hadrian nodded, having sensed the same currents in the Force. "The nexus point is coming sooner than I expected. We need to ensure our knowledge is preserved, regardless of what happens to us." Their solution was to establish 3 separate caches on remote, unlikely worlds, each containing a complete record of their Grey Force philosophy, protected by safeguards only Force sensitives walking the balanced path could navigate. Not hidden from those who might need them, but secured against those who would misuse them. The final cache was placed on a desert world in the far outer rim, a planet called Jakku that featured in both their Force visions as significant to some future event neither could fully perceive. After activating the protective measures around the Jakku cache, they stood together on a ridge overlooking endless sand dunes, twin suns setting in a display reminiscent of Tatooine. The Force flowed strongly here despite the apparent emptiness, currents of potential swirling beneath the barren surface. "Something important will happen here," Ahsoka said with certainty. "Not soon, but eventually." "I feel it too," Hadrian agreed. "A culmination of some kind." As night fell, bringing a blanket of stars more brilliant than most inhabited worlds ever saw, they made camp on the ridge. Perhaps their last peaceful moment together before returning to the increasingly dangerous game of cat and mouse with Imperial forces. Sitting beside a small fire, Ahsoka suddenly laughed, a sound Hadrian had heard too rarely in recent years. "What?" he asked, smiling at her unexpected mirth. "I was just thinking about how you once told me the Force brought us together for a reason. Back during the Clone Wars, when we barely knew each other." "I remember." Hadrian nodded. "Rather presumptuous of me. But accurate," Ahsoka countered, her expression softening. "Look at what we've created together. Not just us personally, but this path, this understanding of the Force that might have been lost otherwise." Hadrian reached for her hand, their fingers intertwining naturally. Through the Force, their bond hummed with accumulated years of shared purpose, danger, and profound connection. "When I was reborn into this galaxy," Hadrian said quietly, "I thought perhaps it was to prevent another Dark Lord's rise to power. To stop Palpatine somehow, as I'd stopped Voldemort. And now? Now I think it was for this, to help forge a new understanding that neither Jedi nor Sith could reach alone. To find balance in a galaxy that had forgotten what true balance means." Ahsoka's gaze held his, the firelight reflecting in her eyes. "And to find each other. Don't forget that part." "Never," Hadrian promised, feeling the truth of it resonating through their bond. "Not in this life or any other." Under Jakku's star-filled sky, with the Force flowing in perfect equilibrium between them, the gray path they had pioneered felt not just possible but inevitable, a necessary evolution in the galaxy's understanding of its most fundamental energy. Whatever came next, whether continued struggle against the Empire or new challenges either could yet imagine, they would face it together, walking the line between light and darkness with hard-won wisdom and unwavering purpose. The nexus point approached. And they would be ready. Chapter 2, Shadows of Empire. The twin suns of Jakku sank below the horizon, casting long shadows across the endless dunes. Hadrian and Ahsoka had sealed away their compiled knowledge of the Grey Path, their legacy, preserved for whoever might need it in a distant future neither could fully perceive. As darkness fell, they remained on the ridge, reluctant to leave this rare moment of peace. "We should go," Ahsoka said eventually, though she made no move to rise. The firelight played across her white facial markings, accentuating features that had grown more defined with age and experience. "Imperial patrols have increased in this sector." Hadrian nodded but reached for her hand instead. "A few more minutes. The Force feels clarified here." She couldn't disagree. Something about this barren world resonated with possibilities, not now, but someday. They both felt it, a current in the force that seemed to flow from a future not yet written. Do you ever wonder? Ahsoka asked quietly. What would have happened if you'd never been reborn here? If Harry Potter had simply moved on to whatever awaited him? Hadrian considered this, his eyes reflecting the dancing flames. The Force would have found another way, I suppose. It always does. He smiled slightly. But I'm rather glad it chose me. As am I. Ahsoka leaned against him, her presence in the Force intertwining with his in that now familiar harmony they'd cultivated over years of partnership. Though I could have done without the Empire and constant running. But where would be the adventure in that? Hadrian's joke carried the weight of their shared hardships, 14 years of Imperial pursuit, of watching friends disappear, of building something fragile in the shadow of overwhelming darkness. Their moment of respite ended with the faint but unmistakable whine of Imperial engines. A distant patrol, still kilometers away, but heading in their direction. Time to disappear. Hadrian sighed, extinguishing their small fire with a gesture. The skills of rapid escape had become second nature to them both. Within minutes, their campsite vanished without a trace, and their small unmarked ship lifted silently into Jakka's night sky. As the planet receded below them, Ahsoka plotted a deliberately complex hyperspace route, while Hadrian monitored Imperial communications. They're not following us, he confirmed as they prepared to jump. Just routine patrol patterns. For now, Ahsoka added. The caution had become habitual after so many narrow escapes. The stars stretched into streaks of light, and Jakka disappeared, along with the precious knowledge they had hidden there. Neither knew how many years would pass before someone worthy found their cache, but both felt certain it would survive until needed. As their ship traveled through hyperspace, Hadrian found himself watching Ahsoka. Her face in repose held both strength and weariness, the accumulated toll of a life spent fighting. From Padawan to commander to rebel operative, she had never known true peace. He wondered, not for the first time, if he could ever give her that. I can feel you thinking, Ahsoka said without opening her eyes. Just appreciating the view. She smiled, eyes still closed. Charming! But I sense more than that. The bond between them had grown so strong that hiding emotions had become nearly impossible. A blessing and complication both. I was thinking about after, Hadrian admitted. After the Empire falls. Now her eyes opened, meeting his with a mixture of hope and skepticism. Bold of you to assume we'll live to see it. I've died once already, he reminded her with a slight smile. I'm in no hurry to repeat the experience. Ahsoka reached across the narrow space between their pilot chairs, her fingers finding his. What would after look like, in your imagination? It was a game they rarely allowed themselves, dreaming of futures that seemed impossibly distant under Palpatine's reign. A place of our own, Hadrian said softly. Not hiding, not running. Teaching those who seek balance without fear of inquisitors or death squads. Somewhere green, Ahsoka added, her eyes drifting closed again as she joined the fantasy. With mountains and forests, unlike all these desert worlds we keep visiting. And water. Hadrian continued. A lake, perhaps. I've always found water soothing. You never told me why. Hadrian's mind drifted to memories of Hogwarts, of the Black Lake where he had once rescued hostages during the Triwizard Tournament. In my first life, some of my happiest moments happened near water. And some of my most important lessons. They continued this gentle exchange of hopes until the navigation computer signaled their approach to the first hyperspace waypoint. Reality intruded once more, reminding them that dreams remained distant while the Empire's shadow stretched across the galaxy. Their immediate destination was Takodana, Maz Kanata's castle, where they had arranged to meet with an agent of the growing rebellion. Over the years, they had maintained a careful relationship with the organized resistance movement, providing intelligence and occasional direct assistance without fully aligning themselves with its military structure. Do you trust this contact? Ahsoka asked as they prepared to drop out of hyperspace. About as much as I trust any rebel operative I haven't personally vetted, Hadrian replied. But Maz vouched for them, which counts for something. Ahsoka nodded, understanding the caution. Too many resistance cells had been infiltrated by Imperial agents over the years. Their survival had depended on maintaining distance, even from causes they supported. Takodana appeared before them, its lush green surface a welcome change from Jakka's endless sand. They landed in a clearing several kilometers from Maz's castle, covering their ship with a camouflage tarp enhanced by subtle force suggestions to look elsewhere. The walk through Takodana's forest was almost pleasant, birds calling, sunlight filtering through ancient trees, the scent of vegetation rich after so many barren worlds. Had circumstances been different, it might have felt like a stroll rather than a covert approach to a dangerous meeting. "I've been thinking about your former master," Hadrian said as they walked, breaking a comfortable silence. Ahsoka's step faltered slightly. Even after all these years, mentions of Anakin Skywalker, now Darth Vader, affected her deeply. "What about him? The Emperor keeps him as an enforcer, a weapon. But Sith tradition demands that eventually, the apprentice challenges the master. You think Vader will turn against Palpatine?" Ahsoka sounded skeptical. "I think that relationship is inherently unstable," Hadrian clarified. "And instability creates opportunity." "For what?" Hadrian stepped over a fallen log, offering his hand to help Ahsoka across a small stream. "For change." For undermining both of them simultaneously. She considered this as they continued walking. Even if Vader overthrew Palpatine, the Empire would continue. Different Sith Lord, same oppressive system. Perhaps, Hadrian acknowledged. But transitions are vulnerable moments. And there's something else, something I've sensed about Vader that doesn't align with typical Sith psychology. Which is? Regret. Hadrian stopped walking, turning to face her directly. Beneath the rage and hatred that fuel his connection to the dark side, there's a current of profound regret. That's unusual for a true Sith. Ahsoka's expression grew distant, remembering the man Vader had once been. Anakin always felt things deeply. His emotions were both his strength and weakness as a Jedi. And now as a Sith, Hadrian concluded. Which makes him vulnerable in ways Palpatine isn't. They resumed walking, both contemplating the implications. Hadrian had learned through bitter experience in his first life that understanding an enemy's psychological weaknesses could be more valuable than knowing their tactical vulnerabilities. Maz's castle appeared through the trees, its ancient stone walls rising above the surrounding forest. As always, a collection of ships from across the galaxy sat in the nearby landing area, smugglers, traders, mercenaries, and others who operated in the gray spaces of galactic society. "Remember the cover story?" Ahsoka reminded as they approached. "Antiquities dealers looking for information on artifacts from the Outer Rim. A cover story uncomfortably close to the truth," Hadrian noted with a wry smile. They entered the castle separately, Ahsoka first while Hadrian lingered outside, observing the patrons coming and going. After confirming no obvious Imperial presence, he followed, choosing a different entrance, and making his way to the bar through a circuitous route. The familiar chaos of Maz's establishment provided excellent cover. Dozens of conversations in multiple languages creating a wall of sound, diverse species from across the galaxy making any particular face less noticeable, and Maz's strict, no fighting, policy ensuring a minimum of Imperial interest in the place. Hadrian ordered a Corellian ale and settled into a corner table with good sight lines to both main entrances. Ahsoka had positioned herself at the bar, apparently engrossed in conversation with a Radian trader but actually watching the room through reflections in the bottles behind the counter. Their contact was late, not necessarily cause for alarm, but enough to heighten their natural caution. Hadrian sipped his drink slowly, his senses extended through the Force to detect any approaching danger. The sensation came suddenly, a ripple of recognition and surprise. Not from Ahsoka, but from somewhere else in the crowded room. Someone Force-sensitive had recognized him. Hadrian didn't react visibly, maintaining his relaxed posture while scanning the crowd more carefully. There, a hooded figure in the far corner, partially obscured by a group of boisterous Deveronian gamblers. The figure wasn't moving toward him or signaling in any way, just observing. With the slightest tilt of his head, Hadrian alerted Ahsoka to the situation. She acknowledged with an equally subtle adjustment of her position, angling to get a better view of the mysterious watcher. Before either could take further action, the cantina's main door swung open, admitting a tall, broad-shouldered man with a captain's insignia partially visible beneath his worn cloak. Their contact had arrived, finally, Captain Ramus Antilles of Alderaan, aide to Bail Organa and trusted rebellion operative. Ahsoka moved first, accidentally, bumping into the captain at the bar, using the moment of apparent apology to confirm his identity and direct him toward Hadrian's table. The practiced maneuver looked entirely natural to any observers. "You're late," Hadrian noted quietly as Antilles sat across from him. "Imperial checkpoint near Chandrila," the captain explained. "They're increasing security throughout the core systems. Something has the Emperor concerned." "Us, perhaps," Hadrian suggested with a hint of dark humor. "If only we were that important," Antilles replied. "No, this is something bigger. There are rumors of a significant Imperial weapons project, something called Stardust." Hadrian felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature in the cantina. The force rippled with warning at the word, though he had no context for it. "Tell me everything you know." As Antilles shared the limited intelligence the rebellion had gathered, construction facilities and remote systems, massive resource allocation, unusual security protocols, Hadrian maintained awareness of their mysterious observer. The hooded figure remained in place, still watching but making no move to approach or interfere. "Senator Organa requests your assistance," Antilles concluded. "Your unique perspectives and abilities could help us understand what we're facing. Our unique perspectives are precisely why we maintain distance from your formal structures," Hadrian reminded him. "Direct involvement would endanger both your operations and ours." "This is different," Antilles insisted. "Whatever Stardust is, it represents an escalation. The Empire isn't just maintaining control anymore, they're building something that frightens even their own commanders." Hadrian considered this, feeling the weight of decision. Their carefully maintained independence had kept them alive and effective for 14 years, allowing them to preserve and develop knowledge that might otherwise have been lost. Direct involvement with the rebellion's hierarchy risked everything they had built. And yet, "We'll consider it," he said finally. "Not promising more than that. We'll need to discuss privately." Antilles seemed ready to press further, but voices raised near the entrance drew everyone's attention. A group of uniformed beings had entered, not Imperial troops, but something nearly as concerning, bounty hunters bearing the insignia of the Imperial Bounty Hunters Guild. "Time to leave," Hadrian murmured, sliding a data chip across the table to Antilles. "Our latest intelligence on Inquisitor movements in the Outer Rim. Use it wisely." The captain pocketed the chip smoothly. "The contact protocol remains the same if you decide to help with Stardust." Hadrian nodded and stood, making his way toward a side exit with unhurried steps that wouldn't draw attention. As he passed near the mysterious observer's table, he felt another ripple in the force, not threatening, but insistent, like recognition. Outside, he circled around the castle to their predetermined rendezvous point, a small clearing half a kilometer into the forest. Ahsoka arrived minutes later, moving silently through the underbrush. "Bounty hunters," she reported unnecessarily. "Not looking for us specifically, from what I could tell. No, they're after a smuggler who apparently offended a Moff's son," Hadrian confirmed. "But their presence complicates things." "Did you notice our watcher?" Hadrian nodded. "Force sensitive. Trained, but not recently. The signature felt dormant, like someone who hadn't actively used their abilities in years." "Rebel agent? Imperial spy?" Ahsoka speculated. "Neither, I think." Hadrian frowned, trying to place the vaguely familiar sensation. "Something else." "Something." The crack of a twig behind them had both spinning, hands moving to concealed lightsabers. The hooded figure from the cantina stood at the edge of the clearing, hands raised in a gesture of peace. I mean no harm, a female voice called softly. I recognize you both. Thought you might want to know you're not as anonymous as you believe. Hadrian kept his hand near his weapon but didn't draw it. Remove your hood. Slowly. The woman complied, revealing a face neither had seen in over a decade, human, middle-aged, with eyes that held the weary wisdom of someone who had seen too much conflict. Barriss Offee. Ahsoka breathed, shock evident in her voice. The former Jedi who had once betrayed Ahsoka, framed her for bombing the Jedi Temple, and caused her departure from the Jedi Order, stood before them, older, careworn, but unmistakable. Hello, Ahsoka, Barriss said quietly. It's been a long time. The tension in the clearing became palpable. Ahsoka's hand tightened on her lightsaber hilt, emotions warring visibly across her face, shock, anger, confusion. You have approximately 30 seconds to explain why we shouldn't consider you a threat, Hadrian said calmly, positioning himself slightly between the two women. Because I've spent the last 14 years trying to atone, Barriss replied simply. Helping Jedi escape the Purge, hiding Force-sensitive children from Inquisitors, using what little influence I have to undermine the Empire from within. Why should we believe you? Ahsoka demanded, her voice tight with controlled emotion. You shouldn't, automatically, Barriss acknowledged. But the Force will confirm I'm speaking truth. I've changed, Ahsoka. The angry, misguided zealot who betrayed you died long ago, along with the Jedi Order she sought to expose. Hadrian extended his senses, probing carefully. Barriss allowed the examination without resistance, her Force signature open for inspection. What he found surprised him, genuine remorse layered over determination, fear subsumed by purpose, the dark impulses that had once driven her to terrorism now channeled into careful, patient resistance. She's not lying, Hadrian said after a moment. At least, not about her current intentions. Intentions aren't enough, Ahsoka replied, still not relaxing her stance. Not after what she did. No, they're not, Barriss agreed quietly. Which is why I didn't approach you directly in the castle. I only followed when I saw the bounty hunters enter. They're not just after a random smuggler, that's their cover. Their primary target is an Imperial defector hiding at Maz's, someone with information about this Stardust project your contact mentioned. That got their full attention. Hadrian exchanged a quick glance with Ahsoka, a silent question passing between them. How do you know this? Ahsoka demanded. Because I've been tracking Imperial Black projects for years, Barriss explained. It's my particular focus within the Resistance network. When rumors of Stardust emerged, I followed the information trail. It led here, to an architect who worked on the initial designs before fleeing with data that could be crucial to understanding what the Empire is building. Hadrian considered this information against what Antilles had shared. It aligned too perfectly to be coincidence or deception. Where is this defector now? He asked. Hidden in Maz's lower levels. She's protecting him until a rebel extraction team arrives, but if those bounty hunters are who I think they are, they'll tear the castle apart to find him. The decision formed between Hadrian and Ahsoka without words needed, a benefit of years fighting together. Whatever their feelings about Barriss Offee, the information about Stardust was too important to ignore, and innocent lives at Maz's castle hung in the balance. We'll help extract the defector, Hadrian decided. But this doesn't mean we trust you, Barriss. I wouldn't expect it to, she replied evenly. Trust is earned, and I have much to atone for, especially with Ahsoka. Ahsoka's face remained impassive, but Hadrian felt the turmoil beneath her controlled exterior. This unexpected confrontation with her past had shaken her more than she wanted to admit. We'll discuss your atonement later, she said finally. For now, tell us everything you know about these bounty hunters and the castle's layout. As they formulated a hasty extraction plan, Hadrian observed the dynamic between the two former friends. The wound of betrayal still ran deep for Ahsoka, understandably so. Barriss had cost her not just her place in the Jedi Order but her faith in the institution itself. And yet, without that painful separation, Would Ahsoka ever have been open to the gray path they now walked together? The Force worked in complex patterns, he reflected. Today's tragedy often laid groundwork for tomorrow's transformation. Ready? He asked when their planning concluded. Both women nodded, their personal history temporarily set aside in favor of the immediate mission. Then let's move quickly, Hadrian said. And hope Maz doesn't ban us from her castle for the trouble we're about to cause. The extraction did not go smoothly. What should have been a quick, quiet operation to smuggle the Imperial defector, a nervous Arcanian engineer named Vorin Nile, through Maz's hidden tunnels erupted into chaos when one of the bounty hunters recognized Barriss from an old Imperial wanted list. Blaster fire erupted in the cantina's main hall, sending patrons diving for cover and drawing furious protests from Maz herself, who stood atop her bar shouting orders and imprecations in multiple languages. So much for subtlety, Ahsoka muttered as she deflected a blaster bolt away from the terrified engineer they were protecting. Hadrian created a force barrier to cover their retreat toward the kitchen area, where one of Maz's secret passages awaited. When has subtlety ever been our strong suit? Despite the danger, he felt a familiar rush, the clarity that came in combat, when decisions simplified to immediate action and reaction. He had felt it during Quidditch matches in his first life, during battles against Death Eaters, and now in countless skirmishes against Imperial forces. Barriss fought alongside them with practiced efficiency, her lightsaber, now yellow instead of the blue she had wielded as a Jedi, moving in precise arcs that spoke of regular use despite her claim of dormant abilities. She and Ahsoka fell into old combat rhythms despite everything between them, years of shared Jedi training creating an automatic synchronicity. They made it to the passage entrance with their charge intact but had little time before the bounty hunters would follow. As Hadrian ushered the engineer into the narrow tunnel, Ahsoka made a split-second decision. "You two get him to safety," she said to Hadrian and Barriss. "I'll hold them here and create a false trail." "That's too dangerous," Hadrian objected immediately. "These aren't standard bounty hunters, they're Imperial specialists. Which is why they'll be more interested in a former Jedi than a fleeing engineer," Ahsoka countered. "I can handle myself, and I know these forests better than they do." Hadrian recognized her tone. She had already decided, an argument would waste precious seconds. Still, the thought of separation, even tactical and temporary, sent a ripple of unease through him. "The usual rendezvous," he said, their code for a backup meeting location they had established years ago. "Don't be late." "When am I ever?" she replied with a quick smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. The moment hung between them, so much unsaid because it didn't need saying after so many years together. Then Ahsoka was gone, darting back toward the main hall where shouts and blaster fire continued. "She'll be all right," Barriss said quietly as they urged the engineer deeper into the passage. "Ahsoka was always the most capable of us." "I'm not concerned about her capabilities," Hadrian replied, more sharply than intended. "I'm concerned about Imperial resources and what they might commit to capturing a high-value target." The passage wound beneath Maz's castle and eventually opened into the forest nearly a kilometer away. They emerged cautiously, Hadrian extending his senses through the forest to detect any waiting enemies. Finding none, they began the trek toward where their ship lay hidden. "You care deeply for her," Barriss observed after they had walked in silence for several minutes. Hadrian glanced at her but didn't slow his pace. "That's not a recent development." "No, I suppose not. Even during the Clone Wars, there was something between you two, a connection unusual for a Jedi." "Ahsoka has never been a typical Jedi," Hadrian noted. "And I never was one at all." The engineer, hurrying to keep up with their longer strides, spoke for the first time since the chaotic escape began. Are you the Grey One? The Force user who walks between light and dark?" The question startled both Hadrian and Barriss. They exchanged glances, suddenly re-evaluating the importance of their unexpected charge. "Why would you ask that?" Hadrian inquired carefully. "There are rumors, even within Imperial scientific divisions," Nile explained, his voice lowered despite the empty forest around them, "about Force users who rejected both Jedi and Sith teachings. The Emperor is obsessed with finding them. Especially one who supposedly possesses knowledge from beyond this galaxy. Hadrian felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cooling evening air. He had been careful, they both had, to keep their gray philosophy hidden from Imperial intelligence. Yet somehow, whispers had reached Palpatine himself. Interesting rumors, he replied neutrally. But we should focus on reaching safety before discussing Imperial intelligence matters. Niall nodded nervously but kept glancing at Hadrian with obvious curiosity as they continued through the forest. When they reached the hidden ship, Hadrian immediately began pre-flight checks while Barriss secured their passenger. His concern for Ahsoka grew with each passing minute, though he knew she was more than capable of evading pursuers in terrain like this. "We can't wait much longer," Barriss said quietly, returning to the cockpit. "Imperial reinforcements will already be en route." "We're not leaving without Ahsoka," Hadrian replied, his tone making it clear this wasn't open for discussion. "I didn't suggest we should," Barriss said evenly. "But we need a contingency plan. If she's been delayed or captured, she hasn't been captured." The certainty in Hadrian's voice came not just from wishful thinking but from their Force bond. He would have felt her distress or pain through that connection. As if summoned by his confidence, a flash of white and blue appeared at the forest's edge. Ahsoka sprinted toward the ship, lightsabers ignited behind her to deflect pursuit that wasn't immediately visible. "Start the engines," Hadrian called to Barriss as he lowered the ramp. Ahsoka leaped aboard moments later, breathing hard but otherwise unharmed. "Imperial reinforcements," she reported between breaths. "Full stormtrooper unit with TIE support incoming. Less than 5 minutes out." Hadrian sealed the ramp as Barriss lifted the ship, their camouflage cover falling away as they rose above the tree line. "Pursuit?" he asked, sliding into the co-pilot's seat. "Guaranteed," Ahsoka confirmed, taking the gunner's position with practiced ease. "Those bounty hunters called in our presence before I could stop them." True to her prediction, they had barely cleared the atmosphere when Imperial TIE fighters appeared on their scanners, moving to intercept. What followed was a familiar dance, Barriss piloting evasive maneuvers, Ahsoka returning fire when possible, Hadrian calculating hyperspace jumps that would lose their pursuers without leading them toward any rebel safe havens. Only when they had made 3 separate jumps and confirmed no tracking devices were attached to their hull did they finally relax their vigilance. "Well," Hadrian said dryly, "that was more excitement than we'd planned for a simple information exchange." "It usually is with you too," Barriss remarked, the hint of a smile softening her serious features. Ahsoka didn't smile back. With the immediate danger past, the reality of Barriss's presence had returned to the forefront of her mind. "I think it's time you explained exactly what you've been doing for the past 14 years, she said to her former friend. "And why we should trust anything you say." Barriss nodded, accepting the challenge without defensiveness. "I deserve your suspicion. After what I did to you, I wouldn't expect forgiveness or trust." "Good," Ahsoka replied curtly. "Because you won't get either easily. Perhaps we should include our passenger in this conversation," Hadrian suggested, nodding toward where the engineer waited nervously in the ship's small common area. "Given his apparent knowledge about Grey Ones and Imperial interest in us." The 4 gathered around the ship's central holodable, an awkward assembly of former enemies, reluctant allies, and one terrified Imperial defector who suddenly found himself in the presence of exactly the Force users the Emperor was hunting. "Start from the beginning," Hadrian instructed Niall gently. "What is Stardust, and why does the Emperor associate it with Grey Force users?" The engineer swallowed hard. "Stardust is the code name for a battle station. A weapon unlike anything constructed before, capable of destroying entire planets with a single blast." The revelation hung in the air, its horror almost incomprehensible. "That's not possible," Barriss said finally. "The energy requirements alone would be, it's powered by Kyber crystals," Niall interrupted. "Massive quantities harvested from Jedi temples and sacred sites across the galaxy. The same crystals that power lightsabers, but on an unimaginable scale." Hadrian exchanged a glance with Ahsoka, both remembering the reports they'd heard of Imperial mining operations on Ilum and other Force-sensitive worlds. "What does this have to do with Grey Force users?" Ahsoka asked, returning to Hadrian's original question. "The Emperor believes only Kyber crystals can channel sufficient energy for the weapon," Nile explained. "But initial tests showed instability. The crystals resist being used for such destructive purposes. They're alive, in some way I don't understand. They're connected to the Force," Hadrian confirmed. "And naturally aligned with creation and protection, not mass destruction." The engineer nodded eagerly. "Exactly. Which is why the Emperor has been searching for alternative methods of control. When reports reached him of Force users who could balance light and dark aspects, he became fixated on the possibility that such techniques might stabilize the Kyber focusing array." Hadrian felt sick. The philosophy he and Ahsoka had developed, their careful exploration of balance between aspects of the Force, was being sought as a tool for unprecedented genocide. "That's why the bounty on information about Grey Force users increased last year," Barris added, pieces falling into place. "The weapon must be nearing completion, but they haven't solved the Kyber stability problem." "How close is it to operational?" Ahsoka asked Nile. 3 to 5 years for full functionality," the engineer estimated. "But limited firing capability could be achieved sooner if they solve the focusing array issues." Hadrian sat back, mind racing through implications. A weapon capable of destroying planets would change everything. Not just military balance but the entire nature of Imperial control. Planets would submit through fear alone, resistance would become nearly impossible, and the Emperor's grip on the galaxy would be absolute. "We need to get this information to the rebellion immediately," Barris said, voicing what they all were thinking. "Agreed." Hadrian nodded. "But carefully. If the Empire learns how much we know, they'll change security protocols and possibly accelerate their timeline." "There's more," Nile said hesitantly. "The Emperor isn't just seeking Grey Force knowledge for the weapon. He believes such techniques might provide personal benefits." "What kind of benefits?" Ahsoka asked, though her expression suggested she already suspected the answer. "Immortality," the engineer whispered. "He's convinced that mastery of both aspects of the Force could unlock secrets of life extension beyond even Sith capabilities. The weapon is important, but his search for Grey Force users is personal." The information struck Hadrian with particular force. Memories of Voldemort's obsessive quest for immortality in his first life overlapped with this new threat, another Dark Lord willing to commit atrocities to extend his existence unnaturally. "Some patterns repeat across lives," he murmured, almost to himself. "What?" Nile looked confused. "Nothing." Hadrian shook his head. "Just an observation." The conversation continued for hours as they extracted every detail Nile possessed about the weapon's design, capabilities, weaknesses, and the Empire's search for Grey Force users. By the time they finished, their course was set, both literally as their ship traveled through hyperspace toward a rebel rendezvous point, and figuratively as their role in the coming conflict crystallized. They could no longer maintain their careful distance from the organized rebellion. The threat of this weapon, this Death Star, as the technical plans called it, demanded direct intervention. Their Grey Force knowledge needed protection not just for future generations but to prevent its misuse by the Emperor. When Nile finally retired to rest, exhausted by the day's events and lengthy debriefing, Hadrian, Ahsoka, and Barris remained at the holotable. "I suppose this means we're officially joining the rebellion," Ahsoka said, a mixture of resignation and determination in her voice. "Not entirely," Hadrian qualified. "We'll share information, coordinate efforts, but maintain operational independence. Our Grey Path and knowledge must remain protected even from well-meaning allies." "The rebellion won't like those conditions," Barris pointed out. "They'll want full integration, especially with a threat of this magnitude. They'll accept what we offer or receive nothing," Hadrian replied simply. "Some lessons from the Jedi's fall must be heeded, including the danger of subjugating individual conscience to institutional demands." Silence fell as each considered the path ahead. After a moment, Ahsoka addressed the band in the room. What about you, Barriss? What role do you see for yourself in all this? The former Jedi met her gaze steadily. Whatever role allows me to help stop this weapon and continue my atonement. I don't expect forgiveness or trust, but I hope to earn the right to fight alongside you both. Atonement without forgiveness is just self-punishment. Hadrian observed quietly. Perhaps that's all I deserve. Barriss replied. Ahsoka studied her former friend, emotions warring visibly across her face. I'm not ready to forgive what you did, she said finally. But I recognize you're not the same person who betrayed me. The Force shows me that much. It wasn't acceptance or reconciliation, but it was a beginning, a crack in a wall of pain built over many years. Thank you, Barriss said simply. That's more than I expected. Hadrian watched this exchange with mixed feelings. The possibility of healing old wounds represented hope, something desperately needed in these dark times. Yet Barriss's presence complicated their carefully balanced partnership and introduced variables they couldn't fully predict. We'll make our decision about ongoing collaboration after we deliver Nile and his information to the rebellion, he said, diplomatically postponing the more difficult conversation. For now, we should all rest. Tomorrow will bring challenges enough. As Barriss retired to the small crew quarters, Ahsoka remained behind, her presence in the Force turbulent with unresolved emotions. Are you all right? Hadrian asked quietly when they were alone. I don't know, she admitted. Seeing her again, it brings back everything. The betrayal, the trial, leaving the Order. She shook her head. If she hadn't framed me, I might have died with the other Jedi during Order 66. The Force works in unexpected patterns, Hadrian observed. What seems like tragedy often creates possibility. Like your rebirth here? Exactly like that. He reached across the table, his hand covering hers. I'm not suggesting you should immediately trust Barriss or pretend the past didn't happen. Just that perhaps her reappearance now, when we're facing a threat of this magnitude, isn't coincidental. Ahsoka's fingers intertwined with his, drawing strength from the connection that had sustained them both through years of imperial persecution. I hate when you make sense, she said with the ghost of a smile. Especially about things I'm trying to be properly angry about. One of my many annoying qualities, Hadrian agreed lightly. Along with my tendency to quote obscure magical theories from another lifetime. The tension broken, Ahsoka moved around the table to sit beside him, her head coming to rest naturally on his shoulder. Neither spoke for several minutes, simply existing together in a moment of quiet amid the storm gathering around them. If Palpatine is searching for grey Force knowledge to extend his life, Ahsoka said finally, then everything we've built is at risk. Yes, Hadrian acknowledged. But so is everything he's built. Knowledge of balance is useless, dangerous, even to someone fundamentally unbalanced. The Emperor might seek our techniques, but he could never truly understand or implement them without transforming himself in ways that would undermine his very nature as a Sith. That's not particularly comforting when he's building a planet killer and hunting us specifically, Ahsoka pointed out. No, Hadrian agreed. But it means we have an advantage he doesn't recognize. He sees only potential power to seize, not the fundamental transformation required to wield it. This was the heart of the Grey philosophy they had developed together, the understanding that balance wasn't simply using light and dark techniques side by side, but integrating them through personal transformation. It required acceptance of one's whole self, the capacity for both creation and destruction, for both compassion and righteous anger, while maintaining conscious choice rather than surrendering to either extreme. An Imperial Sith Lord, dedicated to domination and control, could never achieve such integration without ceasing to be what he was. So we're still walking between worlds, Ahsoka mused. Neither fully aligned with the rebellion nor completely hidden from the Empire. The Grey Path was never going to be easy, Hadrian reminded her. But it remains necessary. As they retired to rest, either could know that the events set in motion by their discovery of the Death Star project would reshape their lives even more profoundly than the fall of the Republic had. The coming years would test not just their skills and resources, but the very philosophy they had built together, the belief that balance could be maintained even in a galaxy dominated by extremes. The rebel rendezvous point turned out to be an aging Mon Calamari cruiser hiding in the outer reaches of the Sullust system. As their ship approached, Hadrian noted the increasing organization and military structure of the rebellion, a far cry from the scattered resistance cells they had worked with in the Empire's early years. "They're becoming more formal," he observed as they were directed to a specific landing bay by rebel traffic controllers using proper military protocols. "They have to," Barris replied from the co-pilot's seat. "The Empire grows stronger every year. Disorganized resistance can harass but never truly challenge it." Ahsoka, monitoring communications for any sign of Imperial presence, glanced up. "You sound like you've been more involved with the rebellion than you initially suggested." Barris hesitated before answering. "I've worked with certain elements. Primarily intelligence gathering and occasional extraction of Force sensitives. But not as part of their formal command structure. Much like us," Hadrian noted. "Though apparently with less Imperial attention. I was presumed dead after the purge," Barris explained. "It provides certain advantages for covert work." Their arrival in the cruiser's main hangar bay revealed further evidence of the rebellion's evolution. Starfighters arranged in squadron formation, uniformed personnel moving with purpose, and the unmistakable atmosphere of a military operation rather than a loose coalition of resistors. They were met by a welcoming committee that included Captain Antilles and, to their surprise, Bail Organa himself. The Alderaanian senator had been one of the earliest architects of resistance against the Empire, though he maintained a public facade of cautious cooperation to protect his position and planet. "Master Varys, Commander Tano," Organa greeted them with formal bows. "Your arrival with Engineer Niall is most fortuitous. And Barris Offee as well, an unexpected addition." The formal titles surprised both Hadrian and Ahsoka, who had abandoned such designations years ago. It reminded them how the rebellion still viewed them, through the lens of their past associations rather than their current philosophy. "Senator," Hadrian acknowledged with a slight nod. "We come with information of grave importance regarding an Imperial weapons project." "So Captain Antilles indicated in his advance communication," Organa confirmed. "We've assembled our intelligence division to receive your report." They were escorted to a secure briefing room deep within the cruiser. Along the way, Hadrian noted the mix of species and backgrounds among the rebel personnel, a sharp contrast to the human-dominated Imperial forces. That diversity had always been one of the rebellion's strengths, reflecting the inclusive galaxy they fought to restore. The briefing itself was tense and sobering. Niall presented his technical knowledge of the Death Star, supported by the stolen data he had managed to smuggle out. Hadrian, Ahsoka, and Barris added context about the Kyber crystal focus array and the Emperor's search for Grey Force techniques to stabilize it. What they carefully omitted was any specific detail about their Grey philosophy or the caches of knowledge they had hidden across the galaxy. Some secrets remained too dangerous to share, even with allies. The rebel leadership responded with appropriate alarm but also pragmatic focus on verification and potential countermeasures. Plans were immediately formed to infiltrate additional Imperial facilities associated with the project, analyze the technical data for weaknesses, and accelerate development of the rebellion's fleet in anticipation of direct confrontation. "This changes everything," General Takodana, an aging veteran of the Clone Wars, stated grimly. "A weapon of this magnitude eliminates the possibility of political solutions. It was always heading toward open warfare," Senator Mon Mothma replied. "This merely accelerates our timeline." Throughout the strategic discussion, Hadrian observed the rebel leaders carefully. Their commitment and courage were evident, but so was a certain rigidity of thinking, a tendency to frame the conflict in absolute terms of light versus dark, good versus evil, that reminded him uncomfortably of the Jedi Order's limitations. When the briefing concluded and smaller working groups formed to address specific aspects of the crisis, Bail Organa approached them privately. "There's something else we need to discuss," he said quietly. "Something of a more personal nature regarding the Force." Intrigued, They followed him to a smaller, even more secure chamber equipped with advanced privacy screening. Once inside, Organa's formal demeanor softened slightly. "What I'm about to share is known to only a handful of people in the galaxy," he began. "It concerns the children of Anakin Skywalker." Ahsoka physically startled. "Children? Anakin had children?" Organa nodded solemnly. "Twins born as the Republic fell. Their mother died in childbirth. To protect them from the Emperor and their father, they were separated and hidden." The revelation struck Ahsoka deeply. Hadrian felt her shock and confusion ripple through their bond, another piece of her former master's life she had never known. "Why are you telling us this?" Hadrian asked, though he suspected the answer. "Because they are force-sensitive, though untrained," Organa explained. "The boy, Luke, was taken to Tatooine, raised by Skywalker's stepfamily. The girl—" He paused, emotion briefly overcoming his diplomatic control. "The girl, Leia, is my daughter now. My wife and I adopted her." Ahsoka sank into a chair, overwhelmed by these revelations. "Anakin never knew?" "No. He believes they died with their mother. That belief is crucial to their safety." Hadrian processed this information against their knowledge of Vader's psychology. "You're concerned about their force potential. That eventually they'll be detected." "Yes," Organa confirmed. "Particularly now, with the Emperor actively seeking Force users beyond the traditional Jedi or Sith paths. I've managed to shield Leia so far. Her training has focused on politics and leadership, deliberately avoiding anything that might awaken her abilities too obviously. But as she grows older, the potential becomes harder to mask." Hadrian finished for him. "And the boy on Tatooine? Watched over from a distance by Obi-Wan Kenobi, living as a hermit under the name Ben." Another shock for Ahsoka. "Master Kenobi is alive? All this time?" "Few know this," Organa cautioned. "It must remain that way for everyone's protection." The implications were significant. Skywalker's children represented both hope and danger, potential focal points for restoring balance to the Force, but also vulnerabilities that Palpatine would exploit mercilessly if discovered. "What exactly are you asking of us?" Hadrian inquired directly. Organa considered his words carefully before responding. "I'm not asking you to train them, not yet. That decision belongs to Kenobi and others who have watched over them. But I am asking for your insight as Grey Force users. If the traditional Jedi path failed Anakin so completely, perhaps his children require a different approach." It was a profound question, touching the very heart of what Hadrian and Ahsoka had been developing over the years, an alternative to the binary thinking that had contributed to both the Jedi's fall and the Sith's corruption. "We would need to meet them," Ahsoka said after a thoughtful silence. "At least observe them from a distance to understand their natural inclinations." "Impossible right now." Organa shook his head. "The risk of exposure is too great. But perhaps in the future, when circumstances allow." "Then what can we offer beyond theoretical discussion?" Hadrian asked. "Your perspective on how balance might be taught differently than Jedi discipline or Sith indulgence," Organa replied. "Insights I might incorporate subtly into Leia's education without explicitly training her Force sensitivity." The conversation that followed was among the most significant they had engaged in since developing their Grey philosophy. They shared carefully selected aspects of their approach: the integration of emotion rather than its suppression or exploitation, the conscious choice required for each use of the Force rather than surrender to either light or dark dogma, the importance of personal integrity over institutional loyalty. Organa listened with the focused attention that had made him an effective senator, asking occasional questions that revealed both political acumen and paternal concern. "You've created something remarkable," he observed when they finished. "Not just techniques but a coherent worldview that might have prevented much suffering had it been available earlier." "We can't know that," Hadrian cautioned. "The Force unfolds as it will. Our path emerged from the ashes of both Jedi and Sith failures. It couldn't have existed without those painful lessons." "Perhaps," Organa acknowledged. "But it offers hope for a different future." one where Skywalker's children might avoid their father's fate. As they prepared to conclude the meeting, the senator made one final request. Would you consider recording some of these teachings? Not explicitly as Force instruction, but as philosophical guidance I could share with Leia when appropriate? The request required careful consideration. Written records of their gray approach had been deliberately limited to protect the knowledge from Imperial discovery. Yet Organa's request came from genuine concern for a child's well-being, not institutional ambition. We'll prepare something suitable, Hadrian decided after silently consulting with Ahsoka through their bond. Basic principles that won't explicitly trigger Force sensitivity, but might provide a framework for balance should her abilities naturally emerge. Thank you, Organa said with evident relief. That may prove more valuable than any military intelligence in the long term. As they left the secure chamber, Ahsoka remained unusually quiet, still processing the revelation about her former master's children. You all right? Hadrian asked softly when they had a moment alone. I don't know, she admitted. Anakin as a father, it changes how I remember him. Makes his fall even more tragic. She shook her head. And knowing Obi-Wan survived all this time without reaching out. He was protecting the children. Hadrian reminded her gently. Any connection to former associates would have created danger. I know. Logically, I understand. But emotionally. She trailed off, unable to fully articulate the complex feelings evoked by these revelations about people who had once been family to her. Hadrian understood without her needing to explain. The ghosts of their respective pasts never truly disappeared, they simply integrated into the people they had become. The remainder of their time aboard the rebel cruiser was spent in strategic planning. With the Death Star threat confirmed, operational priorities shifted dramatically. The rebellion would need to locate the construction site, identify vulnerabilities, and develop a plan to either destroy or disable the weapon before it became fully operational. When discussions turned to their ongoing role, Hadrian and Ahsoka maintained their position of operational independence while agreeing to closer coordination. We can be most effective working outside formal rebel structures, Hadrian explained to the rebel command. Our methods and knowledge require flexibility your military hierarchy can't accommodate. And what about protection of that knowledge? General Draven asked pointedly. If the Emperor is specifically hunting you for these gray Force techniques, shouldn't the rebellion provide security resources? With respect, General, we've evaded Imperial forces for 15 years without rebel protection, Ahsoka replied. Attaching your resources to us would only create additional vulnerability for your operations. The compromise they eventually reached established secure communication protocols and periodic intelligence sharing without formal integration into the rebellion's command structure. They would continue their work, protecting Force sensitives, gathering information on Imperial Force-related projects, and developing their gray philosophy, while maintaining loose coordination with rebel activities. Barriss, somewhat to their surprise, elected to remain with the formal rebellion. My skills are better utilized within intelligence operations, she explained. And perhaps it's time I stopped hiding in shadows. The moment of parting with their unexpected ally was awkward but not hostile. Whatever path toward reconciliation might exist between Barriss and Ahsoka would require time and further interaction, either of which their current circumstances permitted. May the Force be with you both, Barriss said formally as they prepared to depart. And with you, Hadrian replied, equally formal. Ahsoka remained silent but offered a slight nod, not forgiveness, but acknowledgement. For now, it was enough. As their ship departed the rebel cruiser, setting course for the first of many missions to gather intelligence on the Death Star project, Hadrian felt the Force shifting around them, currents realigning towards some future confrontation neither could fully perceive. Everything's changing again, Ahsoka observed, echoing his thoughts as she often did. Like when the Republic fell. Yes, Hadrian agreed. But this time we're not reacting to someone else's design. We have our own path now. The gray path, balanced between extremes, flexible in application but uncompromising in principles. A path they had forged together through years of hardship and discovery. Whatever the Empire built, whatever battles lay ahead, they would face them not as remnants of failed traditions but as pioneers of something new. Something needed. Something that might, in time, help restore balance to a galaxy long dominated by its absence. The next 4 years passed in constant motion. As the Death Star neared completion and the rebellion grew from scattered resistance to organized military force, Hadrian and Ahsoka operated in the increasingly dangerous spaces between Imperial control and rebel activity. They established a network of informants within Imperial research divisions, focusing particularly on projects related to kyber crystals and Force applications. They extracted scientists with crisis of conscience, smuggled data to rebel intelligence, and occasionally executed precise strikes against key facilities to delay progress without revealing their involvement. All while continuing to protect Force-sensitive individuals who didn't fit neatly into either Imperial or Rebel categories, those whose abilities manifested in ways neither Jedi nor Sith traditions had acknowledged. Their partnership deepened through shared danger and purpose. The bond between them, already profound before the Death Star revelation, evolved into something the old Jedi would have feared and the Sith would have exploited, but which they recognized as the natural integration of their individual strengths. Not dependency or attachment in the limiting sense, but conscious choice renewed daily to walk a shared path. They were on a remote outer rim world, investigating rumors of an Imperial facility conducting experiments on captured Force sensitives, when news of Alderaan's destruction reached them. The Death Star, operational far sooner than their intelligence had suggested, had obliterated an entire core world on the Emperor's command. Billions of lives extinguished in an instant. A wound in the Force so profound that both felt it like physical pain despite being halfway across the galaxy. Bail, Ahsoka whispered, grief overwhelming her as she sank to her knees. Leia. All of them. Hadrian, equally shaken, reached for their secure communication device. We need to contact the rebellion. Confirm what happened. The information they received was fragmented but astounding. Yes, Alderaan had been destroyed, a demonstration of the Death Star's power. But against all probability, Princess Leia Organa had survived, having been captured earlier by Vader on a diplomatic mission. More incredibly, she had been rescued from the Death Star itself by a small group including Luke Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and a smuggler named Han Solo. During their escape, Kenobi had confronted Vader and been killed, but not before ensuring the other's survival. Both Skywalker twins involved, Hadrian murmured as they absorbed this information. That's not coincidence. The Force moving toward balance, Ahsoka agreed, wiping away tears shed for Alderaan and for Obi-Wan. But at such terrible cost. The next revelation came days later. Against all military logic, the rebellion had launched a desperate attack against the Death Star and succeeded in destroying it. The massive battle station, thought invulnerable, had been brought down by a single starfighter piloted by none other than Luke Skywalker, guided by the Force to exploit a critical design weakness. Anakin's son, Ahsoka said with wonder when the news reached them. Having never trained as a Jedi, accomplishing what an entire order might not have managed. Potential unrestricted by dogma, Hadrian observed. Combined with natural talent and desperate circumstance. The destruction of the Death Star marked a turning point, the first major rebel victory against the Empire, but also the beginning of a new phase in their own work. With the immediate threat of the superweapon eliminated, their focus shifted to what would inevitably follow, the Emperor's rage and Vader's personal interest in the young pilot who had destroyed his battle station. We need to find Luke before Vader does, Ahsoka said as they plotted their next moves. He'll need guidance beyond whatever fragmented Jedi training Obi-Wan provided. Agreed, Hadrian nodded. But approaching directly might put him at greater risk. Vader would sense our presence near his son. Then we work through intermediaries, Ahsoka decided, and prepare resources he might need when the time comes. Their efforts to locate Skywalker proved unnecessarily complicated when the rebellion, flush with their unexpected victory, made the tactical error of establishing a major base on Hoth, a remote ice planet that nonetheless drew Imperial attention within months. The resulting evacuation scattered rebel forces across the galaxy, with key leadership, including both Skywalker twins, though Luke didn't yet know Leia's true identity, constantly on the move to avoid capture. Reports reached them of Luke seeking Jedi training with Master Yoda on Dagobah, confirming the ancient Jedi's survival that they had long suspected but never verified. This complicated their plans to offer alternative guidance. Yoda would certainly instruct Skywalker in traditional Jedi philosophy, with all its strengths and limitations. Should we intervene? Ahsoka wondered as they discussed this development in their current temporary shelter, an abandoned mining facility on Bespin's outer platforms, far from the main cloud city where they had contacts in the Tibanna gas operation. Not yet, Hadrian decided after careful consideration. Yoda's training has value, especially the fundamental techniques. And the Force seems to be guiding Skywalker along a specific path. A path that will inevitably lead to confrontation with Vader. Ahsoka pointed out grimly. A confrontation he can't possibly win with just basic Jedi training. No, Hadrian agreed. But perhaps that confrontation is necessary for his development. Some lessons can only be learned through direct experience. His words proved prophetic. Weeks later, reports filtered through their network of a disastrous encounter on Cloud City. Luke Skywalker had faced Vader directly and been defeated, losing his hand and, more significantly, discovering the Sith Lord's true identity as his father. He knows, Ahsoka said quietly when this information reached them. Everything changes for him now. Yes, Hadrian agreed. Just as it did for you when you learned what Anakin had become. The parallels were impossible to ignore. Both Ahsoka and Luke had idolized Anakin Skywalker, both had been devastated by the revelation of his fall, and both had to reconstruct their understanding of the Force in light of that knowledge. He'll need guidance now more than ever, Ahsoka insisted. Traditional Jedi teaching won't help him process this. They'll just tell him to reject the emotional connection entirely. Agreed. Hadrian nodded. But timing remains critical. We can't simply appear and offer an alternative philosophy while he's still reeling from trauma and trying to integrate Yoda's training. Their solution was characteristically indirect. Through carefully placed contacts, they arranged for certain texts to reach the rebellion's intelligence division, historical documents about Force users who had maintained balance without subscribing to either Jedi or Sith absolutism. Nothing that explicitly revealed their gray philosophy, but seeds that might take root in receptive minds. Particularly minds grappling with the binary categorization that defined traditional Force understanding. While the greater galactic conflict escalated, Imperial forces tightening control in response to the Death Star's destruction, rebel cells becoming increasingly coordinated and effective, Hadrian and Ahsoka continued their more focused work. They dismantled Imperial operations targeting Force sensitives, redirected Kyber crystal shipments intended for weapons research, and maintained their network of safe havens for those caught between warring factions. Reports of a second Death Star under construction reached them approximately 3 years after the first one's destruction. This information, combined with intelligence suggesting the Emperor himself would personally oversee its completion, created both danger and opportunity. Palpatine rarely leaves Coruscant, Hadrian noted as they analyzed this development. His presence at the Death Star construction site represents a significant vulnerability. For him or for the rebellion? Ahsoka asked, well aware of how the Emperor had consistently outmaneuvered his opponents through apparent vulnerabilities that proved to be traps. Both, Hadrian replied thoughtfully. I suspect he's setting a trap for the rebellion generally and for young Skywalker specifically. But even the most carefully planned trap creates moments of genuine vulnerability. The following months confirmed their analysis. The rebellion mobilized its fleet for a massive assault on the Death Star construction site near Endor, while Luke Skywalker, now calling himself a Jedi Knight despite his unconventional training, surrendered himself to Imperial forces in an apparent attempt to confront Vader directly. He's walking willingly into the Nexus Point, Ahsoka observed with concern when this news reached them through rebel communications they monitored. Facing both Vader and Palpatine simultaneously. With incomplete training and divided loyalties, Hadrian added. Exactly the vulnerability Palpatine would exploit. They debated intervention, perhaps their most heated disagreement in years of partnership. Ahsoka argued for direct action, offering their assistance to Skywalker before this confrontation. Hadrian counseled patience, sensing that the Force was moving toward a resolution that required Luke to face this challenge alone. Some battles must be fought personally, he reminded her, thinking of his own final confrontation with Voldemort in his first life. Especially those that involve family and identity. In the end, they compromised, moving their ship to the Ender system but remaining outside the primary battle zone, ready to intervene if absolutely necessary but allowing events to unfold according to the currents in the Force they both sensed gathering. What transpired exceeded even their most hopeful projections. The rebellion successfully destroyed the second Death Star. The Emperor died aboard the station, not at rebel hands but reportedly killed by Vader himself while attempting to execute Luke. And Vader, Anakin Skywalker, died reconciled with his son, returning to the light in his final moments. When confirmation of these events reached them, Ahsoka wept openly, tears of grief and relief intermingled. The master she had known, lost, and mourned had found redemption in the end, fulfilling the potential for balance that had always existed within him but which the rigid structures of both Jedi and Sith had prevented him from achieving. He found the great path, she said softly as Hadrian held her. Not through philosophy or training but through love for his son. The most fundamental balance, Hadrian agreed. Choosing compassion not despite darkness but through it. Redirecting power toward protection rather than dominance. As the initial chaos of the Emperor's death spread across the galaxy, they maintained their distance from the celebrations and political maneuvering that followed. The danger hadn't passed. Imperial remnants remained powerful, various factions already positioning for advantage in the power vacuum, and the deeper imbalances that had allowed the Empire's rise still unaddressed. Their work continued, though with subtle shifts in focus. Less immediate evasion of Imperial forces, more long-term consideration of how their gray philosophy might contribute to a more stable future. Less direct intervention in specific conflicts, more strategic preparation for the challenges they sensed still laying ahead. 6 months after Ender, as the nascent New Republic struggled to establish governance across former Imperial territories, they received an unexpected communication through channels they had established with Leia Organa, now a key leader in the new government. Luke Skywalker requests a meeting, Ahsoka read from the encrypted message. He's aware of our existence and our unique approach to the Force. Interesting, Hadrian mused. I wonder what triggered his awareness. Apparently some of those historical texts we circulated found their way to him. Ahsoka continued reading. Combined with his experiences with Vader and the Emperor, they raised questions traditional Jedi resources couldn't answer. The meeting was arranged on Chandrila, the current capital of the New Republic, with appropriate security measures to prevent drawing unwanted attention. Luke Skywalker had become something of a legend following the Emperor's defeat, the last Jedi, hero of the rebellion, symbol of hope for a galaxy emerging from darkness. When they finally stood face to face in a private garden overlooking Chandrila's Hana city, what struck Hadrian most was how young Skywalker appeared, younger than he and Ahsoka had been when they first walked away from Jedi orthodoxy. Yet his presence in the Force revealed complexity beyond his years, light and dark aspects integrated with conscious awareness, though not with complete balance. The trauma of his confrontations with Vader and Palpatine had forced growth that formal training alone could never have achieved. Master Varys, Commander Tano. Luke greeted them with formal bows that echoed Jedi protocol without fully adhering to it. Thank you for agreeing to meet me. We're neither Master nor Commander anymore, Hadrian replied with a slight smile. Just Hadrian and Ahsoka will do. And we should be thanking you, Ahsoka added, her voice carrying emotion she didn't attempt to hide. For bringing Anakin back, even at the end. Luke's expression softened at the mention of his father. You knew him well before. My sister mentioned you were his Padawan. Yes, Ahsoka confirmed. Though that was a lifetime ago, it seems. The conversation that followed ranged widely, from Luke's experiences with Yoda and Obi-Wan to his confrontation with the Emperor, from Hadrian's memories of another life to their development of the Grey approach during the Imperial era. What became clear was Skywalker's genuine hunger for perspective beyond the limited instruction he had received. Traditional Jedi teaching had provided foundation but not answers to the complex questions raised by his experiences. Master Yoda insisted the dark side was to be rejected entirely. Luke explained as they discussed his training that any use of it represented corruption. Yet my father turned back to the light while fully immersed in darkness. That contradiction haunts me. It's not a contradiction when you understand balance properly, Hadrian replied. Light and dark are aspects of the same force, not opposing sides of a war. What matters is conscious choice in how they're integrated and expressed. The Jedi feared emotion because it can lead to darkness, Ahsoka added. The Sith exploited emotion to access power. Neither truly understood that emotion itself is neutral. It's our relationship with it that determines its effect on the Force and ourselves. As daylight faded and Chandrila's moons rose above the garden, their discussion turned to the future, particularly Luke's desire to rebuild the Jedi Order and train a new generation of Force users. I've been collecting what remains of Jedi knowledge, he explained. Texts, holocrons, artifacts that survived the Purge. But I'm increasingly convinced that simply recreating the old order would repeat its failures. A wise recognition, Hadrian observed. Institutions tend to calcify around their founding principles, losing the flexibility to evolve as circumstances change. Which is why we've avoided creating a formal Grey Order despite developing our philosophy, Ahsoka added. Structure has value for teaching fundamentals but becomes limiting for advanced understanding. So what would you suggest? Luke asked, the genuine humility in his question impressing them both. I feel responsibility to pass on what I've learned, but I don't want to simply transfer limitations along with knowledge. The question deserved careful consideration. Their Grey path had developed through years of personal experience and reflection, not through formal curriculum or structured teaching. Yet Skywalker's intention to train others demanded more concrete guidance. Perhaps a hybrid approach, Hadrian suggested after thoughtful silence. Teach fundamental techniques and historical context as the Jedi did, but incorporate reflective practices that encourage questioning rather than mere acceptance. And acknowledge from the beginning that all Force traditions, Jedi, Sith, Night Sisters, Guardians of the Wills, captured partial truths while missing the complete picture, Ahsoka added. Present them as perspectives rather than doctrines. Luke considered this, his mechanical hand flexing unconsciously, a physical reminder of the cost of binary thinking about the Force. Would you be willing to help develop this approach? Perhaps even teach alongside me when I establish a training temple? The invitation was both flattering and concerning. Their Grey philosophy had remained effective partly because it hadn't been institutionalized, hadn't become another competing dogma in the ongoing struggle to define the Force. We can offer guidance and occasional instruction, Hadrian replied carefully. But our path remains separate from any formal order, even one with reformed approaches. We've found value in remaining independent, Ahsoka explained, sensing Luke's disappointment. Operating as examples of possibility rather than authority figures. Though clearly hoping for deeper involvement, Luke respected their position. The meeting concluded with arrangements for ongoing communication and occasional consultation as he developed his new approach to Jedi training. As they departed Chandrila the following day, returning to their nomadic existence now focused on monitoring Imperial remnants rather than evading the full Empire, both felt cautiously optimistic about Skywalker's potential impact. He's not bound by traditional Jedi thinking despite Yoda's influence, Ahsoka observed. His experiences forced him to find his own understanding. Much like yours did, Hadrian noted with a smile. Perhaps that's the Skywalker legacy, forcing evolution through sheer stubborn refusal to follow established paths. Their return to active operations revealed concerning patterns among Imperial remnants. While the New Republic consolidated control in core systems, various Imperial factions were retreating to the unknown regions and other frontier territories, taking significant military resources and research data with them. Most concerning were reports of Emperor Palpatine's contingency plans, protocols activated upon his death that seemed designed not just to punish the galaxy for his defeat, but to seed conditions for something new to emerge from the Empire's ashes. He was thinking far ahead, Hadrian noted as they analyzed intelligence gathered from an abandoned Imperial research facility on Jakku, the desert world where they had hidden one of their knowledge caches years earlier. These aren't just spite protocols. They're regeneration mechanisms. You think he planned for his possible defeat all along? Ahsoka asked, sorting through partial data files they had recovered. Not defeat specifically, but continuation regardless of physical circumstance. Hadrian clarified. Remember what our Imperial defector told us years ago, Palpatine was obsessed with immortality. These protocols suggest he developed contingencies beyond his immediate bodily survival. The implications were disturbing. Their intelligence network, maintained even as the New Republic established governance, reported increasing coordination among certain Imperial remnant factions, those following specific contingency orders rather than simply struggling to maintain power. Something is taking shape out there, Ahsoka concluded after months of monitoring these patterns. Not just scattered Imperial holdouts, but an organized entity with purpose. And likely with Palpatine's ideological imprint, if not his direct control. Hadrian agreed. The question is whether to alert the New Republic or continue our independent investigation. Their dilemma reflected the complex reality emerging after Ender. The New Republic, while well-intentioned, showed concerning tendencies toward the same bureaucratic stagnation that had weakened the Old Republic. Military forces were being dramatically reduced even as evidence suggested Imperial remnants were consolidating rather than truly surrendering. Political leaders, eager to return to normalcy after decades of conflict, seemed willfully blind to warnings from intelligence services and frontier worlds experiencing continued Imperial activity. History repeating, Hadrian observed during one particularly frustrating attempt to communicate their concerns to New Republic intelligence. The desire for peace overwhelming the vigilance needed to maintain it. Their solution, characteristic of their overall approach, was to operate in parallel to official channels, sharing necessary intelligence with the New Republic while maintaining their own more comprehensive monitoring and occasional direct intervention when Imperial remnants threatened force sensitives or pursued particularly dangerous research. Over the following years, as the New Republic stabilized and Luke Skywalker began gathering students for his new Jedi Academy, Hadrian and Ahsoka continued their nomadic existence, now less from necessity than choice. The gray path remained most effective when unbound by fixed location or institutional constraints. Their relationship, forged through decades of shared purpose and danger, evolved into something neither the old Jedi nor the calculating Sith would have understood. A partnership balanced between independence and connection, between individual autonomy and shared purpose. Not the passionate attachment the Jedi feared would lead to possessiveness and dark side corruption, nor the dominance-based relationships the Sith cultivated for power. Instead, a conscious daily choice to walk alongside each other, supporting without constraining, loving without possessing. 10 years after Ender, as they investigated disturbing reports from the unknown regions where the most organized Imperial remnants had established territory, Hadrian proposed formalizing their partnership in a ceremony that drew from both his memories of wizard bonding rituals and Force traditions predating both Jedi and Sith. "We've been walking this path together for nearly 30 years," he said as they stood atop a mountain on Batuu, a frontier world where ancient Force traditions lingered in local customs. "Perhaps it's time to acknowledge what we've built." Ahsoka, her montrals and lekka now showing the elegant maturity of a Togruta in her prime, smiled with the wisdom earned through decades of balanced Force use. "Are you proposing marriage, Hadrian Varus?" "I'm proposing recognition of what already exists," he replied. "A bond in the Force and in life that transcends both Jedi restrictions and Sith manipulation. Balance made manifest between us." The ceremony they created was simple but profound, an exchange of vows witnessed only by the Force itself, a mutual acknowledgement of the path they had pioneered together and would continue walking side by side. No rigid contractual obligation as in typical human marriages, no assumption of permanence that denied life's inherent change, but a conscious commitment to maintain balance together whatever circumstances might come. As they completed the ritual, joining hands and allowing their Force signatures to mingle completely for the first time, silver-white light threaded with emerald interweaving with blue-white brightness carrying threads of orange gold, both felt the currents of the Force shift subtly around them. Not just personal completion, but cosmic recognition of balance achieved between two beings who had spent decades pursuing it philosophically, practically, and now personally. Something's changing in the Force, Ahsoka observed as they stood together, hands still joined. Do you feel it? Yes, Hadrian confirmed. A nexus point approaching, similar to what I sensed before Ender, but larger. More significant. The sensation remained with them as they returned to their ship and resumed their investigation of Imperial remnant activities. Something was building toward culmination, not immediately but in coming years. A convergence of factors they could sense but not yet fully identify. I suspect it involves Skywalker's new Jedi, Ahsoka mused as they plotted course toward the unknown region's edge. His academy has grown significantly. Nearly 24 students now, including his sister's son. Young Solo. Hadrian nodded. Strong in the Force but troubled in spirit, from what our contacts report. Reminds me of someone else we once knew. Ahsoka noted with a sad smile. History does seem determined to rhyme, if not repeat exactly. Their investigation at the edge of known space revealed disturbing evidence of coordinated activity among Imperial remnants. Not just military consolidation but focused research into ancient Force sites, particularly those associated with dark side energies. They're looking for something specific, Hadrian concluded as they examined data retrieved from an abandoned Imperial research outpost. Something they believe will provide advantage against the New Republic when they eventually re-emerge. Or against Skywalker's Jedi, Ahsoka suggested. Remember how obsessed Palpatine was with eliminating Force users who didn't conform to either Sith or controllable Jedi models. The pattern became clearer over subsequent months. Imperial remnants, now calling themselves the First Order, in communication intercepts they managed to decode, were systematically exploring ancient Sith worlds and other dark side locations throughout the unknown regions. Simultaneously, they were recruiting Force-sensitive children from frontier worlds, not through the inquisitorious methods of the old empire but through more subtle approaches involving political indoctrination and promises of belonging. Building their own Force-using cadre. Ahsoka observed grimly after they rescued 3 such children from a First-Order recruiting operation on a remote Outer Rim world. Not Sith in the traditional sense, but something new. Something that incorporates elements of our Grey approach, twisted to serve authoritarian purposes. Hadrian added with concern. They're teaching selective emotional channeling rather than Sith passion or Jedi detachment. The children they rescued confirmed this analysis. They had been taught to use certain emotions as fuel for Force abilities while maintaining strict mental discipline and absolute loyalty to the First Order hierarchy. It's like they studied our methods and perverted them, Ahsoka said as they arranged safe transport for the rescued children to New Republic territory. Taking the integration of emotion without the conscious choice component. Precisely what we feared when we kept our knowledge cached rather than widely shared. Hadrian nodded. Balance without ethical foundation becomes merely efficient exploitation of all available power sources. Their discovery of this disturbing development demanded response. After careful consideration, they reached out to both Luke Skywalker and Leia Organa through secure channels, sharing their findings about the First Order's Force-related activities while carefully avoiding exposure of their own Grey philosophy's details. The responses they received revealed the growing divisions within the New Republic. Skywalker expressed grave concern and requested more information to help prepare his students for potential future conflict. Organa, increasingly marginalized within the New Republic Senate for her warmongering, warnings about Imperial remnants, welcomed their intelligence but noted the Senate remained unwilling to take meaningful action. Political complacency repeating, Hadrian observed. Just as the Old Republic dismissed early warnings about separatist military buildup. With the same potential consequences, Ahsoka agreed grimly. Though this time without a hidden Sith Lord orchestrating both sides. That we know of, Hadrian cautioned. Palpatine's contingency plans were elaborate. We can't dismiss the possibility of continued influence beyond his death. Their concerns deepened when reports reached them of increasing tension at Skywalker's Jedi Academy, particularly surrounding young Ben Solo, whose power and volatile temperament were creating challenges for Luke's still developing teaching approach. Should we offer direct assistance? Ahsoka wondered. Our gray perspective might help Skywalker navigate the complexities of training someone with such strong light and dark aspects. Hadrian considered this carefully, extending his awareness through the Force as he had learned to do in such moments of decision. What he sensed gave him pause, currents of destiny forming around young Solo that reminded him uncomfortably of both Anakin Skywalker and Tom Riddle from his first life. I believe we should prepare rather than intervene directly, he said finally. The pattern forming suggests a necessary process, painful but ultimately purposeful in the Force's broader movement toward balance. You think he needs to fall? Ahsoka asked sharply, the echo of Anakin's fate too pointed to ignore. I think some journeys can't be prevented by external wisdom, only supported through their natural unfolding, Hadrian clarified. Our role may not be to prevent what's coming but to prepare for what follows. Their preparation took multiple forms. They accelerated efforts to identify and secure ancient Force knowledge that might prove valuable in coming conflicts, particularly focusing on healing and protection techniques rather than combat applications. They established additional safe havens for Force sensitives who might need sanctuary if conflict erupted between the First Order and New Republic. Most significantly, they began preparing materials specifically designed to help those caught between light and dark find their own balance, resources that distilled their decades of gray path development into accessible guidance without revealing their most powerful techniques. Seeds for the future, Hadrian explained as they compiled these materials. Not an attempt to create gray Jedi or institutionalize our approach, but support for individuals who will inevitably face the same questions we did. Particularly if Skywalker's Academy faces challenges, Ahsoka added. His students have been trained in a modified Jedi approach that, while more flexible than the old order, still maintains certain binary perspectives about light and dark. Their foresight proved tragically accurate. 15 years after Ender, news reached them of disaster, Skywalker's Jedi Academy destroyed, students killed, Ben Solo fallen to the dark side and joined a mysterious dark side user associated with the First Order. The details were fragmented and contradictory, but the outcome was clear. Luke Skywalker had disappeared, his nascent Jedi Order shattered before it could fully establish itself. The New Republic, still unwilling to acknowledge the First Order's growing threat, dismissed the incident as isolated extremism rather than harbinger of wider conflict. It's happening again, Ahsoka said quietly as they absorbed this news aboard their ship, currently in orbit around Octu, an ancient world with significant Force history they had been investigating. The cycle of light falling to darkness, of institutions failing those they claimed to protect. Not exactly the same, Hadrian noted, his expression thoughtful rather than despairing. Skywalker lives, unlike most of the old Jedi during Order 66. And his approach, while it failed with Solo, planted seeds of a more balanced understanding in his other students, some of whom survived, according to our sources. You think this is still moving towards some kind of resolution? Even with the First Order gaining strength and the New Republic blind to the threat? I think the Force remains in motion toward balance, Hadrian confirmed. Not through institutions or armies but through individuals making choices. Skywalker, his surviving students, perhaps even Solo eventually. And us? Ahsoka asked. What's our role in whatever comes next? Hadrian considered this question carefully, feeling through the Force for guidance as he had learned to do across 2 lifetimes. The answer formed with unusual clarity. To prepare the ground for what follows the coming conflict, he said with certainty. Not to fight directly in the battles between First Order and Republic, or between dark and light Force users, but to preserve and position the gray understanding for those who will need it afterward. Like farmers planting crops they may not live to harvest, Ahsoka suggested, understanding immediately. Exactly. Hadrian nodded. We've lived through the fall of the Republic and the rise and fall of the Empire. We've seen Jedi and Sith both fail to maintain balance. Our perspective spans longer than most living beings in this galaxy. Our responsibility is proportional to that perspective. Ahsoka concluded, completing the thought. Their course adjusted accordingly. While maintaining vigilance regarding First Order activities, they focused increasingly on ensuring their Grey philosophy would survive whatever conflict lay ahead. They updated the knowledge caches they had established decades earlier, adding insights gained through their years of partnership. They sought out and communicated with Skywalker's surviving students, not to recruit them to their Grey path, but to offer perspective that might help them navigate the trauma of their academy's destruction without falling to either despair or vengeful anger. Most importantly, they began preparing for what they increasingly sensed would be their final major contribution to the galaxy's ongoing struggle for balance: the training of a successor who could carry forward their Grey understanding when they eventually joined the Force. Someone not bound by either Jedi or Sith history, Hadrian specified as they discussed the qualities such a successor would need. Someone who has experienced both light and dark aspects naturally, without institutional framing. Someone with the flexibility to adapt our approach rather than simply preserving it, Ahsoka added. The Grey path itself must evolve with changing circumstances. The Force, as it often did when they aligned their intentions with its deeper currents, provided direction. Their investigation of First Order activities led them to Jakku, the desert world where they had hidden one of their knowledge caches nearly 3 decades earlier. There, amid the harsh landscape of sand and salvage, they sensed a presence in the Force so powerful yet unformed that it took both their combined awareness to fully perceive it. There, Ahsoka said quietly as they observed a young human girl scavenging inside the massive wreckage of a Star Destroyer, one of many Imperial capital ships that had fallen during the Battle of Jakku years earlier. Do you feel it? Yes, Hadrian confirmed, his tone reflective. Raw power, completely untrained. Neither light nor dark dominant, just potential. They watched the girl, perhaps 12 or 13 standard years, painfully thin but moving with determined efficiency as she extracted components from the wreckage that would earn her meager portions from the local junk dealer. She's been abandoned here, Ahsoka observed, extending her awareness carefully to avoid alerting the child to their presence. Waiting for family that won't return. Yet there's no bitterness in her, despite everything. Balance formed through necessity rather than training, Hadrian noted. Strength without aggression, hope without naivety. They didn't approach directly. The girl's circumstances required careful consideration rather than sudden intervention. Instead, they established a presence on Jakku, observing from a distance while learning her routine, her challenges, and her innate relationship with the Force she didn't yet recognize within herself. Her name is Rey, Ahsoka reported after discreetly conversing with other scavengers. No known surname. Left here approximately 5 years ago with promises her family would return. Unusually skilled at finding valuable components and navigating dangerous wreckage. Force-guided intuition, Hadrian surmised, and remarkable resilience. Most children abandoned in such circumstances would have succumbed to despair or exploitation long ago. Their observation continued for weeks, both increasingly convinced they had found someone with potential to eventually carry forward their Grey understanding. Yet the timing felt wrong. Approaching her now, while she still maintained hope for her family's return, would create unnecessary trauma and confusion. She's not ready yet, Hadrian concluded reluctantly as they discussed their options. And forcing readiness would contradict everything our approach represents. So we wait, Ahsoka agreed. But ensure she survives until circumstances naturally open her to broader awareness. Their solution balanced non-interference with subtle support. They arranged for certain salvage locations to, coincidentally, contain particularly valuable components when Rey was nearby. They ensured clean water sources remained accessible near her makeshift home inside a fallen AT-AT walker. They occasionally intervened invisibly when local predators, human or otherwise, ventured too close to her isolated dwelling. all while monitoring First Order activities that increasingly focused on Jakku for reasons they couldn't immediately determine. They're searching for something specific, Hadrian noted as they tracked First Order communications about the desert planet. Something they believe is hidden here. Could they know about our cache? Ahsoka wondered with concern. Unlikely. Hadrian shook his head. The protection measures we implemented would prevent detection by conventional means. It's something else, something connected to the Battle of Jakku and the Empire's final defeat. Their investigation revealed fragments of the truth. The Emperor's contingency plans had included placing significant resources and information on Jakku before the Empire's fall. The First Order now sought these resources as part of their preparation to eventually challenge the New Republic. More immediately concerning, Ahsoka noted as they analyzed intercepted communications. They're aware of Rey's force potential. Not specifically, but they've detected unusual force sensitivity on Jakku and have dispatched agents to investigate. Which means we need to accelerate our timeline. Hadrian concluded. Not to train her yet, but to ensure she's protected until she's ready to choose her own path. They implemented additional security measures around Rey's dwelling and movement patterns, subtle force suggestions that would divert First Order searchers away from her location, modifications to local terrain that provided emergency escape routes should direct confrontation become unavoidable. Most importantly, they positioned a portion of their gray knowledge, the most basic principles and techniques, suitable for someone without prior force training, where Rey would eventually discover it when ready. Not enough to overwhelm or endanger her. Hadrian explained as they prepared this cache differently than their previous ones. Just sufficient guidance to help her begin understanding her abilities when they inevitably manifest more obviously. And to provide alternatives to the binary thinking she'll encounter if she eventually meets either Luke's surviving students or the First Order's dark side users. Ahsoka added. Their preparations complete, they departed Jakku reluctantly. Their presence risked drawing exactly the attention to Rey they hoped to avoid, and other developments across the galaxy demanded their attention. We'll return when the time is right, Hadrian promised as their ship lifted from the desert's surface. When she's ready or when circumstances force the issue. The Force will guide that moment. Ahsoka agreed, her gaze lingering on the distant figure of Rey returning to her isolated home after another day of scavenging. Just as it guided us to her. As they left Jakku's system, either could have anticipated how quickly and dramatically circumstances would indeed force the issue, nor how central the abandoned scavenger girl would become to the galaxy's future balance. The First Order's steady consolidation of power accelerated in the years that followed. Despite Leia Organasol's warnings, now operating outside formal New Republic structures through her resistance movement, the Senate remained unwilling to acknowledge the growing threat until too late. Hadrian and Ahsoka continued their work, focusing on preserving knowledge, protecting Force sensitives from First Order detection, and monitoring the increasingly concerning reports of a new Sith-like figure called Kylo Ren, formerly Ben Solo, operating under the guidance of a mysterious Supreme Leader Snoke. Another dark side user emerging from the unknown regions, Hadrian observed after they compiled intelligence on this new figure. Exactly where the Emperor's contingency resources were directed. You think Snoke is connected to Palpatine somehow? Ahsoka asked as they examined the limited information available. If not directly, then at least ideologically. Hadrian nodded. The pattern is too similar to be coincidental, recruiting a Skywalker descendant, building military forces in secret, preparing to eliminate any alternative Force traditions. Their suspicions proved horrifyingly accurate when the First Order unveiled its Starkiller base, a superweapon that dwarfed even the Death Star in destructive capacity, capable of eliminating multiple planets simultaneously across vast distances. History repeating but escalated, Ahsoka said grimly when reports reached them of the weapon's first use, the complete destruction of the Hosnian system, including the New Republic capital and its entire Senate. Precisely as we feared, Hadrian agreed. The First Order learned from the Empire's failure and constructed something even more devastating. What neither anticipated was how quickly events would accelerate from that point, the Resistance's desperate but successful attack on Starkiller Base, the emergence of Rey from Jakku into galactic events, and most surprisingly, her journey to find the long-missing Luke Skywalker. She found the map. Ahsoka marveled as their intelligence sources reported these developments. And Skywalker's lightsaber called to her specifically. The Force moving directly now, Hadrian observed. No longer subtle currents but obvious intervention. The balance point is approaching faster than we anticipated. Their decision formed without extended discussion. They would find Rey and Skywalker, reveal themselves and their grey philosophy at this critical juncture when the galaxy's future hung in balance between extremes. The time for careful distance has passed. Hadrian concluded. Events are accelerating toward resolution, and our perspective is needed now rather than preserved for some later rebuilding. Agreed. Ahsoka nodded decisively. The Grey Path was never meant to remain theoretical. It exists to be walked when binary choices fail. They set course for Ahch-To, the ancient world where Skywalker had reportedly retreated into exile and where Rey had gone to seek his guidance. As their ship entered hyperspace, both felt the Force flowing with unusual clarity, a sensation of movements long separated now converging towards some culmination neither could fully perceive but both recognized as necessary. The Grey Path they had pioneered together over decades was about to intersect directly with the ongoing struggle between light and dark that had dominated galactic history for millennia. Not as a third competing faction, but as the balance point both sides unconsciously sought while fighting to eliminate each other. What would emerge from that intersection remained uncertain. But uncertainty itself was part of the Grey philosophy they had developed. The acknowledgement that balance required continuous adjustment rather than fixed position, ongoing choice rather than final resolution. Whatever awaited them on Ahch-To, they would face it as they had faced every challenge since finding each other decades ago. Together, balance between light and dark, past and future, action and acceptance. The stars streaked past their viewport as hyperspace carried them toward destiny. Not the destiny of chosen ones or prophesied saviors, but the quiet, persistent destiny of those who walk between extremes, maintaining balance not through grand gestures but through daily choice and consistent presence. Hadrian reached across the narrow space between pilot seats, his hand finding Ahsoka's with practiced ease. Their Force bond hummed with accumulated years of shared purpose, danger, and profound connection. "Ready?" he asked simply. Ahsoka's smile held the wisdom of decades walking the Grey Path alongside him. Always. Chapter 3, Legacy of Balance. Ahch-To emerged from the swirling mists of hyperspace like something from a dream, a world of endless ocean dotted with rocky islands, its surface untouched by modern civilization. As their ship descended through cloud layers toward the largest island formation, Hadrian felt the planet's ancient power resonating through the Force. This was no ordinary world, but one of the earliest nexus points of Force understanding in the galaxy. "It feels primordial," Ahsoka observed, her montrals subtly shifting as they always did when she sensed particularly strong Force currents. "Like standing at the headwaters of a great river." Hadrian nodded, equally affected by the planet's raw energy. The ancient texts mentioned Ahch-To as the site of the first Jedi temple, but this goes deeper. The Force here predates any organized tradition. They circled the main island, sensors detecting two ships already present, a weathered X-Wing partially submerged in shallow water and the distinctive outline of the Millennium Falcon perched on a natural landing platform. Clear evidence that both Luke Skywalker and Rey had indeed come to this remote world. No First Order presence detected, Ahsoka confirmed as they completed their scan. "At least not yet. They'll come eventually," Hadrian replied, guiding their vessel toward a sheltered cove away from the Falcon's position. "Best we make contact quickly." As they landed, both felt a distinct ripple through the Force, awareness of their arrival from at least two powerful Force sensitives on the island. Not hostility, but certainly alertness and perhaps wariness. "So much for a subtle approach," Ahsoka remarked with a slight smile as they prepared to disembark. Subtlety was never really an option on a planet this saturated with the Force. Hadrian shrugged, securing his lightsaber beneath his weathered gray cloak. Especially not with Skywalker present, regardless of his current state of exile. The air that greeted them as they stepped onto Octa's rocky shore carried the tang of salt and ancient stone. Rain threatened from dark clouds gathering above the island's highest peak, where stone structures could just be discerned against the gray sky. A winding path of fitted stone steps led upward from the shoreline, ascending through lush greenery toward these distant buildings. They had taken only a few steps toward this path when a figure appeared at its base. A young woman holding a staff in a defensive position, her force presence simultaneously powerful and unrefined. Rey of Jakku, no longer the scavenging child they had observed from a distance, but a young adult whose destiny had thrust her directly into the galaxy's central conflict. "That's far enough," she called, voice carrying determination despite the slight tremor of uncertainty beneath it. "Identify yourselves." Hadrian and Ahsoka exchanged a brief glance, silently agreeing on their approach. They stopped at a non-threatening distance and lowered their hoods simultaneously, revealing their faces in a gesture of openness. "My name is Hadrian Varys," he introduced himself calmly. "And this is Ahsoka Tano. We've come to speak with you and Luke Skywalker." Rey's eyes widened slightly at Ahsoka's distinctive Takodana features, but her stance remained cautious. "How did you find this place? It wasn't on any map." "The same way you did," Ahsoka replied, her tone gentle but direct. "The Force guided us. We've been following its currents for longer than you've been alive, Rey." The use of her name visibly startled the young woman. "How do you know who you are?" Hadrian finished for her. "Your emergence from Jakku, your discovery of the Force, your confrontation with Kylo Ren, these events created ripples that those sensitive to the Force could feel across the galaxy." This was only partially true. Their prior awareness of Rey from their time on Jakku remained information better shared later, when trust had been established. For now, simplification served their purpose better than complete disclosure. Rey studied them with intense scrutiny, her untrained but powerful Force sensitivity probing their presence. Hadrian and Ahsoka allowed this examination without resistance, presenting their balanced Force signatures openly for inspection. "You're not Jedi," Rey finally stated, not a question but a realization. "No," Hadrian confirmed. "Nor Sith, nor Knights of Ren, nor any other form of Force tradition you might have encountered or heard about." "Then what are you?" "That," came a gruff voice from further up the path, "is a complicated question with an even more complicated answer." Luke Skywalker descended the stone steps with measured pace, his weathered face set in lines of caution and recognition. Unlike Rey's defensive posture, Skywalker's approach carried the weight of someone who had seen too much and trusted too little as a result. "Master Skywalker." Ahsoka greeted him with a respectful nod that acknowledged their history without overplaying it. "It's been a long time." "Ahsoka Tano." Luke returned the greeting, his mechanical hand flexing unconsciously as it often did when he encountered elements of his past. "And Hadrian Varys. The Grey Ones, as some have called you." His gaze shifted between them with something between wariness and respect. "I wondered if you might appear when the Force began moving so dramatically again." "You know them?" Rey asked, surprise evident in her voice. "We've met," Luke confirmed, stopping beside her. "Once, after the fall of the Empire. They offered perspective when I began considering rebuilding the Jedi Order." His expression darkened slightly. "Perspective I should perhaps have heeded more carefully." The implication hung heavy in the damp air, that Hadrian and Ahsoka's warnings about recreating the Jedi Order too closely to its original form might have helped prevent the disaster with Ben Solo. "The past cannot be rewritten," Hadrian said gently, recognizing the guilt Skywalker carried. "Only understood and integrated into a more balanced future." "Spoken like a true Grey Force adherent," Luke replied, a hint of his old wry humor briefly surfacing before subsiding again beneath apparent resignation. "Why have you come now?" "Because the Force is converging toward a nexus point unlike any we've witnessed in our lifetimes," Ahsoka explained. "The rebirth of conflict between extreme ideologies, First Order against resistance, dark against light, creates the opportunity and necessity for balance to emerge. And you believe Rey is part of this convergence?" Luke surmised, glancing at the young woman who had been watching this exchange with growing curiosity. As are you. Hadrian nodded. As are we all who stand at this particular crossroads in galactic history. Rey's patience with cryptic exchanges evidently reached its limit. I came here to learn the ways of the Jedi, she stated firmly, addressing Skywalker directly. To bring you back to help the Resistance against the First Order. That's what matters now, not philosophical debates about balance. And how has your training progressed so far? Ahsoka asked gently, though her expression suggested she already knew the answer. The flash of frustration across Rey's face confirmed their suspicions. Luke had been reluctant to train her in Jedi ways, perhaps even refusing outright. Master Skywalker has concerns about the Jedi path, Rey admitted with barely contained impatience. But people are dying while we debate ancient philosophy. The Resistance needs help now. The immediate crisis demands attention, Hadrian acknowledged. But addressing symptoms while ignoring the underlying disease guarantees its return in ever more virulent forms. That pattern has repeated for thousands of years. Jedi versus Sith, Republic versus Empire, now Resistance versus First Order. Lightning flashed across the darkening sky, followed by a low rumble of thunder that seemed to emphasize his words. The approaching storm mirrored the tension gathering between these four Force users whose different perspectives now converged on this ancient shore. Perhaps, Luke suggested as rain began to fall in large, cold drops. This conversation would be better continued with shelter. No one disagreed with this practical suggestion. As they followed Skywalker up the stone path toward the ancient structures above, Hadrian noted Rey's continued scrutiny of both him and Ahsoka, not hostile but intensely curious, as if they represented a possibility she hadn't previously considered. The rain intensified as they reached the cluster of stone huts that served as Luke's dwelling during his years of exile. Inside the largest of these simple structures, a small fire provided both warmth and light against the gathering storm. The space was spare but functional, a wooden table, simple sleeping pallet, few personal belongings. You've embraced the ascetic traditions of ancient Jedi, Ahsoka observed as they settled around the fire. Less embraced than endured, Luke replied, the firelight accentuating the lines time and grief had etched into his face. Isolation served my purpose. Which was? Hadrian asked, though he suspected the answer. To remove myself from a conflict I could only make worse, Skywalker stated bluntly. The Jedi legacy is failure, hubris, and the perpetuation of a cycle that needs to end. I came here to ensure I would be the last Jedi. Rey's expression reflected her continued struggle with this perspective. Clearly she had been hearing variations of this argument since her arrival. The galaxy needs the Jedi, she insisted. Without them, the dark side will dominate everything. A perspective the Jedi themselves cultivated, Hadrian noted. The belief that they alone stood between the galaxy and darkness. Wasn't that true? Rey challenged. No, Ahsoka replied simply. The Jedi maintain balance in certain ways, but their binary understanding of the Force created the very opposition they fought against. Light rises, darkness to meet it. Darkness rises, light to meet it. An endless cycle of conflict rather than true balance. Outside, the storm intensified, rain lashing against the ancient stone walls as if nature itself participated in their debate. Thunder rolled across the island in waves that seemed to resonate through the Force itself. Luke studied the flames, his expression unreadable. You speak of balance, yet the galaxy burns under the First Order's boot. Theoretical balance means little to those suffering under tyranny. We don't advocate inaction in the face of oppression, Hadrian clarified. Balance isn't neutrality or detachment from suffering. It's addressing immediate crises while simultaneously working toward breaking the cycle that creates them. And how exactly would you break a cycle that has persisted for thousands of years? Luke challenged. By rejecting the binary understanding that maintains it, Ahsoka answered. Not light versus dark, but light and dark in conscious integration. Not emotional suppression or indulgence, but emotional acknowledgement and choice in how feelings inform action. You're suggesting using both sides of the Force, Rey said slowly, working through the concept. We're suggesting recognizing that the Force never had sides until beings with limited understanding imposed that framework upon it. Hadrian corrected gently. The Force simply is a unifying energy field created by all living things. How we access and direct it reflects our own internal state, not some inherent division in the Force itself. Luke's mechanical hand curled into a fist. I've heard similar arguments before. From Emperor Palpatine as he encouraged my father toward darkness. From Snoke's whispers to bend through the Force. There's a critical difference. Ahsoka countered firmly. Dark side users who speak of utilizing both aspects actually mean subjugating light to darkness, exploiting compassion and connection as tools for personal power rather than truly integrating both aspects in balance. The distinction matters, Hadrian added. True balance requires neither the Jedi's fear of emotion nor the Sith's exploitation of it, but a middle path where feelings are acknowledged, understood, and consciously channeled. Rey had been listening intently, her brow furrowed in concentration. This balance you describe. Is that what I felt when I first touched the Force? Before anyone told me about light and dark sides? The question revealed more than perhaps Rey realized, that her natural, untrained connection to the Force had initially been free of the binary constraints tradition would later impose. Exactly what Hadrian and Ahsoka had observed in her on Jakku. Very likely. Hadrian nodded. Untrained Force sensitives often access the Force in its natural, balanced state before doctrine teaches them to filter their experience through artificial divisions. Luke's expression had shifted from skepticism to thoughtful consideration. When I found the ancient Jedi texts here on Ahch-To, some of the earliest writings suggested a more integrated understanding of the Force than what I was taught by Yoda and Obi-Wan. The original Jedi understood balance differently than their descendants, Ahsoka confirmed. Over millennia, the Order calcified around rigid interpretations that eventually contributed to their downfall. Twice now. The storm outside had begun to ease, the thunder more distant, the rain softening to a steady patter against stone. Something in the atmosphere inside the hut had shifted as well, from confrontation toward cautious exploration of common ground. You believe another path is possible, Rey stated, looking directly at Hadrian and Ahsoka. Not Jedi and not Sith, but something else. We don't merely believe it, Hadrian replied. We've lived it for decades. The Great Path isn't theoretical. It's a practical, tested approach to the Force that avoids the pitfalls of both Jedi restraint and Sith indulgence. Show me, Rey requested simply, her directness cutting through philosophical discussion to practical demonstration. Hadrian and Ahsoka exchanged a brief glance, their decades of partnership allowing silent communication of both caution and opportunity. This was why they had come, to offer their knowledge when the moment was right. And Rey had just created that moment through her straightforward request. Perhaps a demonstration would clarify what words cannot, Ahsoka agreed, rising gracefully to her feet. Though we should move outside. This requires more space than your dwelling provides, Master Skywalker. Luke nodded, his curiosity evidently overcoming his earlier reservations. The 4 Force users stepped out into the damp evening air, the storm having passed to leave a clearing sky where the first stars were becoming visible between scattered clouds. They moved to a flat area of stone near the huts, a natural platform overlooking the vast ocean below. Hadrian and Ahsoka positioned themselves at the center while Luke and Rey observed from several paces away. The Jedi taught separation from emotion. Hadrian began, his voice carrying clearly in the still air. The Sith taught exploitation of emotion. The Great Path teaches integration of emotion through conscious choice. Without further explanation, he and Ahsoka stood back to back, both closing their eyes in perfect synchronization. Their breathing aligned naturally from years of shared practice, and they extended their hands outward, palms open. What followed was unlike any Force demonstration Rey had witnessed. The air around the pair began to shimmer with visible Force energy, not the strained, violent manifestation of dark side power, nor the serene but detached light side manipulation, but something that somehow embodied both and neither simultaneously. Stones rose from the ground around them, hovering in complex orbital patterns. Water droplets from the recent rain lifted from the surfaces where they had fallen, forming intricate, crystalline structures in the air. The very atmosphere seemed to resonate with harmonics that could be felt rather than heard. Most striking was the visible manifestation of their force signatures. Hadrian's silver-white energy threaded with emerald interweaving with Ahsoka's blue-white brightness carrying threads of orange gold. Where the energies met, they didn't conflict or dominate each other but created something new, a balanced resonance that extended outward in expanding waves. Rey gasped audibly as one of these waves passed through her. Unlike force techniques she had experienced before, this didn't push or pull at her consciousness but seemed to amplify her own natural connection to the force. For a brief moment, she sensed the entire island as a living entity, felt the ancient stones breathing with history, the ocean currents moving with purpose, the native creatures existing in perfect ecological balance. Even Luke, with all his years of Jedi training and subsequent isolation, visibly startled at the sensation. His force presence, which had been carefully contained and muted, reflexively opened in response to the balanced energy flowing around him. As the demonstration concluded, the hovering objects gently returned to their places, and the visible force energy gradually dissipated. Hadrian and Ahsoka opened their eyes simultaneously, their expressions neither strained nor artificially serene but simply present. That was. Rey struggled to find adequate words. Balance made manifest. Luke finished for her, his voice holding a complex mixture of emotions. Not light conquering dark or dark overwhelming light, but both existing in harmony. Yes, Ahsoka nodded. What you felt wasn't the suppression of any aspect of the Force, nor the exploitation of it, but conscious integration of all its elements. Could I learn this? Rey asked, direct as always. Anyone with Force sensitivity could learn the techniques, Hadrian replied carefully. But the Great Path isn't just about abilities. It's a philosophical approach that requires questioning deeply held assumptions about the Force itself. Assumptions I'd been trying to explain to her since she arrived, Luke noted with a hint of his old wry humor. With respect, Master Skywalker, Ahsoka responded. Questioning the Jedi approach isn't the same as offering a viable alternative. Deconstructing a flawed system without providing a pathway forward leaves only uncertainty. Luke acknowledged this with a slight nod. Fair assessment. The four moved back toward the stone huts as night fully claimed the island. Inside, they rekindled the fire and continued their discussion, now less a debate between opposing viewpoints and more an exploration of possibility. Rey's questions were practical and direct, reflecting her background as a survivor who valued functional knowledge over theory. How did one access the Force without falling to darkness? How could emotions be integrated rather than either suppressed or exploited? What practical applications did this balanced approach offer in conflict situations? Hadrian and Ahsoka answered with the wisdom of decades walking their gray path, not presenting absolutes but sharing experiences, techniques, and perspectives that had served them through imperial persecution and beyond. The foundation of the gray approach is conscious choice in each moment, Hadrian explained. Not rigid adherence to doctrine nor surrender to impulse, but awareness of both internal and external factors informing decisions. It sounds exhausting, Rey observed bluntly. Always having to evaluate everything. Ahsoka smiled at this pragmatic reaction. Initially, yes. But like any practice, it eventually becomes second nature, not something you force but simply how you naturally engage with the Force. As the night deepened, their conversation turned to more immediate concerns, the First Order's growing power, Supreme Leader Snoke's manipulation of Ben Solo, and the desperate situation facing the Resistance. Even if your balanced approach has merit for the future, Luke argued, the immediate crisis demands action. Snoke has corrupted my nephew and built a military machine that's already destroyed the New Republic government. Which is precisely why balance is needed now, not later, Hadrian countered. The Resistance cannot defeat the First Order through military might alone. They're outgunned, outmanned, and operating without governmental support. What do you suggest then? Rey asked, frustration edging her voice. My friends are dying while we sit here discussing Force philosophy. We're not suggesting inaction, Ahsoka assured her. But effective action requires understanding what you're truly fighting against. Hadrian leaned forward, his expression grave in the firelight. The First Order isn't merely a military threat, it's a manifestation of imbalance in the Force itself. Snoke's influence runs deeper than conventional power structures. You believe he's connected to Palpatine somehow? Luke stated rather than asked, his insight cutting to the heart of their concerns. Yes, Hadrian confirmed. Our intelligence gathering over recent years suggests the Emperor implemented contingency plans before his death, protocols designed not merely for vengeance but for some form of continuation beyond his physical destruction. This revelation visibly disturbed both Luke and Rey, though for different reasons. Luke's expression reflected the horror of potentially facing his father's tormentor again in some form, while Rey's showed the pragmatic concern of someone calculating the implications for an already desperate military situation. You're suggesting Palpatine might have somehow survived? Luke asked, skepticism warring with dread in his voice. Not necessarily physically, Ahsoka clarified. But his influence, his knowledge, perhaps even aspects of his consciousness, transferred or preserved through Sith techniques we don't fully understand. The ancient Sith were obsessed with cheating death, Hadrian added. And Palpatine had access to knowledge lost for millennia. Our concern is that Snoke may be either a vessel for Palpatine's influence, or a designated successor implementing long-laid plans. The implications hung heavy in the small stone hut. If true, this would transform understanding of the conflict from a straightforward military struggle against the First Order to something far more complex and dangerous. What evidence do you have? Luke asked, his strategic mind engaging despite his stated intention to remain isolated from the conflict. Hadrian and Ahsoka shared the intelligence they had gathered over years of monitoring Imperial remnants, tracking Force-related activities, and investigating ancient Sith sites that had shown signs of recent disturbance. None provided absolute proof, but collectively they painted a disturbing pattern that couldn't be easily dismissed. Regardless of whether Palpatine's influence continues directly, Ahsoka concluded, the First Order represents the same fundamental imbalance the Empire did: dominance through fear, power without restraint, order without freedom. And defeating them requires more than military victory, Hadrian added. It demands addressing the force imbalance that enables such manifestations to repeatedly emerge throughout galactic history. Rey, who had been listening intently to this exchange, suddenly stood and paced the small confines of the hut. So what are you actually suggesting? That Luke and I learn your Grey approach before confronting Kylo Ren and Snoke? There isn't time. Not full mastery, no, Hadrian acknowledged. That requires years of practice and reflection. But core principles and techniques that would prevent you from being manipulated or overwhelmed when facing dark side users. That we could teach relatively quickly. And more importantly, Ahsoka added, guidance that might help Ben Solo find his own balance, if the opportunity arises. This caught both Rey and Luke's attention immediately. You believe Ben can be reached? Luke asked, hope and doubt warring in his voice. We believe balance is always possible for those not fully consumed by darkness, Ahsoka replied carefully. Your father proved that, even after decades as Vader. Rey's expression remained skeptical. I've been inside Kylo Ren's mind. He's committed to the dark side. What you likely sensed was conflict, not commitment, Hadrian suggested. True dark side devotees don't experience the torment that by all accounts characterizes Ben Solo's state. They embrace darkness completely, finding certainty in its simplicity. His continued struggle suggests potential for change. The conversation continued deep into the night, moving between practical concerns and philosophical foundations, between immediate tactics and long-term strategy. Throughout, Hadrian and Ahsoka maintained their central argument, that addressing the First Order crisis effectively required both immediate action and a new approach to the Force itself. As exhaustion finally claimed them and they prepared for rest, Rey approached Hadrian and Ahsoka directly, her decision apparently made. I want to learn your Grey approach, she stated without preamble. Not to replace what little Jedi training I've received, but to supplement it. to understand my options. A wise choice. Hadrian nodded. Integration rather than replacement honors both traditions while transcending their limitations. We'll begin at dawn, Ahsoka added. The lessons are best experienced with fresh awareness. As Rey retired to her own stone hut, Luke remained behind, his weathered face reflecting internal conflict. I'm still not convinced this gray path is the answer, he admitted quietly. But I'm no longer certain the Jedi way alone is sufficient either. Perhaps that uncertainty itself is the beginning of wisdom, Hadrian suggested. The gray path doesn't claim to have all answers, only a process for finding balance amid competing truths. I'll observe your training with Rey, Luke decided. Not committing to follow this path myself, but open to its possibilities. That's all we ask, Ahsoka replied with a gentle smile. Openness to possibility is the foundation of growth. As they settled into their own temporary shelter for the night, Hadrian and Ahsoka shared a moment of quiet reflection on the day's developments. Their decades-long journey had led them to this precise nexus point, where their gray philosophy might finally influence the broader understanding of the Force at a critical juncture in galactic history. She has remarkable potential, Ahsoka observed softly. Raw power combined with practical wisdom from her years of survival. And no deep indoctrination in either Jedi or Sith ideology to overcome, Hadrian added. The ideal student for a balanced approach. If there's time to teach her enough, Ahsoka noted with concern. The Force is accelerating events. I can feel it. We'll teach what we can, Hadrian replied, his hand finding hers in the darkness. And trust the Force to guide what follows. As they drifted toward sleep, the ancient energy of Octa flowed around and through them, not light or dark but simply the Force in its primordial, balanced state. Tomorrow they would begin sharing their life's work with a new generation, planting seeds of balance that might finally break the cycle of conflict that had defined the galaxy for millennia. Whether those seeds would have time to root and grow before the coming storm was a question not even their decades of Force experience could answer. Dawn broke over Octa with crystalline clarity, the previous day's storm having washed the air clean of salt haze. Hadrian and Ahsoka began Rey's training at the island's highest point, a natural plateau where the Force flowed with particular intensity. Luke watched from a short distance, his presence in the Force carefully controlled but attentive. Despite his stated skepticism, his curiosity about their gray approach was evident in his focused observation. The foundation of gray Force use is awareness, Hadrian began as Rey sat cross-legged before them on the ancient stone. Not merely awareness of your surroundings or others' minds, but deep awareness of your own internal state as you connect with the Force. Jedi training emphasizes clearing your mind, Rey noted, referencing the limited instruction she had received. Emptiness and calm. While Sith and other dark side traditions emphasize emotional intensity, Ahsoka added. Passion and power. The gray approach acknowledges that both perspectives contain partial truth while missing the complete picture. What followed was unlike any Force training documented in either Jedi or Sith holocrons. Rather than teaching Rey to either suppress or intensify her emotions, they guided her to observe them with detached awareness, acknowledging feelings without being controlled by them, integrating emotional energy without being consumed by it. Feel your connection to the Force, Hadrian instructed as Rey closed her eyes. Not as something external you reach for, but as an energy already flowing through you naturally. Rey's brow furrowed in concentration. I feel it, but it's different than before. Less directed. You're experiencing the Force without imposing preconceptions on it, Ahsoka explained. Neither pushing it toward light nor pulling it toward darkness, but simply allowing it to flow naturally. The morning progressed with fundamental exercises designed to help Rey recognize the artificial nature of the light/dark division. With each demonstration, Hadrian and Ahsoka showed how traditional light side techniques like healing or defense could incorporate emotional intensity typically associated with the dark side, while traditional dark side abilities like Force lightning could be refined and controlled through calm awareness usually attributed to Jedi practice. The distinction isn't in the technique itself, Hadrian explained after demonstrating a controlled manifestation of force energy that resembled lightning but lacked its destructive intent, but in the consciousness behind its use. Luke had gradually moved closer during these demonstrations, his skepticism visibly giving way to fascination. When Rey successfully channeled her emotions, including anger and frustration, into a balanced force technique without slipping toward darkness, his expression reflected both amazement and concern. "This contradicts everything I was taught," he commented during a brief rest period. "As it contradicted everything I learned as a Padawan," Ahsoka acknowledged. "Paradigm shifts rarely come comfortably, especially for those deeply trained in previous models. The real test isn't performing techniques in a controlled environment," Luke pointed out pragmatically. "It's maintaining balance under extreme pressure, like facing Snoke or Kylo Ren." "Agreed," Hadrian nodded. "Which is why we focus on establishing a foundation of self-awareness rather than merely teaching powerful abilities. Techniques can be corrupted under pressure. Conscious awareness provides resilience." The training continued through the day, moving beyond basic principles to practical applications. They worked with Rey on recognizing manipulation attempts through the Force, maintaining her center when exposed to dark side energies, and accessing her full potential without surrendering to either Jedi restraint or dark side abandon. By late afternoon, Rey's natural aptitude had allowed her to grasp fundamentals that had taken others months to incorporate. Her pragmatic background as a survivor on Jakku served her well. She approached the Grey philosophy not as abstract theory but as practical tools for navigation in a complex reality. "You're a natural at this," Ahsoka observed as Rey successfully completed a particularly challenging exercise involving emotional integration. "Your experiences on Jakku prepared you well for balanced force use. Survival required both control and intensity," Rey acknowledged. "Suppressing emotion entirely would have left me vulnerable, while surrendering to rage or fear would have been equally dangerous." As the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, they moved to applying these balanced techniques in combat scenarios. Luke participated more actively in this phase, his decades of lightsaber experience providing valuable counterpoint to Hadrian and Ahsoka's Grey approach. Rey's fighting style, already unique due to her staff fighting background, evolved further as she incorporated Grey principles, either the purely defensive postures of traditional Jedi combat nor the aggressive strikes of Sith techniques, but a fluid integration that adapted moment by moment to changing circumstances. "Feel the flow between apparent opposites." Hadrian coached as Rey sparred simultaneously against both him and Ahsoka using training staffs. "Defense becomes offense, retreat becomes advance, resistance becomes redirection." By sunset, Rey's exhaustion was evident, but so was her exhilaration at discovering a perspective that resonated with her innate understanding of the Force. Even Luke, despite his continued reservations about certain aspects, had engaged more fully than at any point since Rey's arrival on the island. As they gathered that evening around the fire in Luke's stone hut, the dynamic between the four had shifted noticeably. The previous day's tension had given way to cautious collaboration, with even Luke contributing observations about how certain Grey techniques might have applications he hadn't previously considered. "The approach you've developed addresses weaknesses I encountered in traditional Jedi training," he acknowledged, "particularly regarding emotional integration rather than suppression. Your father might have remained in the light if such training had been available to him," Ahsoka suggested gently. "His fall began with the impossible choice between Jedi emotional detachment and the intense feelings he couldn't reconcile with their teachings." This observation clearly struck Luke deeply. He stared into the flames for several moments before responding. "I've often wondered what might have prevented his fall. The Jedi Council failed him, but so did Palpatine's manipulations toward the dark side. Neither offered true balance. Which is precisely why the Grey path evolved," Hadrian noted. "Not as rejection of either tradition, but as integration of their partial truths while transcending their limitations." Rey, who had been listening thoughtfully to this exchange, asked the question that inevitably followed such discussions. "If this approach is so effective, why hasn't it become more widespread? Why aren't there gray Jedi or whatever you might call yourselves throughout the galaxy? It was a perceptive question that went to the heart of their decades-long work. Hadrian and Ahsoka exchanged a glance, silently deciding how much of their history to share at this juncture. Several reasons. Ahsoka began carefully. First, institutional resistance from established traditions. The Jedi Order viewed any integration of emotional intensity as dangerous dark side corruption. The Sith and similar traditions saw balanced approaches as weakness rather than strength. Second, Hadrian continued, deliberate suppression. Emperor Palpatine specifically targeted Grey Force users for elimination, recognizing that balanced approaches threatened his binary manipulation of light against dark. And perhaps most importantly, Ahsoka added, our own choice to develop this philosophy quietly rather than creating another competing Force tradition. The Grey Path works best as a perspective that influences existing approaches rather than becoming another dogmatic system. You've been operating in secret all these years? Rey asked, her tone suggesting she found this difficult to believe given the power they had demonstrated. Not secret exactly, Hadrian clarified. But certainly selective in our visibility. We established sanctuaries for Force sensitives who didn't fit neatly into traditional categories, preserved knowledge that might otherwise have been lost, and occasionally intervened directly when circumstances demanded. During the Empire's reign, we focused on survival and protection, Ahsoka explained. After its fall, we shifted toward monitoring potential threats while developing our Grey philosophy more fully. Luke's expression had grown increasingly thoughtful during this explanation. You sensed the First Order's emergence before the New Republic acknowledged the threat, he stated rather than asked. Yes, Hadrian confirmed. We tracked Imperial remnants into the unknown regions, monitored their consolidation into what became the First Order, and attempted to warn New Republic leadership about the danger they represented. With the same success I had, Luke noted grimly, referring to his own unheeded warnings. Political systems rarely respond effectively to emergent threats, Ahsoka observed. They're designed for stability rather than anticipation. By the time sufficient evidence exists to motivate collective action, the threat has often grown beyond easy containment. Which brings us back to our current situation, Rey interjected, refocusing the conversation on immediate concerns. The First Order has already destroyed the New Republic government and decimated the Resistance fleet. How does your Grey approach help us now, in practical terms? It was the essential question, how philosophical understanding translated into effective action against a concrete threat. Hadrian and Ahsoka had been considering this since receiving reports of the Hosnian system's destruction and the subsequent battle at Crate, where the Resistance had narrowly escaped annihilation. First, Hadrian began, by providing a more effective approach to confronting Force users like Kylo Ren and Snoke. Traditional light side techniques alone are insufficient against opponents who freely access the full emotional spectrum while you constrain yourself to detachment. Second, Ahsoka continued, by offering perspective on the First Order's true nature and vulnerabilities. They've built their power on fear and absolutism, psychological weaknesses that balanced Force users can identify and exploit more effectively than conventional military tactics. And third, Hadrian concluded, by addressing the deeper imbalance that allows such regimes to repeatedly emerge throughout galactic history. Military victory alone, even if achievable, would merely reset the cycle rather than breaking it. Rey appeared only partially satisfied with these answers, her practical nature seeking more concrete strategies than philosophical frameworks. So you're saying I should use these Grey techniques when I eventually face Kylo Ren again? We're saying that balance offers possibilities neither light nor dark approaches alone can provide, Ahsoka clarified, including the potential to reach Ben Solo beneath Kylo Ren's facade. This caught Rey's attention more fully. Despite her skepticism about Ben's potential redemption, the connection she had experienced with him, which she had hesitantly described earlier, clearly remained significant in her thinking. You believe he could turn from the dark side? She asked, doubt warring with hope in her voice. We believe his continued internal conflict suggests the potential for balance, Hadrian replied carefully, not returning to the light side as the Jedi would define it, nor remaining in darkness as Snoke intends, but finding his own center between extremes. Like Anakin eventually did. Luke added quietly, his understanding of their perspective deepening. The conversation continued into the night, moving between practical planning and philosophical reflection, between immediate tactics against the First Order and longer-term vision for Force understanding in the galaxy. Throughout, the integration of seemingly opposed approaches, pragmatism and idealism, action and patience, resistance and acceptance, demonstrated the very balance they advocated. As exhaustion finally claimed them and they prepared for rest, Rey approached Hadrian and Ahsoka with one final question. "Why me?" she asked directly. "With all your experience and power, why not confront Snoke and Kylo Ren yourselves? Why train me after just one day to face what you've spent decades preparing for?" It was the question they had anticipated since arriving on Ahch-To. Why they, with their advanced understanding and abilities, weren't positioning themselves as the primary opposition to the First Order's dark side users. "Because the Force has chosen you for this confrontation," Hadrian answered with simple directness. "Not as our proxy or instrument, but as the nexus point where these converging energies must meet. The Force doesn't make such choices randomly," Ahsoka added gently. "Your connection to Ben Solo, your natural balance before training, your emergence at this precise moment in galactic history, these are not coincidences." Rey's expression reflected her ongoing discomfort with notions of destiny or cosmic significance, preferences evolved from a life where practical survival always outweighed abstract meaning. "I didn't ask for any of this," she said, an echo of Luke's own protests decades earlier when faced with similar suggestions of chosen status. "Few who serve as catalysts for transformation ever do," Hadrian observed with empathy born of his own experiences across 2 lifetimes. "The question isn't whether you asked for this role, but how you'll approach it now that it's found you." As Rey retired for the night to consider these perspectives, Luke remained behind briefly. "You're preparing her for something specific," he noted, his insight cutting through their careful framing. "Something you've foreseen." "Not foreseen exactly," Hadrian clarified, "but sensed as probability. The Force shows patterns to those who have studied its movements long enough." "And what pattern have you discerned regarding Rey?" Ahsoka answered with characteristic directness. "That she stands at the confluence of bloodlines and traditions that have shaped Force understanding for generations. That her connection with Ben Solo represents possibility for transformation beyond mere victory or defeat. That together they might achieve balance neither Jedi nor Sith could establish alone." Luke absorbed this assessment silently, his own Force sensitivity confirming its resonance with patterns he himself had sensed but perhaps not fully articulated. "And your role in all this?" he asked finally. "To provide perspective neither traditional Jedi wisdom nor Sith knowledge offers," Hadrian replied. "To ensure the mistakes of previous generations aren't simply repeated with new players. To offer a third path when binary thinking reaches its inevitable impasse." Luke nodded slowly, his expression suggesting both recognition of their purpose and continued reservation about certain aspects of their approach. Without further comment, he retreated to his own dwelling, leaving Hadrian and Ahsoka alone beneath Ahch-To's star-filled sky. "He's coming around," Ahsoka observed quietly as they stood together at the island's edge, ocean waves crashing far below. "Slowly, but genuinely. As is his nature." Hadrian nodded. Skepticism followed by gradual acceptance when evidence aligns with deeper truth. "It's why he succeeded where the old Jedi failed. He questions doctrine when experience contradicts it." "Do you think Rey is ready for what's coming?" Ahsoka asked, the concern in her voice reflecting the accelerated nature of the training they'd provided compared to their own decades of development. "Not fully," Hadrian acknowledged. "No one could be with such limited preparation time. But she has something equally valuable, natural instinct for balance combined with practical adaptability. She'll find her way, even without complete mastery." "And the other matter?" Ahsoka pressed, referencing their shared sense that something beyond Snoke lurked behind the First Order's rise, perhaps Palpatine's influence, or even presence in some form. We've prepared her as much as possible without concrete evidence. Hadrian replied. Too specific a warning without proof would seem like paranoia or manipulation. She'll need to recognize that threat herself if and when it manifests. As night deepened around them, they maintained their vigil beneath the stars. Two beings who had walked the gray path together through Imperial darkness, New Republic complacency, and now First Order aggression. Their journey had prepared them for this moment of transmission, passing hard-won wisdom to a new generation facing familiar challenges in novel forms. Whether that wisdom would prove sufficient against the gathering darkness remained to be seen. But after decades navigating between extremes, both had learned that certainty itself was often an illusion, that balance required comfort with ambiguity and trust in the Force's broader movements beyond immediate perception. Tomorrow would bring continued training and, inevitably, the call to action that would pull Rey back into the galaxy's central conflict. They would guide her as far as circumstances permitted, then trust the seeds of balance they'd planted to flourish when most needed. It was all any teacher could do, regardless of the tradition they embodied. The next 3 days on Octa passed in intensive training, dawn to dusk sessions where Rey absorbed decades of Grey Force philosophy distilled into essential principles and techniques. Her natural aptitude combined with pragmatic focus allowed her to integrate concepts that might have taken others months or years to fully grasp. Luke participated increasingly as the days progressed, his initial skepticism gradually yielding to cautious endorsement of certain aspects. While not fully embracing the Grey Path, he contributed valuable perspective on how its principles might complement rather than contradict the best elements of Jedi tradition. Balance doesn't require rejecting everything that came before, Hadrian noted during one particularly productive session. It means integrating useful elements from multiple traditions while transcending their limitations. On the 4th day, as they practiced advanced force techniques on the island's western ridge, their work was interrupted by an urgent communication from the Resistance. Leia Organa herself, appearing via hologram from the Resistance's hidden base, outlined the increasingly desperate situation facing what remained of their forces. The First Order has consolidated control over key systems following the New Republic's destruction, she reported, her image flickering slightly with transmission interference. Their leadership, particularly Kylo Ren, seems obsessed with locating both Luke and Rey. The message confirmed what Hadrian and Ahsoka had sensed through the Force, that events were accelerating toward confrontation faster than ideal for Rey's training. They would have preferred weeks or months to fully prepare her for what lay ahead, but circumstances rarely aligned with optimal preparation. We need to leave Ahch-To, Rey stated firmly after the transmission ended. My friends are fighting and dying while I'm here learning philosophy. The training you've received isn't merely philosophical, Ahsoka reminded her gently. It provides practical tools for the confrontations ahead, especially with Force users like Kylo Ren and Snoke. But it's incomplete, Rey countered, frustration evident in her voice. You've said yourself there's far more to learn than we've covered in these few days. All training is ultimately incomplete, Hadrian observed. The question isn't whether you've mastered everything, but whether you've integrated enough to maintain balance under pressure. The decision, ultimately, wasn't theirs to make. Rey's commitment to her friends and the Resistance cause meant she would return to the conflict regardless of their assessment of her readiness. The choice before them was whether to accompany her, continuing her guidance amid the chaos of war, or remain separate as they had throughout much of their history. We'll come with you, Ahsoka decided after silent consultation with Hadrian through their bond. Your training can continue even as we assist the Resistance directly. This commitment represented a significant shift in their typical approach. For decades, they had maintained operational independence from formal power structures, offering assistance and guidance without direct integration. Joining Rey at the Resistance base would inevitably draw them into the central conflict more directly than they had permitted since the Empire's fall. Luke's decision proved equally momentous. After years of self-imposed exile and stated intention to allow the Jedi tradition to end with him, he announced his determination to return as well. Not to rebuild the Jedi Order as it was, he clarified, but to help establish something new, something that incorporates wisdom from both traditional teachings and your gray approach. The preparations for departure took less than a day. Rey would return aboard the Millennium Falcon with Chewbacca, who had remained with the ship during her training. Luke, after some consideration, elected to travel with Hadrian and Ahsoka aboard their vessel, a choice that would allow continued discussion of Force philosophy during the journey. Before leaving Ahch-To, Hadrian and Ahsoka performed one final service that Luke had requested, helping him retrieve the ancient Jedi texts from their secured location within the Unity tree that served as the first Jedi Temple's library. These irreplaceable documents contained earliest recorded Force wisdom, predating many of the rigid doctrines that later defined the Jedi Order. These belong with those who will shape the future understanding of the Force, Luke explained as they carefully packed the fragile texts for transport. Not hidden away or destroyed, but studied with fresh perspective. Their departure from Ahch-To carried symbolic weight beyond mere tactical movement. The island had represented isolation and preservation, Luke withdrawing from the galaxy's conflicts, the ancient texts sequestered from potential misuse, the first Jedi Temple maintaining its secrets across millennia. Their leaving signified engagement rather than withdrawal, application rather than mere preservation. As their ships lifted from the ancient stone landing areas, Rey transmitted brief coordinates for the rendezvous point where the remnants of the Resistance fleet had gathered following their near destruction at Crate. The location, a remote system in the Outer Rim with minimal Imperial or First Order historical presence, reflected the desperate circumstances facing Leia's forces. During the journey through hyperspace, Luke spent hours in deep conversation with Hadrian and Ahsoka, exploring nuances of Force philosophy that their decades of gray path development had revealed. Unlike their earlier interactions years after the Empire's fall, Luke now approached their perspective with genuine openness rather than polite skepticism. "I've spent years studying the failures of the Jedi Order," he explained as they sat in the ship's small common area. "Their rigidity, their political entanglements, their binary thinking about the Force. But I struggled to envision a viable alternative that wasn't simply surrender to the opposite extreme. The challenge of transcending binary thinking is that language itself often reinforces it," Hadrian observed. "We speak of alternatives and opposites because our cognitive structures are built around such distinctions. Yet the Force itself doesn't operate through such divisions," Ahsoka added. "It's our perception and categorization that imposes these frameworks on a unified reality." Their arrival at the Resistance rendezvous point revealed the dire situation facing Leia's forces more clearly than communications had conveyed. What remained of their fleet consisted of a handful of battle-damaged cruisers, a squadron of starfighters in various states of repair, and support vessels carrying survivors from multiple bases that had been destroyed in the First Order's systematic campaign. The emotional reunion between Luke and Leia, siblings separated by years of grief and misunderstanding, affected everyone who witnessed it. Without words, the Force itself seemed to flow between them, carrying decades of shared history, loss, and enduring connection despite everything that had transpired. "You've changed," Leia observed once the initial greetings had passed, her Force sensitivity perceiving shifts in her brother's perspective despite her limited formal training. "I've been re-evaluating certain assumptions," Luke acknowledged with a glance toward Hadrian and Ahsoka. "About the Force, about the Jedi legacy, about my own role in what's happened." The operational briefing that followed brought everyone's focus to immediate concerns. The First Order had established control over key hyperspace lanes following the New Republic's destruction, isolating potential Allied systems and restricting Resistance movement. Intelligence suggested they were systematically eliminating any political or military leadership that might organize effective opposition. Most concerning were reports of Kylo Ren's activities since assuming supreme leadership following Snoke's death, a development that had occurred during Rey's brief time aboard the First Order flagship, which she recounted with carefully measured detail that nevertheless revealed the complex connection between them. "He's searching for something," Leia reported grimly. "Our intelligence network has tracked First Order expeditions to ancient Sith worlds and other sites strong in the dark side of the Force. Whatever Ben is looking for, he's becoming increasingly obsessed with finding it." This information confirmed Hadrian and Ahsoka's worst fears, that something beyond Snoke had been influencing events, perhaps connected to Palpatine's contingency plans they had tracked for decades. We have information that may provide context for these activities, Hadrian offered, sharing their intelligence on Imperial remnants' systematic exploration of ancient Force sites dating back to the Empire's fall. We've long suspected Emperor Palpatine implemented protocols beyond mere military contingencies, something connected to Sith knowledge about cheating death or preserving influence beyond physical destruction. The reaction to this assessment varied among the Resistance leadership. Some dismissed it as speculative, focusing instead on immediate tactical concerns about First Order fleet movements. Others, particularly those with personal experience of the Emperor's malevolence during the Imperial era, recognized the potential threat such contingencies might represent. Leia's response proved most significant. "I've sensed something familiar in the darkness surrounding the First Order," she acknowledged quietly. "Not just Ben's presence, but something older, more insidious. I dismissed it as psychological echo rather than current threat, but perhaps the Emperor's reach always extended beyond conventional understanding." Luke added, memories of his own confrontation with Palpatine clearly surfacing. If anyone could implement plans to extend influence beyond death, it would be him. The strategic implications transformed their planning from conventional military resistance to something more focused. While continuing essential operations against First Order expansion, they would prioritize intelligence gathering regarding Kylo Ren's search for dark side artifacts or knowledge, with particular attention to anything connected to Sith immortality techniques or consciousness transfer. Throughout these discussions, Rey remained unusually quiet, her attention focused inward as if processing private insights alongside the tactical planning. When finally asked directly for her perspective on confronting Kylo Ren given their unique connection, her response reflected the gray training she had begun on Ahch-To. "Ben Solo isn't fully committed to the dark side despite his actions," she stated with surprising certainty. "The conflict within him creates vulnerability, but also possibility. I believe he can be reached, not turned back to the light exactly, but perhaps guided toward balance." This assessment aligned perfectly with what Hadrian and Ahsoka had sensed about Kylo Ren's potential, though they hadn't explicitly directed Rey toward this conclusion. Her intuitive grasp of Grey philosophy's application to this specific situation demonstrated how naturally the approach resonated with her untrained perspective. Reaching Ben would significantly impact First Order operations. Leia noted, hope and pragmatism mingling in her voice. Their new supreme leader suddenly questioning their ideological foundations would create strategic openings throughout their command structure. But it can't be approached as merely tactical, Ahsoka cautioned. Authentic balance emerges from genuine integration of conflicting aspects, not manipulation toward predetermined outcomes. Meaning? Poe Dameron, the Resistance's newly promoted commander, asked bluntly. Meaning that Rey's connection with Ben must develop naturally, guided by the Force itself rather than engineered as military strategy. Hadrian clarified. Attempts to weaponize such bonds inevitably corrupt them, defeating their transformative potential. This tension, between military necessity and Force wisdom, between immediate tactics and longer-term transformation, characterized the days that followed at the Resistance base. While conventional operations continued against First Order expansion, a parallel effort emerged focused on understanding and potentially influencing the deeper currents moving beneath surface events. Rey's training with Hadrian and Ahsoka continued amid these preparations, now focused specifically on maintaining balance when confronting dark side energies and users. Luke contributed valuable insights from his own experiences facing both Vader and the Emperor, while Leia occasionally joined sessions that addressed emotional aspects of Force use, particularly regarding family connections like the one between Rey and Ben. The Grey approach offers unique advantages in your situation, Hadrian explained during one intensive training session. Traditional Jedi techniques would have you suppress emotional connection as dangerous attachment. Sith methods would exploit it as leverage for manipulation. Balance allows authentic connection while maintaining conscious choice about how that connection influences action. The key distinction, Ahsoka added, is between responding and reacting. Reaction happens automatically from conditioned patterns. Response emerges from integrated awareness of both emotional reality and broader context. 10 days after their arrival at the Resistance base, the anticipated breakthrough occurred. Rey, during meditation practice with Hadrian and Ahsoka, suddenly gasped and opened her eyes, her expression reflecting shock and certainty simultaneously. "Ben is on Exegol," she stated without preamble. "An ancient Sith world in the unknown regions. He's found something there, something connected to Emperor Palpatine." The specificity of this information, received through their Force connection rather than conventional intelligence channels, initially raised skepticism among some Resistance leaders. But Leia, Luke, Hadrian and Ahsoka all sensed the authentic resonance in Rey's report. This wasn't speculation but direct perception through the unique bond she shared with Kylo Ren. "Exegol has appeared in ancient Sith texts," Luke confirmed, consulting the Jedi documents retrieved from Ahch-To. "Described as a hidden world where earliest Sith conducted experiments in areas forbidden even within their own tradition. Our intelligence has tracked First-Order expeditions searching for wayfinders, rare devices that could navigate the treacherous routes to Exegol," Ahsoka added. "We believe they were seeking ancient knowledge, but perhaps they've found something far more concerning. The decision to investigate couldn't wait for ideal circumstances or complete preparation. If Palpatine's influence or presence had somehow persisted and Kylo Ren had discovered it, the implications for the galaxy extended far beyond current First-Order threats. I need to go to Exegol," Rey stated firmly. "Not just to confront whatever threat exists there, but because Ben is walking into danger he doesn't fully comprehend." "Not alone," Hadrian replied immediately. "This confrontation represents precisely the nexus point we've sensed approaching for years." "We'll accompany you," Ahsoka agreed. "Your connection with Ben provides the essential bridge, but our experience with both light and dark aspects offers perspective neither traditional approach provides." Luke and Leia exchanged glances, a lifetime of shared history and understanding passing between them without words. "I'll coordinate Resistance forces to support your mission," Leia decided. "If Palpatine's influence has reemerged in any form, this becomes our absolute priority. And I'll help Rey locate the wayfinder needed to reach Exegol," Luke added. "The ancient texts mention at least two, one hidden in Sith territories, another concealed by the Empire after Palpatine's interest in the planet became known." The preparations moved with urgent purpose. While the main Resistance forces continued operations against First-Order expansion, a specialized team formed around the Exegol mission, Rey at its center, supported by Hadrian, Ahsoka, and key allies with complementary skills. Throughout these preparations, Rey continued her grade training with focused intensity, now specifically tailored toward potential confrontation with Sith influence or presence. The balanced approach they'd developed over decades proved particularly valuable for this unique situation, either the rigid light side techniques that had failed against Palpatine previously, nor vulnerable to dark side corruption through fear or aggression. Traditional Jedi faced Palpatine with rigid resistance, creating the very opposition he exploited, Hadrian explained during one final training session. Traditional Sith or dark side users approached with desire for power, becoming extensions of his influence rather than independent agents. The Grey Path offers a third option, Ahsoka continued. Neither resistance that strengthens opposition, nor surrender that enables corruption, but responsive balance that maintains integrity while engaging reality directly. The night before their departure for Exegol, Hadrian and Ahsoka found themselves on the Resistance base's observation deck, watching distant stars above the planet's horizon. After decades walking their Grey Path together, both sensed this mission represented a culmination of their life's work, the direct application of balanced force philosophy to the galaxy's central conflict between extremes. We've prepared for this moment without knowing its specific form, Ahsoka observed quietly. All those years preserving knowledge, developing techniques, establishing sanctuaries. The Force moves in patterns too complex for complete foresight. Hadrian nodded. But recognizable enough for general preparation. Do you think she's ready? Ahsoka asked, their shared concern for Rey evident in her voice. We've compressed decades of development into days of training. She has something equally valuable, Hadrian replied. Natural alignment with balance before either Jedi or Sith ideologies could fully shape her understanding. Her background on Jakku, surviving through practical adaptation rather than rigid doctrine, prepared her uniquely for the Grey approach. And her connection with Ben Solo provides leverage neither we nor Luke nor Leia could offer, Ahsoka added. A bridge between apparent opposites. As they stood together beneath the stars, their force bond resonating with accumulated decades of shared purpose and connection, both felt the currents of destiny converging toward resolution. Not final victory of one side over another, the pattern that had repeated endlessly throughout galactic history, but potential transformation of the underlying dynamics that generated perpetual conflict. Whatever happens on Exegol, Hadrian said softly, we've fulfilled our purpose by providing an alternative to binary thinking about the Force. Whether through Rey directly or through the ripples her actions create, balance has a chance to emerge where previously only opposition existed. And if Palpatine has indeed returned in some form? Ahsoka asked, naming the concern that had shadowed their preparations. Then he faces something he's never encountered before. Hadrian replied with quiet certainty. Not light opposing darkness nor darkness consuming light, but balance integrating both while surrendering to either. The one approach his manipulations cannot easily corrupt. Their vigil continued late into the night, two beings who had walked between worlds, between traditions, between apparent opposites for longer than most living beings in the galaxy. Whatever awaited on Exegol, they would face it as they had faced every challenge since finding each other decades ago, together, balance between light and dark, action and acceptance, engagement and detachment. The Grey Path had prepared them for precisely this moment, though its exact form could never have been foreseen. Whether through victory or sacrifice, their understanding would continue through Rey and potentially Ben Solo, balance transmitted to a new generation facing ancient conflicts in novel forms. The journey to Exegol challenged even their decades of experience navigating dangerous regions. The planet existed in a section of the unknown regions deliberately obscured by both natural phenomena and ancient Sith techniques, spatial anomalies, gravitational distortions, and dark side energies combined to create a labyrinth few vessels could successfully traverse. The Wayfinder, secured through a complex mission to Emperor Palpatine's abandoned vault on a remote ocean moon, provided the necessary navigational data, but even with this guidance, the approach required force sensitivity beyond conventional piloting skills. Hadrian, drawing on experiences from both lifetimes, navigated their ship through the treacherous route while Ahsoka and Rey maintained force awareness of the dangers surrounding them. The Resistance fleet, under Leia's command, remained at the edge of known space, prepared to respond when coordinates for safe passage could be transmitted back to them. As they emerged from hyperspace into Exegol's system, the planet itself appeared as a dark sphere crackling with continuous lightning across its upper atmosphere, a visual manifestation of the dark side energies concentrated there over millennia of Sith occupation and experimentation. "I've never felt anything like this," Rey murmured as they began their descent through the lightning-filled clouds. "It's like the dark side given physical form. Places can become saturated with force energy aligned with how they're used," Ahsoka explained. "Exegol has hosted dark side rituals and experiments for thousands of years. The very elements have become infused with that orientation, which makes maintaining balance here particularly important," Hadrian added. "This environment naturally pulls toward darkness. Conscious awareness of that influence is essential to avoid unconscious corruption. Their sensors detected massive structures beneath the planet's perpetual storm layer, ancient Sith temples and more recent constructions suggesting significant activity despite the location's supposed abandonment following the Empire's fall. Most concerning was evidence of what appeared to be a vast fleet in various stages of construction or activation, ships of Imperial design but incorporating technological advances beyond what the original Empire had fielded. "It's not just knowledge Ben was seeking," Ahsoka observed grimly as they processed this information. "Palpatine or his supporters have been building military resources here for decades, waiting for the right moment to re-emerge." Hadrian nodded. using the First Order as both distraction and advance force while developing something far more dangerous in secret. They landed at a distance from the primary temple complex, using natural formations to conceal their ship from immediate detection. The environment that greeted them as they emerged was harsh and unnatural, a landscape of black stone beneath perpetual storm clouds, illuminated only by near-constant lightning that cast everything in stark contrast of brilliant light and absolute shadow. "Remember your training," Hadrian advised Rey as they prepared to approach the massive Sith temple visible against the horizon. "This place is designed to unbalance Force users, to push light-siders toward fear and darkness or seduce dark-siders with promises of unlimited power. Maintain your center," Ahsoka added. "Not through rigid resistance but through flexible awareness. Acknowledge the influence without surrendering to it." Their approach to the temple revealed disturbing details about its construction and purpose. Ancient Sith statues and symbols combined with modern technology in a hybrid that suggested deliberate integration of historical dark side knowledge with contemporary capabilities. Most concerning were the life support systems visible throughout the complex, medical equipment and preservation technology of advanced design but disturbing application. "He's been here all along," Hadrian stated as these elements confirmed their worst suspicions. Not metaphorically or through proxies, but literally. Palpatine survived in some form. Transferred consciousness or partial physical preservation. Ahsoka agreed, her Force senses detecting the unmistakable signature they had encountered decades earlier during the Empire's reign, a malevolent presence that had haunted the galaxy even from supposed death. Rey's expression reflected determination rather than fear at this confirmation. Her great training, though compressed into days rather than years, had prepared her for this possibility in ways traditional Jedi or untrained response could not have managed. "I sense Ben as well," she reported, her unique connection with Kylo Ren providing awareness beyond conventional Force perception. "He's inside the main structure, conflicted and being manipulated." The central chamber of the Sith Temple, when they finally reached it after navigating labyrinthine corridors designed to disorient and unsettle visitors, confirmed their assessments in the most disturbing manner possible. There, suspended within a massive mechanical apparatus combining ancient Sith technology with modern medical systems, was the partially reconstructed form of Emperor Palpatine himself, damaged and decayed but unmistakably alive through unnatural means. Before this grotesque throne stood Kylo Ren, his Force signature roiling with conflict and confusion as the Emperor spoke words they could not yet hear from their concealed position at the chamber's edge. "He's offering Ben something," Rey whispered, her connection providing insight beyond audible conversation. "Power, purpose, belonging, and revenge against those he believes betrayed him. Classic manipulation tactics," Ahsoka noted grimly. "Identifying internal conflicts and exploiting them while presenting false resolution through external means. With the added leverage of family connection," Hadrian added, sensing the undercurrents of the interaction. "He's revealing something about Ben's lineage, some connection to himself that Ben wasn't aware of." The moment for observation passed as Palpatine's decayed form suddenly turned toward their position, his awareness and the Force having detected their presence despite their careful shielding. "The last Jedi," his voice rasped, somehow both frail and powerful simultaneously. "And the Grey Ones I sought for so many years. How convenient that you deliver yourselves to Exegol rather than requiring further hunting." Kylo Ren turned as well, his expression shifting from confusion to complex recognition as he saw Rey. Their connection through the Force flared visibly to Force-sensitive perception, a bond neither light nor dark but something unique and potentially transformative. What followed was unlike any confrontation recorded in either Jedi or Sith histories. Rather than immediate aggressive engagement, Hadrian and Ahsoka moved forward with balanced presence, neither the defensive posture of traditional Jedi nor the aggressive stance of dark side users, but centered awareness prepared to respond appropriately to whatever unfolded. "Emperor Palpatine," Hadrian acknowledged directly, either showing fear that could be exploited nor aggression that could be redirected. "Your contingency plans were more extensive than even we anticipated during our decades tracking them." "Ah, the Wizard reborn." Palpatine's ruined face formed something approximating a smile. I sense your unusual resonance in the Force from your first emergence. Neither Jedi nor Sith, but something transcendent. How I sought your knowledge during the Empire's reign, for purposes that would have corrupted its essence. Ahsoka responded calmly. Balance cannot serve dominance without becoming imbalance. The Emperor's attention shifted to Rey, his yellowed eyes narrowing with malevolent calculation. And you've brought me my granddaughter. The culmination of bloodlines and power I've sought to harness for generations. This revelation, clearly intended to unbalance and manipulate, struck Rey with visible impact. Her connection to Palpatine explained much about her natural Force abilities while creating obvious potential for psychological leverage. Yet the great training she had received, though brief, provided critical resilience in this moment. Rather than either rejecting the connection completely, the Jedi approach, or embracing its dark potential, the Sith expectation, she maintained centered awareness while processing this new information. Biological connection doesn't determine destiny, she stated firmly, drawing on great principles Hadrian and Ahsoka had emphasized throughout her training. Lineage influences but doesn't control. Such delusion, Palpatine sneered. The same pathetic philosophy these gray heretics have promoted for decades. The fantasy that one can access dark side power without surrendering to its dominance. Throughout this exchange, Kylo Ren had remained uncharacteristically silent, his Force signature reflecting intense internal conflict. The revelation of Rey's connection to Palpatine had clearly impacted his understanding of their bond and perhaps his entire perspective on recent events. You've manipulated everything, he finally stated, addressing Palpatine directly. Snoke, the First Order, my turn from the Jedi, all puppets in your longer game. Of course, the Emperor acknowledged without hesitation or shame. The First Order was merely the visible hand preparing the galaxy for the final order you see being created here on Exegol. Your role, grandson of Vader, was always to serve as my enforcer until a more suitable vessel could be prepared. This casual confirmation of his exploitation visibly affected Kylo. His carefully constructed identity as master rather than servant suddenly revealed as illusion. The conflict within him, present since his turn to the dark side but suppressed beneath anger and resentment, surfaced more powerfully than ever. What happened next occurred with such speed that only Force-enhanced perception could fully track it. Palpatine, recognizing the potential loss of control over Kylo Ren, unleashed Force lightning toward him with his remaining strength. A demonstration of power meant to reassert dominance through fear and pain. Rey, acting on both training and instinct, moved to intercept this attack. Hadrian and Ahsoka simultaneously extended Force protection, not blocking the energy directly, which would have created the opposition Palpatine's techniques exploited, but redirecting and diffusing it through balanced Force manipulation. The combined effect created a moment of suspended energy. Lightning neither fully discharged nor completely neutralized, but held in temporary stasis between opposing intentions. In this frozen moment, the underlying pattern of the conflict became visible to Force-sensitive perception: light against dark, resistance against dominance, the binary opposition that had characterized Force conflicts for millennia. There is another way, Hadrian stated into this suspended moment, addressing not just Palpatine but Kylo Ren and Rey simultaneously. Beyond opposition lies integration. Beyond conflict lies balance. As if triggered by these words, Rey and Kylo's Force bond flared with unprecedented intensity. Their connection, transcending traditional light/dark categorization from its inception, created a channel through which balanced Force understanding could flow between apparent opposites. Palpatine, sensing this unexpected development, attempted to reassert control through even greater Force output, drawing on the dark side energies concentrated in Exegol over millennia and channeling them through his decayed form in a display of power that threatened to overwhelm conventional resistance. But the response he faced wasn't conventional. Drawing on their decades of gray Force development, Hadrian and Ahsoka demonstrated its ultimate application, not opposing darkness with light in eternal conflict, but transforming opposition itself through integration of apparently contradictory energies. Their Force signatures, silver-white threaded with emerald interweaving with blue-white carrying threads of orange gold, expanded to encompass Rey and potentially Kylo, creating a field of balanced energy unlike anything recorded in either Jedi or Sith holocrons. Within this field, binary categories dissolved into spectrum understanding. Emotion enhanced rather than compromised clarity. Power served rather than dominated. The very opposition Palpatine had manipulated throughout his existence, setting light against dark, Jedi against Sith, Republic against Separatists, rebellion against Empire, lost its fundamental leverage. Impossible! The Emperor snarled, his confidence wavering for perhaps the first time in his long existence. The dark side is stronger. It always consumes the light eventually. Only when light defines itself in opposition, Ahsoka replied calmly. Balance transcends the binary framework your manipulation requires. The confrontation reached critical intensity as Palpatine, recognizing the existential threat to his power approach, abandoned subtle manipulation in favor of overwhelming force. Drawing on Sith techniques preserved in Exegol's ancient temples, he attempted to initiate a ritual that would transfer his consciousness into Rey, his more suitable vessel, by blood connection. The moment demanded response beyond conventional force techniques. Hadrian, drawing on memories from both lifetimes, Harry Potter's experiences with soul magic and Horcruxes, combined with decades of Grey Force development, recognized the nature of the ritual and its potential countermeasures. Rey, he called through the chaos of force energies filling the chamber. Ben, your connection transcends the divisions Palpatine exploits. Together you represent balanced potential neither Jedi nor Sith could achieve alone. Something in these words, or perhaps in the truth they represented, reached both simultaneously. Despite their apparent opposition as last Jedi and supreme leader of the First Order, their force bond had always suggested deeper alignment beyond conventional categories. Moving with synchronized purpose that required no verbal coordination, they positioned themselves on opposite sides of Palpatine's life support apparatus. Not attacking directly as traditional opponents would, nor attempting to turn each other as Jedi and Sith historical patterns would suggest, but establishing balanced counterpoint to the Emperor's unbalanced power approach. Hadrian and Ahsoka, recognizing their role in this configuration, extended their own balanced force presence to create a containment field around the ritual energies Palpatine had initiated, not blocking them directly, which would have created the very opposition his techniques exploited, but channeling them into balanced circulation rather than dominant direction. What followed transcended conventional force combat as recorded in either Jedi or Sith archives. The Emperor's attempt to impose unidirectional power, consciousness transfer from himself to Rey, encountered a balanced energy field that redirected rather than resisted, transformed rather than blocked. The ritual, designed for binary opposition between dominant and receptive vessels, failed catastrophically when applied within a balanced force configuration. The very power Palpatine had accumulated, both personally throughout his extended lifetime and environmentally within Exegol's saturated atmosphere, reflected back upon its source rather than transferring to his intended target. The Emperor's decayed form, unable to contain the redirected energies, began to disintegrate, not through direct attack by his opponents, but through the natural consequence of extreme imbalance attempting to impose itself upon balanced response. Like wave meeting immovable object, the energy had nowhere to go but back toward its origin. Impossible! Palpatine gasped as his physical form and force presence both began unraveling. The dark side is stronger, it always has been. The dark side is half of a whole, Hadrian replied calmly. Neither stronger nor weaker than its complement, but incomplete without it. Your fundamental error was always believing domination superior to integration. The chamber filled with blinding light as Palpatine's accumulated power released an uncontrolled discharge rather than directed transfer. Hadrian and Ahsoka extended protective force barriers around themselves, Rey, and Kylo Ren, their balanced approach allowing them to channel rather than merely block the chaotic energies. When visibility returned, the Emperor's apparatus stood empty, no physical remains, no lingering force presence, nothing but the echo of unbalanced power finally neutralized through its own excess. The silence that followed felt momentous, not merely the absence of conflict but the presence of possibility previously unrealized. 4 Force users stood in approximate circle where Palpatine had been, Hadrian and Ahsoka representing decades of Grey Path development, Rey and Kylo Ren embodying the potential for new balance emerging from apparent opposition. "It's over," Rey said quietly, her Force presence simultaneously exhausted and expanded by the experience. "This confrontation, yes," Hadrian acknowledged. "But the underlying pattern remains until addressed at its root." Kylo Ren, or perhaps more accurately Ben Solo, as his Force signature had shifted significantly during the encounter, looked around at the ancient Sith temple, the technological apparatus that had sustained Palpatine, and the evidence of the fleet being prepared for galaxy-wide domination. "The First Order continues," he stated, his tone complicated by his own role in its creation and leadership. "And this Final Order the Emperor was building. They represent the same imbalance, merely in different form," Ahsoka observed. "Military domination rather than Force domination, but identical in underlying philosophy." The four moved through the temple complex with renewed purpose, no longer as infiltrators but as conscious agents addressing the threat Palpatine had constructed over decades of secret preparation. The fleet they discovered exceeded even their worst expectations, hundreds of star destroyers incorporating planet-killing technology, crewed by personnel cultivated in secret since the Empire's fall, prepared to emerge from Exegol and establish dominance beyond anything the original Empire had achieved. Using the Temple's communication array, they transmitted navigational data back to the waiting Resistance fleet, the safe route through Exegol's defenses that would allow direct military engagement with this Final Order before it could deploy. But the true resolution wouldn't come through conventional warfare alone. As they worked to neutralize Palpatine's contingency plans, a more profound transformation was occurring between Rey and Ben, their Force bond evolving from connection between apparent opponents to partnership between balanced counterparts. "I've been fighting the wrong battle," Ben acknowledged as they disabled the command systems controlling the Final Order fleet. "Trying to become something I thought would resolve my internal conflict, when the conflict itself wasn't meant to be eliminated but integrated. The Grey Path doesn't eliminate the aspects that troubled you," Rey responded, drawing on her abbreviated but intensive training. "It integrates them consciously rather than suppressing or surrendering to them." Hadrian and Ahsoka, observing this exchange, recognized the transmission of Grey philosophy occurring naturally between them, not through formal teaching but through direct experience and authentic connection. The balance they had developed over decades was being received and transformed by a new generation facing familiar challenges in novel forms. The Resistance fleet's arrival transformed the immediate tactical situation. With the Final Order's command structure disrupted and its flagship systems compromised by their internal sabotage, the military confrontation proved less one-sided than Palpatine had intended. Poe Dameron's fighters engaged the partially activated Star Destroyers while Leia coordinated overall strategy from the command vessel. But the more significant victory had already occurred within the Sith Temple, not merely Palpatine's defeat, but the emergence of balance where previously only opposition had existed. Rey and Ben, representing apparent extremes as Jedi Apprentice and First Order Supreme Leader, had transcended these categories through their unique connection and the Grey perspective Hadrian and Ahsoka had offered. As the space battle reached its climax above Exegol's perpetual storm layer, the four Force users returned to their ship, their mission complete in ways both expected and surprising. The Emperor's final contingency had been neutralized, the secret fleet disabled before full deployment, and most importantly, a new understanding of force balance demonstrated in practical application rather than merely theoretical discussion. "What happens now?" Rey asked as their ship lifted from Exegol's surface, leaving behind the ancient Sith stronghold and its millennia of dark side concentration. "The First Order remains, even without Palpatine's influence. Its foundation has been compromised," Ben replied, his perspective unique as its former Supreme Leader. "Without Snoke's manipulation and Palpatine's direction, the ideological center cannot hold. Military structure alone won't sustain it without the fanaticism that drove its creation, which creates opportunity for transformation rather than merely victory or defeat," Hadrian observed. "Breaking the cycle rather than simply reversing its current manifestation." As they rejoined the Resistance fleet and navigated away from Exegol's treacherous region, transmitting data that would prevent the Final Order's remaining resources from being utilized by other dark side adherents, all four sensed the Force itself shifting around them, currents realigning toward balance possibilities previously unrealized in recorded galactic history. Not the balance of opposing forces in temporary equilibrium that had characterized brief periods between conflicts throughout millennia, but deeper integration of apparently contradictory aspects into conscious wholeness. Not light conquering darkness or darkness consuming light, but both existing in dynamic harmony through conscious choice rather than imposed dominance or resistance. The Grey Path, developed through decades of careful exploration by Hadrian and Ahsoka, had demonstrated its practical application at the nexus point where traditional approaches would have merely continued the cycle of opposition they sought to transcend. The aftermath of Exegol unfolded across months rather than days or weeks. The First Order, as Ben had predicted, began fragmenting without its ideological center, some factions continuing militant operations, others seeking negotiated settlements with the resurgent New Republic leadership, still others dissolving entirely as officers and troops recognized the manipulation that had driven their creation. The Resistance, transformed by victory from desperate band to legitimate military force, faced its own challenges transitioning from opposition to governance. Leia Organa's leadership proved crucial during this period, her experience with both rebellion and New Republic providing perspective beyond military thinking alone. Throughout these developments, Hadrian and Ahsoka maintained their characteristic approach, either fully integrated with formal power structures nor completely separated from them. They assisted where their Grey perspective offered unique value while avoiding roles that would institutionalize or dogmatize their balanced philosophy. Most significant was the evolution occurring between Rey and Ben. Their Force bond, unique from inception, provided foundation for a new understanding of balance either had anticipated during their apparent opposition. Ben's knowledge of dark side techniques combined with Rey's natural light side orientation created potential for integration beyond what either tradition alone could have achieved. 3 months after Exegol, as galactic reconstruction accelerated and remaining First Order remnants continued either negotiated surrender or isolated resistance, Hadrian and Ahsoka invited Rey and Ben to join them at a location significant to their own journey, the ancient Vergence on Lahal, where they had established one of their first sanctuaries decades earlier. This place represents the beginning of our formal development of the Grey Path, Ahsoka explained as the Force stood within the natural stone circle that amplified the planet's Force energies. Neither Jedi temple nor Sith shrine, but a location where the Force itself exists in natural balance. We brought you here because your partnership represents the next evolution of what we began. Hadrian continued. Not mere replication of our approach, but its transformation through your unique experiences and connection. Rey and Ben exchanged glances, their Force bond visible to sensitive perception as interweaving energies. Her predominantly light signature threaded with darkness she now acknowledged rather than feared, his primarily dark presence increasingly integrated with light aspects he had previously rejected. You're suggesting we continue what you started, Ben stated, understanding immediately. Not rebuilding the Jedi Order as Luke initially attempted, nor continuing Sith traditions, but developing this Grey approach further. With your own insights and adaptations. Ahsoka nodded. Balance isn't static doctrine but dynamic response to evolving circumstances. What served our generation may require transformation for yours. The conversation that followed explored possibilities neither traditional Jedi nor Sith frameworks could have accommodated. Not creating a formal, Grey Order, with hierarchical structure and rigid teaching progression, but establishing flexible learning environments where Force sensitives could explore balanced approaches without dogmatic constraints. The challenge we faced, Hadrian explained, was preserving knowledge while avoiding institutionalization that inevitably leads to calcification. Balance requires continuous adaptation rather than fixed position. Yet structure provides necessary foundation, especially for beginners. Rey noted practically. Complete flexibility without framework creates its own problems. Which is why partnership rather than isolated development proves essential. Ahsoka responded. balance maintained between individuals rather than solely within them, complementary perspectives preventing drift toward either extreme. As they continued exploring possibilities, their discussion moved beyond philosophical concepts to practical implementation. Locations where balanced training might occur without political entanglement. Approaches for identifying force sensitives who might benefit from gray philosophy rather than traditional binary frameworks. Methods for preserving knowledge without creating rigid doctrine that would eventually require rebellion rather than evolution. Throughout, Hadrian and Ahsoka shared insights from their decades walking the gray path, not as absolute truths to be accepted without question, but as experiences to be considered, adapted, and potentially transcended through new understanding. Your greatest advantage, Hadrian observed, is beginning without the weight of institutional history that both helped and hindered us. The gray path we developed emerged in reaction to both Jedi and Sith limitations we had experienced directly. Your approach can be more proactive than reactive. And your connection provides natural balance between you, Ahsoka added. What one might miss, the other perceives. Where one might drift toward familiar patterns, the other offers correction through complementary perspective. As twilight descended on Lothal's stone circle, their discussion shifted from potential futures to immediate next steps. The galaxy remained in transition. First-order remnants still posed threats in certain regions, political reconstruction faced challenges beyond military victory, and force sensitives throughout various systems needed guidance previously unavailable during the conflict. We should establish 3 initial sanctuaries, Rey suggested, her practical nature focusing on concrete implementation. 1 in the core, 1 in the mid-rim, and 1 in the outer rim. Different environments attracting different temperaments and backgrounds. Small at first. Ben agreed, his strategic mind complementing her pragmatism. Visible enough to be found by those seeking guidance but not so prominent as to become political targets or attract those seeking power rather than balance. And connected through regular gathering rather than hierarchical reporting, Hadrian added. Maintaining individual adaptation while ensuring coherent philosophical foundation. The plan that emerged combined elements from multiple traditions while transcending their limitations. The structured learning environment of Jedi training without its emotional suppression or political entanglement. The individual development focus of Sith apprenticeship without its exploitation or dominance hierarchy. All integrated through Grey philosophy's emphasis on conscious choice rather than dogmatic adherence. As night fully claimed Lothal's ancient circle, stars appearing in brilliant profusion above them, Hadrian and Ahsoka exchanged glances that conveyed decades of shared purpose now approaching culmination. Their gray path, developed through imperial darkness and beyond, had found continuation not through institutional preservation but through transformation in a new generation. We have one final contribution to offer, Hadrian said, producing a small storage device from within his robes. The complete record of our gray philosophy development, techniques, insights, challenges, and adaptations across decades of practice. Not as doctrine to be followed, Ahsoka clarified, but as resource to be consulted when useful and transcended when necessary. Our experiences may illuminate your path without determining its direction. Rey accepted this offering with appropriate reverence, recognizing it represented lifetimes of development rather than mere technical instruction. Will you continue teaching alongside us? There's so much more we could learn directly. For a transition period, Hadrian confirmed. But not indefinitely. New growth requires space to develop independently. And we have our own journey to continue, Ahsoka added. The gray path isn't finished development. There remain aspects we ourselves are still exploring. This answer, while perhaps disappointing in its limitation, reflected the essential wisdom of their approach, that balance required continuous evolution rather than fixed position, that even the most developed understanding remained incomplete rather than absolute. The 4 remained on Lahal for several additional days, establishing foundations for what would eventually become known throughout the galaxy as the balanced tradition. Not a formal order with hierarchical structure, but a loosely connected network of sanctuaries where force sensitives could explore integrated approaches beyond binary categorization. When the time came for departure, Rey and Ben toward Coruscant, where the first sanctuary would be established. Hadrian and Ahsoka toward regions where their experience with both Imperial and First Order patterns might help prevent similar manifestations from re-emerging. The farewell carried neither finality nor separation. The Force connects us beyond physical proximity, Ahsoka reminded them. Distance doesn't diminish influence when balance aligns purpose. And will return periodically, Hadrian added. Not to direct but to exchange insights as equals walking complementary paths. As ships lifted from Lothal's ancient surface, carrying these four balanced Force users toward their respective roles in the galaxy's ongoing evolution, the Force itself seemed to resonate with possibilities previously unrealized throughout recorded history. Not light triumphant over darkness or darkness ascendant over light, the pattern that had repeated endlessly across millennia of conflict, but genuine integration of apparent opposites into conscious wholeness that transcended binary limitations while honoring the partial truths each contained. The Grey Path, developed through decades of careful exploration by a wizard reborn and a former Jedi who had both transcended their original traditions, had found continuation through individuals who embodied its potential evolution rather than mere preservation. Balance, not as temporary equilibrium between opposing forces but as dynamic integration of complementary aspects, had demonstrated its practical application at the nexus point where traditional approaches would have merely continued the cycle they sought to break. And throughout the galaxy, as word spread of this alternative to binary Force understanding, individuals who had never fit comfortably within traditional categories began journeying toward the sanctuaries where they might find guidance without dogma, development without domination, community without conformity. The legacy of balance had begun. 5 years after Exegol, Hadrian and Ahsoka stood at the edge of a cliff overlooking one of the galaxy's most spectacular vistas, the Crystal Falls of Naboo, where mineral-laden water cascaded through stepped pools that reflected sunlight in rainbow patterns visible for kilometers in all directions. They had returned from extended exploration of the unknown regions, where they had been monitoring potential resurgence of dark side influence, following Palpatine's final defeat. What they had found instead were ancient Force traditions predating both Jedi and Sith, cultures that had developed balanced approaches without the binary categorization that had dominated galactic core understanding for millennia. It seems we weren't the first to walk the Grey Path, Ahsoka observed as they watched sunlight transform falling water into cascades of colored light. Just the first to reintroduce it to the central systems in modern times. Patterns repeat across both time and space. Hadrian nodded, memories of his first life providing unique perspective on how knowledge often cycled between discovery, loss, and rediscovery rather than progressing linearly. Balance emerges wherever binary thinking reveals its limitations. Their journey had brought them back to known space for a gathering Rey and Ben had organized. Representatives from the 3 sanctuaries established since Exegol, coming together to share developments in their balanced Force approach and address challenges encountered during implementation. They've evolved the philosophy more rapidly than I anticipated, Ahsoka noted as they discussed the reports they had received during their absence, particularly regarding emotional integration techniques. They began with advantages we didn't have, Hadrian replied. Our approach developed through reaction against established traditions we had internalized. Theirs builds upon our foundation without those initial constraints. The gathering would begin tomorrow at the Naboo Sanctuary, a former retreat in the lake country that Queen Regent Amidala, daughter of Padme's niece, had donated for their use. For now, they enjoyed rare peaceful moments together, reflective stillness after decades of continuous movement. Do you ever wonder? Ahsoka asked as afternoon light began shifting toward evening gold. What would have happened if you hadn't been reborn here? If Harry Potter had simply moved on to whatever awaited him beyond that life? It was a question she had asked once before, years earlier during their first visit to Jakku. Hadrian's answer now carried the wisdom of additional decades walking their Grey Path together. The Force would have found another way, he said, echoing his earlier response but with deeper understanding. Balance inevitably emerges where imbalance persists. But I'm profoundly grateful it chose this particular pattern, this specific life that included finding you. Their hands found each other naturally, decades of partnership having eliminated any hesitation in such gestures. Their force bond, silver-white threaded with emerald interweaving with blue-white carrying threads of orange gold, had deepened over years until distinction between them existed primarily in physical form rather than energetic essence. "We should go," Ahsoka noted as twilight began claiming the crystal falls, transforming their appearance from brilliant rainbow to subtle phosphorescence. "They'll be waiting for us at the sanctuary." As they turned from the spectacular view toward their waiting transport, both sensed familiar presences approaching, Rey and Ben, having come personally to escort them rather than sending representatives. The two appeared at the path junction ahead, their own force signatures visible to sensitive perception as beautifully balanced complements. Not identical patterns but harmonious integration of unique aspects. 5 years since Exegol had matured their connection from potential to realization, their balanced approach now serving as inspiration for Force sensitives throughout the galaxy. "Masters," Rey called with warm familiarity that transcended formal title, her smile reflecting genuine delight at their return. "Not masters," Hadrian corrected automatically, the exchange having become something of a ritual greeting between them. "Just fellow travelers on the path." "Very well-traveled fellow travelers," Ben added with the dry humor that had increasingly characterized his personality since finding balance. "Whose insights we've been eagerly awaiting." The four walked together toward the transport, exchanging information about developments during their separation, the growth of the sanctuaries, the continuing reconstruction of galactic governance, the gradual healing of wounds left by decades of conflict. Most significantly, they discussed the emergence of a new generation of Force sensitives approaching balance without the binary preconceptions that had limited their predecessors. Children growing up with understanding that light and dark represented aspects rather than opposites, that emotion enhanced rather than compromised wisdom when consciously integrated, that power served rather than dominated when properly understood. "It's happening more quickly than we anticipated," Rey explained as they boarded the transport. "Not just at the sanctuaries, but through natural evolution of Force understanding throughout various systems. The binary framework was already failing before we offered an alternative, we simply provided coherent perspective for what many were already experiencing. Cultural paradigms shift when existing models fail to adequately explain lived experience," Hadrian observed, drawing on patterns he had witnessed across 2 lifetimes. "The Jedi/Sith binary persisted for millennia because power structures reinforced it. When those structures collapsed, space opened for alternatives to emerge," Ben finished, his unique perspective as someone who had experienced both extreme orientations providing valuable insight. "Not rejecting either tradition entirely, but integrating their partial truths into more comprehensive understanding." As their transport lifted toward the Naboo sanctuary, Hadrian and Ahsoka exchanged glances that communicated decades of shared purpose approaching fulfillment. Their gray path, developed through Imperial darkness, New Republic complacency, and First Order aggression, had transcended their personal journey to become cultural paradigm influencing galaxy-wide understanding. Not through institutional dominance or dogmatic assertion, but through practical demonstration of balance as viable alternative to binary opposition that had characterized Force understanding for recorded history. "We've come full circle," Ahsoka observed quietly as Naboo's lake country unfolded beneath them in twilight beauty. "From hunted survivors of fallen traditions to elders of an emerging understanding that transcends what both our original paths offered. Yet the journey continues," Hadrian replied, his hand finding hers with familiar ease. "Balance isn't destination but ongoing process, continuous adjustment rather than fixed position." This understanding, that completion itself represented merely transition to new beginning rather than final resolution, characterized the gray philosophy they had developed together across decades. Neither the rigid certainty of Jedi doctrine nor the domineering absolutism of Sith ambition, but balanced awareness that honored both tradition and transformation, both structure and adaptation, both continuity and evolution. As their transport descended toward the Naboo sanctuary where representatives from throughout the galaxy awaited their return, both felt the Force flowing around and through them with harmonious resonance. Not light triumphant or darkness ascendant, but dynamic integration transcending the binary framework that had defined conflict for millennia. The legacy they had built together, Great Force Master and former Jedi, Wizard reborn and Togruta warrior, partners across decades of shared purpose, would continue through those they had taught directly and the countless others influenced indirectly through ripple effects of balanced understanding spreading throughout galactic culture. Not an ending, but transformation. Not conclusion, but continuation in evolved form. Not final victory of one perspective over another, but ongoing integration of apparent opposites into conscious wholeness. The Great Path continued, as it always would while being sought understanding beyond binary limitations. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.